Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel, or if you're new here, you're in for something truly special tonight. Grab your headphones, turn off the lights, get cozy under the covers, and let my voice guide you into the dark. Because these chilling, true scary stories are perfect for thrill seekers who love a good scare. But they're also told in that calm, soothing way that helps so many of you drift off to sleep. These aren't fictional nightmares, these are real experiences shared by real people just like you, from all over the world. Heart-pounding paranormal encounters, unexplained disappearances, and disturbing events that actually happened. The kind that linger in your mind long after the lights go out. If you're here for true horror stories that give you goosebumps while gently lulling you to sleep, you've found your perfect spot. Hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications. You won't want to miss these relaxing yet terrifying tales. And real quick, before we dive into the first one, drop a comment below and tell me what country you're watching from right now. I love seeing where this sleepy, spooky community is tuning in from USA, UK, Australia, Canada, anywhere across the globe. Let me know. Your comments always make my night. Alright, get comfortable. Close your eyes if you dare. Let's begin. Buried alive in a living tomb. The terrifying true story of John Edward Jones and the Nutty Putty Cave Nightmare. Utah, USA. Deep beneath the arid desert landscape of central Utah, hidden among unremarkable hills about 80 miles south of Salt Lake City, lies a place that would become the stuff of real-life nightmares. Nutty Putty Cave was discovered in 1960 by a group of college students exploring the region. They named it for the soft, pliable, putty-like calcite deposits that coated its walls and floors, making the tight passages slick and treacherous. At first, it was just a curiosity. A hydrothermal cave system formed millions of years ago, filled with narrow, twisting tunnels that squeezed through limestone like veins in the earth. Over the decades, it gained popularity among amateur cavers for its challenging crawls, and the infamous birth canal, a notoriously tight squeeze that only the bravest or most reckless would attempt. The cave was warm, around 60 degrees year-round, humid, and pitch black once you ventured beyond the entrance. No natural light penetrated its depths. The passages varied wildly, some wide enough to stand in, others forcing you to crawl on your belly, shimmy on your side, or wriggle headfirst through gaps barely wider than a human body. By the 2000s, Nutty Putty had seen its share of close calls cavers getting temporarily stuck. Minor injuries, exhaustion, but nothing catastrophic. It was managed by the state, open to the public with a permit, and attracted thrill seekers looking for an adrenaline rush. But on November 24, 2009, the day before Thanksgiving, Nutty Putty would claim a life in a way no one could have imagined, turning a fun family outing into one of the most claustrophobic, heart-wrenching true horror stories ever documented. John Edward Jones was 26 years old, a tall, lanky medical student from Virginia, standing 6 feet tall and weighing about 200 pounds. He was the kind of guy everyone loved, devoted husband to his wife Emily, who was pregnant with their second child, and doting father to their 1-year-old daughter Lizzie. John had a warm smile, a gentle sense of humor, and an adventurous spirit that drew him to outdoor pursuits like scuba diving and, more recently, caving. He wasn't an extreme expert by any means. He'd only been caving a handful of times, mostly in larger, more forgiving caves back home. But he was fit, enthusiastic, and always up for pushing his limits just a little further. That Thanksgiving week, John had flown out to Utah to visit family. His younger brother Josh, who was 23 and a more experienced caver, suggested they hit Nutty Putty for a quick evening trip. It would be a brotherly bonding adventure before the holiday feasts, nothing too intense, just a couple hours underground. They arrived at the cave entrance around 8 p.m. that Tuesday night, along with 10 other friends and family members in their group. The entrance was a small gated hole in the hillside, requiring you to slide down a steep, muddy chute feet first into the darkness. Headlamps on, helmets secured, they descended one by one, laughing and chatting as the warm, moist air enveloped them. The first sections were fun wide rooms with interesting formations, easy crawls where you could joke around. John was in high spirits, excited to explore deeper than he'd ever gone before. Josh led the way, familiar with the cave's layout from previous visits. The group split up at points, with some taking easier routes while others ventured into tighter passages. As the evening wore on, John and Josh decided to seek out the birth canal, that legendary squeeze known for testing even seasoned cavers. But John, eager to find it on his own, branched off into what he thought was the right direction. He spotted a narrow opening on the floor, a fissure that looked promising, about 10 inches wide at its narrowest and 18 inches at its widest, twisting downward into unexplored territory. No one in their group had mapped this exact passage before. It wasn't the birth canal at all. It was an unmarked, virgin crawl that sloped steeply downward. Confident it led to the prize, John wriggled in head first, the way many cavers navigate tight spots to use their arms for propulsion. At first it was manageable. He exhaled to compress his chest, shimmying deeper, his headlamp illuminating glistening walls inches from his face. The passage narrowed quickly, forcing his arms forward like a diver. Then it angled sharply downward, almost vertically in places. John's body slid further, gravity pulling him in. He tried to twist for better leverage, but the slick calcite offered no grip. Suddenly, he realized he was going too deep. His shoulders scraped painfully, his chest compressed. He attempted to back out, pushing with his fingertips against the smooth rock, but there was nothing to push against. His legs kicked uselessly in the air behind him. In a panic, he called out for Josh. Josh heard the muffled shouts echoing through the cave and rushed over, finding the opening where John's legs protruded slightly. "I'm stuck." John's voice was strained but calm at first. Josh grabbed his brother's calves and pulled with all his strength. John's body budged a fraction, then stopped. The passage had narrowed into a brutal L shape, wedging John's torso at an impossible angle. Worse, he was completely inverted head down, feet up at about a 70-degree angle in a space no wider than a laundry chute. Blood rushed to his head immediately, pressure building behind his eyes. Josh tied a rope around John's legs and hauled harder, but the rope snapped. Panic set in. John was trapped 400 feet from the entrance, 100 feet vertically below the surface, in a passage that pinched his body like a vice. Josh raced out for help, emerging from the cave around 9 p.m., and driving to the nearest phone to call 911. Within hours, Utah County Search and Rescue mobilized one of the largest cave rescue operations in history. Over 100 volunteers, experienced cavers, paramedics, ropes experts descended into Nutty Putty that night. The first rescuer reached John around midnight, 4 hours after he became stuck. What they found was horrifying. John was wedged so tightly that only his lower legs were visible from the entrance to the passage. His arms were pinned to his sides, his chest compressed to the point where breathing was labored. Upside down for hours, his face was swollen and purple, veins bulging, but he was conscious and talking. "Hey man, thanks for coming," John said weakly to the first rescuer, a man named Ryan Schertz. Despite the agony, John stayed remarkably composed, cracking small jokes to keep spirits up. He talked about his family, how Emily was pregnant, how he couldn't wait to hold his new baby, how much he loved Lizzie. The rescuers assured him over and over, "We're going to get you out. John, just hang in there." They passed him water through a tube, tried to keep him warm with heat packs, and began the grueling work of extraction. The plan was a complex pulley system. They drilled anchors into the rock, threaded heavy ropes through carabiners, and attached harnesses to John's legs. Dozens of rescuers lined up in the passage behind, ready to haul in coordinated pulls. For hours, they worked meticulously, pulling gently to avoid injuring him further, then resetting when he screamed in pain as rocks scraped his skin raw. John's heart rate spiked from the inversion. The blood pooling in his brain and the constant pressure on his organs were slowly poisoning his body. Carbon dioxide built up from shallow breaths. His legs went numb from lack of circulation. By early morning, progress seemed possible. One massive pull shifted John a few inches upward. Hope surged through the team. John even laughed weakly, saying, "That felt good." But then disaster struck. The main anchor bolt, drilled into the fragile calcite, gave way under the strain. The entire pulley system collapsed and John slid back down deeper than before, now fully inverted at nearly 90 degrees. Rescuers heard the sickening thud and John's groan of despair. The new position was worse. His head was crammed into the narrowest pinch, his neck bent awkwardly, breathing even more restricted. Hours turned into a desperate marathon. Rescuers rotated in shifts, crawling through the tight maze to relieve each other. They tried drilling wider openings, chipping away at rock with hammers, but the cave fought back, crumbs falling into John's eyes and mouth. He began hallucinating faintly from the hypoxia, whispering about seeing lights or hearing his daughter's voice. Still, he held on, motivated by thoughts of his family waiting topside. Emily arrived at the cave entrance with Lizzie, praying with supporters as updates trickled out. The air underground grew thick with exhaustion and fear. No one had ever been rescued from such a precarious, inverted trap. By the 27th hour, John's condition deteriorated rapidly. His heart, strained beyond limits from fighting gravity, began failing. Rescuers pumped him with fluids, monitored his vitals through makeshift lines. But around 11:30 p.m. on November 27 hours after entering the passage, John's voice grew faint. He told a rescuer, "I'm going to die in here, aren't I?" The man lied reassuringly. "No, buddy, we're getting you out." But moments later, John's heart stopped. Efforts to revive him failed. At 12 a.m., John Edward Jones was declared dead, still wedged in his rocky tomb. The aftermath was devastating. Extracting his body risked collapsing the passage and endangering more lives. Rescuers had already narrowly escaped rockfalls. After consultation with the family, authorities made the heartbreaking decision. John's body would remain in Nutty Putty Cave forever. The cave was permanently sealed with concrete shortly after, his final resting place entombed beneath the Utah desert. A memorial plaque was placed at the site, honoring the loving father and husband whose adventurous spirit led him into unimaginable horror. To this day, the Nutty Putty Cave disaster stands as one of the most terrifying true scary stories in caving history, a stark reminder of how quickly exploration can turn into a living hell. The darkness, the suffocating tightness, the slow, inescapable realization that help might not come in time. It's the kind of real-life nightmare that haunts rescuers, cavers, and anyone who hears it. John Jones didn't die from a monster or malice. He died from the indifferent cruelty of nature itself, buried alive in a place where no one should ever be. And somewhere deep underground, in eternal silence, he remains. Trapped upside down for 28 hours. The heartbreaking final moments and eternal legacy of the Nutty Putty Cave tragedy, Part 2, Utah, as the first rescuers squeezed through the narrow, twisting passages of Nutty Putty Cave that frigid November night in 2009. The reality of John Jones's situation hit them like a physical force. The air deep inside was thick, warm, and humid, carrying the faint metallic tang of fierce sweat and limestone dust. Headlamps cut thin beams through absolute darkness, illuminating glistening walls that seemed to pulse closer with every crawl. The cave's passages echoed with muffled shouts, the scrape of gear against rock, and the labored breathing of men and women who knew time was the enemy here. John had already been stuck for over 4 hours when the first volunteer, a seasoned caver named Ryan Schertz, reached the tiny fissure where John's lower legs protruded like pale, helpless flags. "John? Can you hear me?" Ryan called, his voice echoing strangely in the confined space. A weak but steady reply came back. Yeah, I'm here. Thanks for coming, man." Those words would become legendary among the rescue team. John's calm, almost cheerful greeting despite being wedged upside down in a space so tight his ribcage could barely expand to breathe. Ryan wedged himself as close as possible, shining his light down the passage. What he saw chilled him to the core. John's body was inverted at a severe angle, head and torso crammed into a narrowing slot no wider than a basketball hoop in places. His arms were pinned uselessly to his sides, his face flushed deep purple from blood pooling in his skull. Gravity was slowly killing him. Every minute hanging like that increased the pressure on his heart, lungs, and brain. Inversion asphyxia, they called it later, the body literally suffocating under its own weight. Ryan stayed with John for hours that first night, talking constantly to keep him alert. They passed a thin tube down so John could sip warm water and Gatorade. Heat packs were taped to his legs, the only parts accessible to fight the creeping hypothermia that could set in even in the cave's steady warmth. John talked about everything to stay grounded. His wife Emily, how they met in college, her pregnancy with their second child, a boy they planned to name after him if things went well. He spoke of little Lizzie, how she loved dancing to music, and how he couldn't wait to teach his new baby the same silly songs. "Tell Emily I love her," he said more than once, his voice cracking only slightly. "Tell her I'm gonna be okay." Word spread topside quickly. By midnight, the cave entrance swarmed with activity. Utah County Sheriff's deputies, search and rescue volunteers, paramedics, and caving experts from across the state. Over 100 people would eventually rotate through the effort, one of the largest and most technically complex cave rescues ever attempted in the United States. The challenges were nightmarish. The entrance chute was steep and slick, requiring ropes just to get in and out. Supplies had to be hauled by hand through crawls, so tight that rescuers removed their helmets and pushed packs ahead like luggage. Every movement risked dislodging loose rock or collapsing a passage. And all of it led to John, trapped in a section so remote and constricted that only the smallest, most experienced cavers could reach him. The lead rescue coordinator, a veteran named Brandon Cowlis, devised the pulley system that became their best hope. Teams drilled bolts into the cave walls, fragile, crumbly calcite that offered poor holding strength, and rigged a sophisticated network of ropes, carabiners, and haul lines. Dozens of rescuers formed human chains in the wider sections behind the pinch point, ready to pull in synchronized heaves. A paramedic squeezed in close enough to monitor John's vitals with portable equipment threaded down the slot. His heart rate was dangerously high, oxygen saturation dropping, but he was still fighting. Pull after pull, inch by agonizing inch, they worked through the night and into Thanksgiving morning. John screamed in pain as the ropes bit into his legs, and rock scraped his skin raw, but he encouraged them. "Keep going. It's working." Rescuers rotated out exhausted, covered in mud and sweat, their knees and elbows bloodied from crawling. One female rescuer, Susie Motola, spent extended shifts talking to John, sharing stories about her own family to keep his mind off the crushing pressure. "You're doing great, John," she'd say. "Just think about holding that new baby soon." Hope peeked around. Mid-morning on November 25th. After countless adjustments and resets, a massive coordinated pull shifted John several crucial inches upward. His legs moved visibly and he gasped out, "That felt good. I think we're getting somewhere." Cheers echoed faintly through the cave rescuers, high-fiving in the dim light. Radios crackling with excitement topside where Emily waited with family, clutching photos of Lizzie and praying with supporters gathered in the cold desert air. But caves like Nutty Putty don't forgive mistakes. The calcite wall, weakened by drilling and the immense strain, couldn't hold. With a sharp crack that reverberated like a gunshot, the primary anchor bolt ripped free. The entire pulley system collapsed in a tangle of ropes and metal. John slid backward deeper, harder slamming into the narrowest part of the L-shaped bend. Rescuers heard the impact, then John's groan of pure despair. The new position was catastrophic. Now almost fully vertical, head jammed downward, neck twisted at an unnatural angle. Breathing became shallow rasps. The team scrambled to re-rig, but precious time hours was lost resetting everything. As Thanksgiving Day wore on, John's condition plummeted. Hallucinations crept in from oxygen deprivation and carbon dioxide buildup. He murmured about seeing bright lights, hearing his daughter's laughter echoing in the dark. His legs, once kicking weakly, went numb and still. Rescuers pumped 4 fluids through lines snaked down the passage, injected stimulants to keep his heart going, but the inversion was relentless. The human body isn't designed to hang upside down for so long. Organs shifted. Blood pressure skyrocketed in his brain. Fluids accumulated in his lungs. Every shallow breath was a battle. Around 9 p.m., nearly 24 hours into the ordeal, John confided to the rescuer beside him, "I think this is it. I'm not going to make it out, am I?" The rescuer voice breaking lied through tears. "No way, man, we're so close. Just hold on a little longer." But John knew. He asked them to tell his family how much he loved them, to take care of Emily and the kids. His voice grew fainter, words slurring as his heart faltered under the impossible strain. At approximately 11:59 p.m., on November 25th, 2009, 28 hours after sliding into that unmarked passage, John Edward Jones's heart stopped. Rescuers performed CPR in the cramped space, pounding on his legs since they couldn't reach his chest, but it was futile. He was declared dead just after midnight, still trapped in his rocky prison, surrounded by strangers who had become brothers in that desperate fight. The decision that followed broke everyone's hearts. Recovering John's body would require explosives or heavy drilling actions almost certain to collapse the unstable passage and kill more rescuers. Narrow escapes from rockfalls had already occurred during the operation. After tearful consultations with Emily and the family, authorities chose to leave John where he was. Nutty Putty Cave was permanently closed days later, its entrance blasted and filled with concrete. John's body remains there to this day, entombed 400 feet underground in eternal darkness, a loving husband and father forever part of the cave that claimed him. The aftermath rippled far beyond Utah. Emily gave birth to their son in 2010, naming him John Edward Jones II in honor of his father. She later shared how John's faith and calm strength carried the family through grief. A memorial stands at the sealed site, and the 2016 film, The Last Descent, dramatized the events, bringing this claustrophobic true horror story to millions. Caving regulations tightened nationwide. Many inexperienced explorers reconsidered the risks. Rescuers still speak of John with reverence, his composure in the face of unimaginable terror, his focus on family until the end. But what makes the Nutty Putty Cave incident one of the most disturbing true scary stories ever told isn't just the physical horror, the suffocating tightness, the endless darkness, the slow crush of gravity, it's the psychological torment. Imagine the realization dawning over hours. No quick escape. Help arriving but powerless against indifferent stone. Your life slipping away inch by inch while loved ones wait above. It's the ultimate claustrophobic nightmare. A real-life buried alive scenario that proves nature's most terrifying traps need no monsters, just narrow rock and bad luck. Years later, former rescuers report nightmares of echoing voices in tight spaces. Urban legends whisper that faint calls for help still drift from sealed caves in Utah's deserts. Whether you believe in echoes or something more supernatural, one thing is certain, John Jones' story warns every adventurer that some places on Earth and below it are not meant for humans. The cave won that day, claiming its victim forever. And in the silence beneath the hills, John remains trapped upside down for eternity in his living tomb. The sealed tomb and eternal echoes, the haunting legacy, urban legends, and lasting terror of the Nutty Putty Cave disaster, Part 3, Final. Utah, USA, in the weeks and months following John Edward Jones's death on that fateful Thanksgiving night in 2009, the Utah desert around the sealed entrance to Nutty Putty Cave seemed quieter than ever, as if the earth itself was holding its breath. The concrete blast cap that now entombed the cave's mouth was stark and industrial, a gray plug driven deep into the hillside, reinforced with steel and warning signs that read danger, closed cave nitrogen monoxide entry. Authorities from Utah County and the Timpanogos Grotto Caving Society made the decision swiftly. The cave was too unstable, too treacherous, and after claiming John's life in such a horrific way it could never be allowed to lure another explorer to the same fate. Explosives reshaped the entrance chute, collapsing sections to ensure no one could ever slip back inside. John's body, still wedged upside down in that unmarked narrow fissure 400 feet deep, became part of the cave forever, a human seal in a rocky grave. But sealing the cave physically did nothing to contain the psychological horror that spilled out into the world. The story exploded across news outlets, forums, and early social media, becoming one of the most shared true scary stories of the decade. Detailed rescue reports leaked out. The pulley failure, the screams echoing through limestone corridors, the final heartbeat monitored over crackling radios. People couldn't stop reading about it. The sheer claustrophobia of being trapped in a space so tight your chest couldn't fully expand, hanging inverted while gravity slowly crushed your organs. Forums like Reddit's R Caving and R Trueher filled with threads dissecting every detail, with former rescuers anonymously posting their nightmares, waking up gasping, feeling invisible walls closing in, hearing faint calls for help in the dead of night. Emily Jones, John's widow, faced unimaginable grief in the spotlight. Pregnant with their son at the time of the accident, she gave birth in spring 2010 to a healthy boy they named John Edward Jones Too Little Johnny, a living echo of the father he would never know. Emily spoke publicly only a few times in the years that followed, her words raw and heartbreaking. In interviews, she described getting the call that night, rushing to the cave site with 1-year-old Lizzie in her arms, huddling in a command tent as freezing winds whipped across the desert. Updates came in agonizing bursts. He's holding on. The pulley worked for a moment. Then the final radio transmission. We've lost him. Emily recounted how rescuers emerged one by one, covered in mud, faces hollow with exhaustion and failure, many weeping openly as they embraced her. They fought so hard for him, she said. John stayed calm because he knew they were trying everything. The family sued no one. There was no negligence to blame. Just a tragic miscalculation in an unforgiving natural trap. Instead, Emily channeled her pain into quiet advocacy, supporting cave safety awareness and sharing John's story as a cautionary tale. Lizzie grew up hearing about her dad's adventurous spirit, his love for exploration balanced with deep faith and family devotion. Photos of John smiling in medical school scrubs, holding newborn Lizzie, scuba diving in crystal waters circulated widely, humanizing the nightmare. But Emily admitted in private circles that certain details haunted her most. Knowing John's final hours were spent in total darkness. Upside down, feeling his life ebb away while unable to move even an inch. He wasn't alone at the end, she said. Those rescuers were his brothers in there. The caving community reeled harder than anyone. Nutty Putty had been a beginner-friendly hotspot warm, no bats or floods, just tight squeezes for thrill-seekers. After the incident, permits were revoked nationwide for similar hydrothermal caves. Organizations like the National Speleological Society tightened guidelines. Mandatory experience checks, buddy systems with radios, bans on solo exploration in tight passages. Many veteran cavers quit altogether, haunted by the what-ifs. One rescuer, Susie Motola, who spent hours talking to John through the rock, later described PTSD like symptoms, panic attacks in elevators or narrow hallways, dreams of reaching for legs that slipped away into blackness. Another, the paramedic who monitored John's fading vitals, said the hardest part was the silence after his heart stopped. No more weak jokes, no more whispers about family, just the drip of water on stone and the weight of irreversible loss. Urban legends sprouted almost immediately, turning the factual horror into something supernatural. Locals near Utah Lake whispered that on quiet nights, if you hiked the hills above the sealed entrance, you could hear muffled cries echoing from underground. "Help me, Josh," John's voice calling for his brother who first discovered him stuck. Others claimed headlamps flickered inexplicably near the site, or that compasses spun wildly, as if the cave's magnetic pull lingered. Online creepypasta stories embellished the truth. Tales of the cave being cursed since its discovery, with previous close calls blamed on a vengeful spirit guarding its depths. One popular forum myth suggested John's entrapment wasn't accidental, that the unmarked passage chose him, narrowing impossibly after he entered, like a living entity swallowing its prey. The 2016 film The Last Descent brought the story to a wider audience, starring Chadwick Hobson as John and Alex Boy as rescuer Ryan Schertz. Filmed with consultation from the family and actual rescuers, it recreated the claustrophobic terror in visceral detail. Actors squeezed into custom-built sets mimicking the exact dimensions of John's trap, hanging inverted for takes to capture the swelling faces and labored breathing. Viewers reported leaving theaters hyperventilating, swearing off even mild adventures like escape rooms. The movie ends not with rescue, but with John's real final words relayed to Emily. His love for her and the kids, his peace and faith despite the agony. It grossed modestly, but cemented Nutty Putty as modern folklore, the ultimate buried alive, true scary story in an era of extreme sports and viral challenges. Years later, into the 2020s, the legacy endures. Memorial hikes organized annually near the site, participants leaving flowers at the concrete cap and sharing stories of how John's death saved lives. Countless would-be cavers turning back after researching the incident. Documentaries on platforms like YouTube and Discovery revisit the rescue footage, grainy helmet cams showing rescuers' strained faces in green night vision, and interviews with Josh Jones, who still grapples with survivors' guilt for suggesting the trip. "I pulled on his legs until my hands bled," he recounted tearfully. But the cave wouldn't let go. What elevates the Nutty Putty Cave disaster above other tragic accidents is its primal terror. No villain, no malice, just the indifferent brutality of enclosed space. Imagine the sensory deprivation, absolute black void pressing on your eyes. The taste of dust and your own blood from scraped skin. The sound of your heartbeat thundering in inverted ears as circulation fails. The slow realization over 28 hours. This isn't temporary. Help can't overcome physics. Your body is becoming its own poison. It's a fear buried deep in the human psyche, claustrophobia amplified to lethal extremes. The earth as a patient predator. Today, the hills above Nutty Putty look peaceful, sagebrush swaying in desert wind, distant mountains under vast skies. But beneath lies a sealed tomb holding John Edward Jones' father, husband, adventurer, forever suspended in that narrow, twisting passage. His story warns every explorer. Some doors in nature swing only one way. The cave took him, kept him, and in the echoes of countless retellings, it continues to trap us all in its grip. If you ever feel the pull of underground adventure, remember John, upside down in eternal darkness, calling out one last time, before the silence claimed him forever. Vanished in the Panamanian jungle, the chilling unsolved mystery of Chris Creamers and Lizanne Froon and their disturbing final photos, true scary story, Panama deep in the lush, Mist-shrouded mountains of northwestern Panama. Near the sleepy town of Boque in Quiriqui province, lies a trail that promises breathtaking views and adventure. El Pianista Trail, named after a nearby piano-shaped rock formation, winds through dense cloud forest, coffee plantations, and steep ridges overlooking the Continental Divide. It's a popular day hike for tourists, moderate difficulty, about 4 to 6 hours round trip to the Mirador summit and back. The path starts gently through farmland, climbs steadily into thicker jungle, alive with howling monkeys, vibrant birds, and the constant hum of insects. Waterfalls cascade nearby, orchids bloom in the canopy, and on clear days, you can see both the Caribbean and Pacific horizons. But beneath the beauty lurks danger. Sudden fog banks that swallow visibility, slippery mud after rains, sheer drop-offs hidden by vines, and rivers that swell without warning during the rainy season. Locals know to stick to the marked path, turn back by early afternoon, and never hike alone. In March 2014, 2 young Dutch women arrived in Boque full of excitement, unaware that this idyllic trail would become the gateway to one of the most haunting unsolved mysteries in modern history. True scary story of disappearance, desperation, and eerie discoveries that still chills investigators and online sleuths alike. Chris Kremers was 21, a red-headed firecracker with a contagious laugh and a passion for art and culture. She'd just finished her degree in cultural social education at the University of Utrecht, dreaming of working with children through creative programs. Tall and athletic, with freckles across her nose and a bold sense of adventure, Chris was the planner, the one who mapped out itineraries and pushed boundaries. Her best friend, Lizanne Froon, was 22 taller, still at nearly 6 feet, with long dark hair, a warm smile, and a newly earned degree in applied psychology from Deventer. Quieter and more thoughtful, Lizanne loved photography, capturing moments with her Canon PowerShot camera. She was practical, grounded, the perfect counterbalance to Chris's energy. The two had been roommates in Amersfoort, Netherlands, working together at a cozy cafe called In den Kleinen Hap to save for this dream trip. Panama was their reward. 6 weeks of volunteering with local kids, learning Spanish at a language school, and exploring the tropics. They arrived on March 15, 2014, settling into a host family home in Boque with another student. The town charmed them: volcanic peaks, flower festivals, friendly expats. They hiked smaller trails, practiced Spanish, and bonded over shared meals. By late March, they were ready for something bigger, a hike on El Pianista, followed by volunteering at a school the next day. April 1st, 2014 dawned bright and sunny, the perfect day for the trail. The girls had breakfast with their host family, mentioning plans to hike and maybe visit a nearby waterfall. Around 10 a.m., they set off with Blue, the host family's golden retriever, who often tagged along on walks. Dressed in lightweight clothes, Chris in a red and white striped tank top and shorts. Lizanne in a black sports bra and shorts. They carried a small backpack with essentials. Lizanne's Canon camera, 2 phones, Chris's iPhone 4 and Lizanne's Samsung Galaxy. Sunglasses, passports, a bit of cash, water bottles, and snacks. No heavy gear. It was supposed to be a casual day hike. They hitched a ride or took a taxi to the trailhead near Alto Romero, starting the ascent around 11 a.m. The first part was easy past grazing cows, through open fields dotted with wildflowers. Smiles beamed as Lizanne snapped photos. Chris posing playfully on the path, both laughing against backdrops of rolling hills. By early afternoon, they reached the Mirador summit around 1 to 2 p.m. The trail's highlight. Photos from that moment show them happy and relaxed, Chris with her hair tied back, arms outstretched like she owned the world. Lizanne's selfie style, the vast jungle sprawling below. One of the last daytime images, photo 508 taken around 1:54 p.m., captures Chris from behind, walking deeper along the overgrown path beyond the summit, toward the wild north side descending into Talamanca territory. That's where everything changed. The marked trail loops back south from the Mirador for an easy return to Boque. But north, it narrows into faint animal paths, plunging steeply into untouched rainforest, dense, disorienting, no cell service. Why they continued north remains one of the biggest enigmas. Maybe chasing better views, a waterfall rumor, or simply mistaking the path. No one saw them after the trailhead. Blue the dog returned home alone that evening, muddy but unharmed. By nightfall, the girls hadn't. Their host family grew worried when they missed dinner. The next morning, April 2nd, they missed a scheduled tour with a local guide named Feliciano, who'd planned to take them around Boque and introduce them to kids for volunteering. Alarms raised, the family alerted police. Initial searches focused on the trail south, assuming they'd looped back late. But no sign. Aerial flyovers, ground teams with dogs, nothing. By April 6th, panic set in. Parents flew from Netherlands with Dutch detectives offering $30,000 reward. Hundreds scoured the forests. Locals, tourists, indigenous and guides, Sinaproc rescue teams. Rivers checked for slips, cliffs for falls. 10 days of intensive search yielded zero traces. The girls had vanished into thin air. Behind the scenes, digital breadcrumbs told a desperate story. That first night, April 1st around 4:39 p.m. hours. After the summit photos, someone tried emergency calls on both phones. 112, European, and 911, Panamanian. No connection. Spotty signal at best, deep in the woods. Battery checks frequent. April 2nd. More attempts at 8:14 a.m., 10:53 a.m., 1:37 p.m., 4:51 p.m. Still no luck. Phones powered on and off to conserve juice. By April 3rd, Chris's iPhone battery died. Lizanne's Samsung kept going. April 4th. One final emergency attempt at 10:26 a.m., then checked at 11:56 a.m. wrong pin, entered for Chris's phone multiple times afterward, suggesting only one person alive, guessing the code. Daily checks continued. April 5th, signal searches. April 6th to 10th, phones turned on briefly each morning and evening. No calls, just battery anxiety, then silence. Lizanne's phone last powered on April 11th at 11:37 a.m. Battery at 100% somehow, perhaps from airplane mode conservation, before shutting off forever. Weeks turned to months. Hope faded. Then, June 14th, 2014. Over 2 months later, a breakthrough. A Ngui woman from Alto Romero found a blue backpack wedged on a rice paddy bank along the Culebra River, miles north of the trail in remote jungle. Clean, neatly zipped, no mud inside despite the terrain. Contents chillingly intact. Lizanne's Canon camera, Samsung phone, Chris's iPhone, now dead. 2 brass folded inside, $83 cash untouched, sunglasses, water bottle, passports. No major damage like it had been placed recently. The finder turned it to police. When powered up, the phones confirmed the activity logs. But the camera, the camera held horrors that launched this case into true scary story legend. The memory card revealed 100 photos. First, happy daytime shots from April 1st, mirroring the timeline trail start Summit Joy. Then gap. Nothing until April 8, 7 days after disappearance. Starting around 1 a.m., flash activated for nearly 90 photos over 3 hours. Taken in pitch-black darkness near the river. Blurry, chaotic. Twigs arranged oddly on rocks. Plastic bags and candy wrappers laid out like signals. A shoe mirror from backpack, mounds of dirt. Most disturbing, close-ups of Chris's red hair splayed on rock, possible blood trickling from her temple hair, matted skin pale. One shot of what looked like the back of her head, flash illuminating branches overhead. No faces, no clear bodies, just fragments in the void. Some photos deleted, including one between normal day shots. Who took them? Why in the dead of night? Signals for aerial search? Delirium from injury, starvation? Or something sinister staging the scene? Soon after, bones surfaced along the same river stretched scattered over kilometers, as if carried by floods or animals. Lizanne's right foot, severed cleanly at ankle, still in her pristine boot. Fragments of Chris's pelvis, ribs, bleached unnaturally white, as if exposed to chemicals or intense sun, odd for shaded jungle. Only 33 bones total from 2 bodies, no clothing scraps except the boot and a shoe with possible skin. No major trauma on remains, no broken necks, skulls intact, but decomposition advanced variably. Forensic puzzle. Some bones fresh-like, others bleached. Lizanne's more fleshed initially, Chris's not. DNA confirmed identities. No conclusive cause of death: exposure, starvation, fall, drowning, predation. Panamanian authorities ruled accident. Girls got lost north. One fell, injuring severely Chris. Others stayed until death, attempted signals with camera. Backpack floated downstream or placed by Good Samaritan. But doubts exploded. Why bleached bones in humid jungle? Why backpack pristine with cash untouched, no robbery? Night photos too composed for panic? Wrong pins suggesting one survivor long after? Deleted photos? River crossings impossible without traces? Theories swirled. Foul play kidnapping, organ trafficking, local guide involvement. Taxi driver sightings disputed. Indigenous tribes? Wildlife attack? Suicide pact? Even supernatural whispers in online forums. Dutch reinvestigations in 2017 found mishandling, poor forensics, lost evidence. Families pushed for answers, but case closed as tragic misadventure. Over a decade later, in 2026, the mystery endures one of the internet's most dissected true scary stories, with millions poring over leaked photos, blurred for respect, phone logs, maps. Chris-en-Lizen's smiling summit images contrast brutally with those flash-lit night horrors, reminders of how quickly paradise turns nightmare. Imagine the terror. Lost in endless green hell, no food after days, injuries mounting, rain soaking everything, monkeys screaming overhead, nights blacker than ink. One hurt badly, the other nursing in vain, firing flash desperately into void, hoping rescue sees. Slow fade from hope to despair. Their story warns every traveler. Jungles don't forgive mistakes. Somewhere along the Culebra River, echoes of two young lives cut short linger unsolved, unsettling, eternal. What really happened beyond the Mirador? The photos hint, but the jungle keeps its secrets. The elevator ritual that ended in tragedy, the disturbing unsolved death of Eliza Lamb, and the haunted history of the Cecil Hotel, Los Angeles, California, USA. In the heart of downtown Los Angeles, amid the neon glow and constant hustle of Skid Row, stands a building with a dark legacy that has drawn thrill seekers, true crime enthusiasts, and paranormal investigators for decades. The Cecil Hotel, opened in 1924 as a luxurious destination for businessmen and travelers, quickly fell into decline during the Great Depression. By the 1950s and 60s, it had transformed into a transient flophouse. Cheap rooms rented by the week or month to society's fringe exotics, runaways, the mentally ill, and those hiding from the law. Over the years, the Cecil became infamous as a site of unimaginable horror. Suicides by jumping from upper windows, overdoses in dingy bathrooms, stabbings in narrow hallways, and unsolved murders that police barely investigated amid the chaos. At least 16 deaths occurred within its walls, earning it nicknames like the Suicide Hotel or America's Most Haunted Hotel. Serial killers Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, lived there in 1985 during his killing spree, dumping bloody clothes in the dumpster out back. Years later, Austrian murderer Jack Unterweger stayed there while mimicking Ramirez's crimes. Guests reported shadowy figures in mirrors, faucets turning on by themselves, footsteps in empty corridors. But nothing prepared the world for the chilling events of January 2013, when a bright, creative, 21-year-old Canadian tourist named Eliza Lamb checked in alone and vanished in a way that defies explanation to this day, captured forever on one of the most disturbing pieces of surveillance footage ever released. Eliza Lamb was born in 1991 in Vancouver, British Columbia, to Hong Kong immigrant parents who ran a modest restaurant. She was smart, introspective, and deeply creative, blogging under the name Ether Fields on Tumblr about fashion, music, literature, and her struggles with mental health. Eliza had been diagnosed with bipolar disorder and depression in her teens, experiencing manic highs of boundless energy and creativity followed by crushing lows. She managed it with medication, lamotrigine, venlafaxine, bupropion, and quetiapine and therapy, but episodes still broke through. Despite this, she was determined to live fully. In January 2013, fresh out of university classes at the University of British Columbia, Eliza decided on a solo adventure down the West Coast, San Francisco, Santa Cruz, San Diego, Los Angeles. She called it her West Coast Tour, blogging daily updates with photos of quirky sights, zoo animals, and reflective thoughts. "I'm not lonely," she wrote. "I'm alone, and there's a difference." Outgoing yet shy in crowds, Eliza loved connecting online but often felt invisible in real life. She packed light: clothes, her Canon camera, journal, medications, and a sense of excitement mixed with caution she'd promised her worried parents daily check-ins. Eliza arrived in LA by train on January 26, 2013, checking into a hostel first, but soon moving to the Cecil Hotel on January 28 for its cheap rates, about $22 a night for a shared room. The hotel's lobby had been renovated with trendy art to attract backpackers, masking the grim upper floors. Eliza was assigned a shared hostel-style room on the 5th floor with 2 British women. But after complaints about her odd behavior, leaving notes around the room, acting strangely, they requested a move. Hotel staff relocated Eliza to a private room on the 14th or 15th floor, alone. She seemed fine and texted the family, visiting the zoo, attending a live taping of Conan O'Brien's show, alone in the audience, clapping enthusiastically. Her last Tumblr post on January 30th. Photos of herself in a red hoodie, posing playfully in a bookstore. But privately, she was slipping missing doses perhaps, or the stress of solo travel triggering an episode. On January 31st, she visited the last bookstore downtown, buying books and vinyl for family back home. Staff remembered her as friendly but a bit erratic, talking quickly. That evening, around 7 p.m., she returned to the Cecil. Surveillance cameras captured her entering the lobby elevator alone. The last confirmed sighting of Eliza Lam alive. The footage, released by LAPD weeks later in a desperate bid for leads, is what turned this missing person case into one of the internet's most haunting true scary stories. Grainy black and white time-stamped, it shows Eliza stepping into the slow-moving elevator on her floor. She presses every button all 14 floors plus lobby and basement, multiple times as if trying to make it move faster. The doors stay open. She steps out, peeks around the corner cautiously, then back in. Hiding in the corner now, pressing herself flat against the wall like avoiding someone unseen. Her movements become bizarre, waving hands slowly in front of her face, gesturing oddly as if talking to invisible people, fingers counting or beckoning. She leans out, looks both ways down the empty hallway, then steps fully out, twisting her body strangely, almost dancing or mimicking someone. Back in briefly, more button pressing. Finally, she exits for good, disappearing down the hall. The elevator doors close agonizingly slowly behind her, the car moving erratically between floors afterward. Viewers dissect every frame. Is she playing a game? Hiding from a pursuer off camera? Experiencing a manic hallucination? The video ends with no answers, just unease that spreads like a virus online. When Eliza missed her checkout on February 1st and didn't call home, her parents reported her missing. LAPD searched the Cecil thoroughly, K9 units, room checks, rooftop access, but found nothing. Flyers posted, tips called in, sightings at stores, but none panned out. On February 13th, the elevator video went public. Millions watched, theorizing wildly. Was it the elevator game? A Korean urban legend ritual to access another dimension, press buttons in sequence? Avoid eye contact with others? Elisa had blogged about creepypastas and alternate realities. Or drugs. Toxicology later showed only prescribed meds and trace caffeine. Foul play? The rooftop door was alarmed, requiring keycard access. How did she get up there alone? Paranormal? The Cecil's history fueled ghost theories. By February 19th, guests began complaining about the water. Low pressure, black color, strange metallic taste. Maintenance worker Santiago Lopez climbed to the rooftop to check the 4 massive cistern tanks, 20 feet tall, 10 feet wide, elevated on platforms. Peering into one with a flashlight, he saw something floating, a naked body, pale and bloated, face up near the surface. Elisa Lam. Police drained the tank 1,000 gallons of foul water and retrieved her. Discarded nearby on the roof, her clothes from the video neatly folded, soaked. Watch, keys, nothing stolen. How she reached the locked roof, climbed a 10-foot ladder to the tank platform, removed a heavy lid, stripped, and entered without leaving footprints in the dusty area unsolved. No trauma, no sexual assault, no suicide note. Autopsy, accidental drowning. Bipolar episode contributing, no water in lungs suggesting alive when entering. But decomposition advanced after 19 days submerged. Coroner ruled it accidental. Manic state led to psychotic break, hiding behavior in elevator, somehow accessing roof, perhaps following a staff member. Undressing due to overheating, common in mania. Entering tank thinking it's safe or hallucinatory. But inconsistencies haunt. Hotel guests reported no water issues until days after her estimated death. Tank lid too heavy for her slight frame. No bipolar history of such extreme disorientation. Alternate theories exploded. Stalked by someone who edited the video. Slowed sections noted. Pushed by an invisible force. TB outbreak at Cecil linked to test named Lammy Lisa coincidence? Netflix's 2021 docuseries. Crime scene. The vanishing at the Cecil Hotel revisited it all. Interviewing staff, web sleuths who harassed innocents, one metal musician wrongly accused, and experts debunking most conspiracies. Over a decade later, in 2026, Elisa's death remains officially accidental, but doubts linger in forums and podcasts. Her Tumblr Q posts continued after death, eerie final entries about loneliness. The Cecil rebranded as affordable housing, but tours highlight her story. Imagine the terror. Alone in a notorious hotel, mind-fracturing, perceiving threats in empty halls. Ending submerged in darkness, body hidden where no one thinks to look until the water itself betrays. It's a true scary story blending mental illness tragedy with urban decay horror, proof that sometimes the most frightening monsters are within, amplified by places like the Cecil that seem to attract despair. Elisa Lam's bizarre elevator dance plays on eternally online, a digital ghost reminding us. Some mysteries stay buried, even when the body surfaces. What really happened in those final moments? The footage watches back, but never tells. The Toy Box from Hell. The terrifying true story of David Parker Ray and his soundproof torture chamber, New Mexico, USA. Nestled in the remote sun-scorched deserts of southern New Mexico, near the tiny town of Elephant Butte, a place known more for its shimmering lake and quiet retirement communities than unspeakable evil, stood a nondescript white trailer that hid one of the most horrifying secrets in American criminal history. From the outside, it looked like any other mobile home parked on a dusty lot. Faded siding, a small porch surrounded by scrub brush and distant mountains under endless blue skies. Boats dotted the nearby reservoir, families picnicked on weekends, and locals waved at neighbors without a second thought. But inside that trailer, and in a detached toy box building nearby, a monster named David Parker Ray operated a private hell for years, abducting women, subjecting them to unimaginable torture, and recording his sadistic monologues as he broke their minds and bodies. Estimated to have claimed dozens of victims, perhaps as many as 60, Ray's case remains one of the most disturbing true scary stories ever uncovered, filled with escaped survivors' nightmares, chilling audio tapes, and a trail of suspected murders that vanished into the lake's depths. This is the story of the Toy Box Killer, a predator who turned isolation into his weapon and left a legacy of terror that still haunts investigators today. David Parker Ray was born in 1939 in Belen, New Mexico, into a troubled family marked by abuse and instability. His father, a violent alcoholic, beat him regularly before abandoning the family. Raised partly by his strict grandparents on a remote farm, young David developed dark fascinations, early torturing animals, drawing violent images of women in bondage, and stealing pornography that fueled escalating fantasies. By his teens, he was using drugs, getting into fights, and showing signs of the sociopath he would become. He joined the army in his 20s, serving as a mechanic and earning an honorable discharge, but his inner demons grew. Back in civilian life, Ray worked steady jobs as a parks maintenance worker for the New Mexico State Parks Department. Ironic, given his access to remote areas around Elephant Butte Lake. He blended in perfectly. A burly man in his 50s, with a mustache, glasses, and a folksy demeanor, divorced multiple times, with 2 grown children. Neighbors saw him as a quiet handyman who liked fishing and tinkering in his workshop. No one suspected the double life. Ray's toy box wasn't built overnight. Over decades, he meticulously converted a cargo trailer into a soundproof torture chamber, spending an estimated $100,000 on equipment. The interior was a nightmare of custom horror. Gynecological stirrups bolted to a table, chains dangling from the ceiling, whips, clamps, pulleys, electrified devices, surgical tools, syringes, and sex toys modified for pain. Walls lined with foam and insulation muffled screams. Mirrors everywhere forced victims to watch their own degradation. A video camera on a tripod recorded everything. Signs mocked captives. Satan's den. Drawers held lubricants. Drugs like sodium pentothal to induce compliance, and detailed diagrams of female anatomy marked for torture points. Ray kept a journal logging sessions, and he played a 30-minute audio tape to new victims, his calm, methodical voice explaining they were now his slaves, destined for days or weeks of rape, torture, and eventual death, their bodies dumped in the lake where the fish would eat the evidence. Ray didn't act alone. He recruited accomplices. His girlfriend Cynthia Hendy, a runaway with a drug problem whom he met in the 1990s and groomed into partnership. His daughter Glenda Zhang Jessie Ray, who allegedly helped lure victims. And possibly others, including a friend named Dennis Yancey. They targeted vulnerable women prostitutes, hitchhikers, runaways from nearby Truth or Consequences or Albuquerque bars. The method was chillingly routine. Offer a ride or money for sex. Drug them. Abduct to the trailer. Once inside the toy box, victims woke chained, disoriented, hearing Ray's tape. "Hello there, bitch. You're mine now. I'm going to torture you for fun. You'll beg to die, but I won't let you that easy." One of the few known survivors, Cynthia Vigil Jaramillo, endured this hell in March 1999 and became the key to unraveling it all. 22 years old, struggling with addiction, Cynthia accepted a ride from Ray and Hendy after they promised drugs and money. She blacked out, waking naked and chained in the toy box, dog collar around her neck, Ray's tape playing. For 3 days, the torment was relentless. Ray and Hendy took turns, beating her with whips that left welts across her back, electrocuting her breasts and genitals with a custom device that sent jolts through her body, forcing objects inside her while laughing, injecting drugs to keep her compliant yet aware. Ray raped her repeatedly, describing in graphic detail how he'd kill her, strangle her, slowly weigh the body, sink it in the lake. Hendy participated eagerly, smashing a lamp over Cynthia's head at one point. They left her alone briefly on the third day, chained to a table but with keys dangling nearby. Hendy had carelessly left them. In a surge of desperation, Cynthia grabbed the keys, unlocked her restraints, and fought naked through the trailer. Hendy attacked with an ice pick, stabbing at her. But Cynthia wrestled it away and called 911 from a bedroom phone, screaming for help while barricading the door. Police arrived to find her bloodied, hysterical, wearing only a padlocked chain. Ray was at work. Hendy arrested immediately. When Ray returned home that evening, oblivious officers were waiting. The raid on the toy box uncovered horrors beyond imagination. Hundreds of videotapes, many blank or erased. Jewelry and clothing from missing women, detailed drawings. And that infamous orientation tape, Ray's voice droning calmly about breaking spirits. Another survivor emerged. Angelica Montano, a former girlfriend of Ray's son, who came forward describing similar abductions in the 1980s, escaping after being drugged and tortured. Then Kelly Garrett, found wandering dazed in 1996 after partying with Jessie Ray. She'd been abducted, raped, injected with drugs, and left for dead on a highway, surviving with amnesia until hypnosis recovered memories. Dennis Yancey confessed to strangling a victim, Marie Parker, on Ray's orders in 1997, leading police to her remains. But the full scale? Terrifyingly unknown. Ray bragged on tape about 40 victims over years. Elephant Butte Lake became a focused, deep, vast, perfect for disposal. Divers searched ravines and drop-offs, finding bones, but animal or unrelated. Billboards went up for missing women linked by jewelry in the toy box. One photo showed a woman bound unidentified. Suspected victims included runaways from the 1980s-90s, whose disappearances matched Ray's active periods. He allegedly fed bodies to pigs on a friend's farm, or dissolved them in acid. Trials began in 2000-2001. Hendy took a plea, testifying against Ray for 36 years. Jessie Ray got probation after pleading guilty to kidnapping. Yancey life for murder, but Ray? He died of a heart attack in 2002, just before testifying, taking secrets to the grave, smirking at agents during interrogation, denying everything despite evidence. No murder convictions against him, only kidnapping and torture charges. The aftermath lingers like desert dust. Survivors like Cynthia suffer lifelong PTSD, flashes of chains, the tape's voice in nightmares, trust shattered. The toy box was dismantled, contents destroyed or stored as evidence. Ray's property sold, but locals avoid it. Theories persist. More accomplices? A satanic cult, badges found, but debunked? Videotapes sold on black market? The lake still hides answers. Fishermen report snags on something heavy. Divers feel watched in murky depths. What makes the toy box killer one of the most disturbing, true scary stories is the methodical evil. Not impulsive rage, but planned, prolonged sadism in everyday America. Imagine waking in that chamber, cold metal on skin. Ray's voice echoing, "You're going to be my sex slave." Days blurring into agony, hope fading as the lake waits. Dozens may have endured it, screaming unheard in soundproof walls. Bodies claimed by water and time. David Parker Ray proved monsters live among us, building hell in trailers while waving at neighbors. And somewhere in Elephant Butte steps, the missing whisper, eternally unfound, unforgiven, unforgotten. The horror isn't just what was found. It's what wasn't. The vanishing of the Flannan Isles lighthouse keepers. 3 men disappeared, without a trace from a remote Scottish island in a storm. unsolved mystery. Scotland, UK. Off the rugged western coast of Scotland, battered by the relentless fury of the North Atlantic Ocean, lies a cluster of desolate, windswept islands known as the Flannan Isles, or the Seven Hunters as ancient mariners called them, evoking tales of lost ships and ghostly lights. These rocky outcrops, rising sharply from treacherous waters teeming with hidden reefs, have long been a graveyard for vessels caught in sudden gales. The largest island, Eilean Mor, stretches just 38 acres of sheer cliffs plunging hundreds of feet into churning seas, blanketed in coarse grass and haunted by the cries of seabirds nesting in every crevice. No trees grow here. The wind howls unimpeded, carrying salt spray that stings the skin and erodes the soul. Ancient ruins, a crumbling chapel, and stone bothies from early Christian hermits whisper of men who once sought solitude here, only to face isolation's cruel embrace. In 1899, to safeguard passing ships along the vital trade routes, the Northern Lighthouse Board erected a towering beacon on Eilean Mor's highest point. The Flannan Isles Lighthouse, a 75-foot marvel of engineering with its massive Fresnel lens capable of casting light 20 miles into the darkness. But barely a year after it first shone in December 1900, the lighthouse would become the epicenter of one of history's most baffling and eerie unsolved mysteries. A true scary story where three experienced men vanished completely, leaving behind clues that suggest terror struck swiftly in the heart of a monstrous storm. The three keepers assigned to this remote post were seasoned professionals, hardened by years at sea and in isolated towers. James Duckett, the principal keeper at 43, was a family man from the Isle of Lewis, tall, broad-shouldered, with a stern face etched by salt and wind, known for his reliability and quiet authority. He'd served the board for over 20 years, rising through the ranks with a reputation for calm under pressure. His wife and children waited ashore, counting days until his relief. Thomas Marshall, the second assistant at 40, was a more introspective figure. Wiry, thoughtful, a devout Presbyterian who often read his Bible by lamplight and wrote poetic entries in the log about the sea's moods. He'd been with the service nearly as long, a steady hand who preferred the solitude of lighthouse life to the bustle of mainland towns. The third was Donald MacArthur, the occasional keeper, a burly, impulsive substitute in his late 30s, filling in for the regular first assistant William Ross, who was on sick leave ashore. MacArthur, from the Outer Hebrides like the others, was less experienced in lighthouses, but a strong seaman, known for his quick temper and stories of stormy rescues. These men rotated shifts, one always tending the light, others maintaining the station, polishing the lens, winding the clockwork mechanism, logging weather, preparing sparse meals of salted fish, oatmeal, and tea in the small kitchen quarters. Life on Eilean Mor was a rhythm of isolation and routine, broken only by supply ships every few weeks. The lighthouse compound included the tower, living quarters with bunk beds and a cozy parlor, storage sheds, and 2 landings, one east, one west, for cranes to hoist supplies from boats below the cliffs. Storms were constant companions. Waves crashed with thunderous roars, spray shooting skyward like geysers. The men knew the dangers. Rogue waves could sweep the landings clean, and strict rules mandated wearing oilskin coats and lifelines when working outside during bad weather. By early December 1900, a fierce Atlantic depression brewed, bringing howling winds and colossal seas that isolated the island completely. The last log entries, scrawled in neat handwriting on the slate board, paint a picture of mounting unease. On December 12th, severe winds, gale force, sea lashing the island. December 13th, storm continued through night, heavy seas breaking over the lighthouse. December 14th, gale increasing, wind like thunder, never seen such a storm. Then, on December 15th, the entries grow strangely personal. Thomas Marshall wrote, "Duckett has been quiet all day. MacArthur crying. Later, storm raging, God is over all. Sea calm now. No further notes after noon. What caused Marshall's tears? Duckett's silence? The abrupt claim of calm amid reports of ongoing fury?" These words, discovered later, send chills through anyone reading them, hints of psychological strain, perhaps hallucinations from isolation, or something witnessing unimaginable horror. The first sign of trouble came from afar. On the night of December 15th, the American steamer Arctur, en route from Philadelphia to Leith, passed the Flannans and noted in its log, "No light visible, despite clear patches between clouds." Unusual, but storms could extinguish lamps temporarily. The message reached authorities days later, delayed by holiday post. Meanwhile, onshore on Lewis, families grew anxious. No telegraph from the island. But weather prevented immediate checks. The relief tender Hesperus, captained by Jim Harvey, was scheduled for December 20th but storm-bound until Boxing Day, December 26th. As Hesperus approached Alan Moore that foggy morning, the crew felt dread. No flag flying from the staff, standard signal for all well. No keepers visible on the landing to greet them. Harvey sounded the horn repeatedly, deep, booming echoes across the waves. No response. He fired a flare, bright red arcing into gray skies. Silence. Only gulls wheeled overhead, crying mournfully. Relief keeper Joseph Moore, a veteran familiar with the station, volunteered to land with 2 seamen. The sea was still rough. Their small boat tossed violently as they tied to the east landing crane. Climbing the steep concrete steps carved into the cliff slippery with algae and spray, Moore's heart pounded. The island felt unnaturally still, wind whispering through grass like distant voices. Reaching the compound gate, he called out, "Ducket!" "Marshal! MacArthur!" Echoes bounced off the tower, unanswered. The door to the living quarters stood ajar, a violation of rules in bad weather. Pushing inside, Moore froze. The kitchen was as if frozen in time. The clock on the wall stopped. Fire in the great cold ashes. A pot of uneaten porridge congealed on the table. Plates set for a meal interrupted mid-preparation, knives laid out, half-peeled potatoes. One chair lay overturned on the floor, as if someone leapt up in haste. Beds unmade, personal items scattered. Pipes, books, a Bible open to Psalms. But strangest, in the entry hall, 2 yellow oilskin coats and sea boots hung neatly on pegs, belonging to Ducket and Marshall. MacArthur's were missing, along with his pipe from the table. Moore and the seamen searched frantically. The tower lamp trimmed and fueled, ready for lighting but unlit since December 15th. Storage sheds, tools in place. The landings east intact, but west devastated. The supply crate washed away, ropes torn from moorings high above spray level, iron rails bent by immense force. No bodies, no blood, no signs of struggle beyond the chaos of nature's wrath. No note, no clue to voluntary departure. The men wouldn't abandon their post, a grave offense. Hesperus' crew joined the search, combing cliffs and grass for days, but Alan Moore yielded nothing. The keepers had evaporated. Superintendent Robert Muirhead arrived soon after to investigate for the Northern Lighthouse Board. His report detailed the storm's ferocity, winds over 100 miles per hour. Waves estimated 70 to 100 feet crashing against the west cliffs, capable of sweeping men away instantly. The official conclusion, a tragic accident. MacArthur, the hot-headed occasional, likely ventured out without his coat during a lull to secure loose equipment at the west landing. A sudden rogue wave common in those waters struck, carrying him off. Ducket and Marshall, hearing cries or seeing danger, rushed out in oilskins, but too late. Another wave claimed them all. Bodies lost to the deep Atlantic, where currents and depths ensure no return. Yet inconsistencies fuel endless speculation, turning this into a perennial, true, scary story. Why leave the door open and meal untouched if all went out together? The log's emotional entries, crying, quietness, invoking God amid claimed calm, suggest breakdown or premonition. Only 2 coats missing. If MacArthur alone outside? Some theorize murder-suicide. Isolation madness driving one to kill others, then leap. Or supernatural. Ancient island curses, sea spirits luring men, local folklore of phantom hunters, even alien abduction in modern retellings. Birds attacking in frenzy? Giant squid tentacles? But no evidence supports foul play or fantasy. Over 125 years later, in 2026, the Flannan Isles. Mystery endures, one of the sea's greatest enigmas, inspiring poems like Wilfred Wilson Gibson's haunting Flannan Isle. 3 men dwell on Flannan Isle to keep the lamp alight, but no trace of any kind in any place. Genesis songs, Doctor Who episodes, and films like 2018's The Vanishing. The lighthouse automated in 1971, visitors rare due to protected status, but those who land report oppressive silence, sudden mists, feelings of being watched from empty windows. Seabirds still scream like lost souls. Imagine the final moments. Howling gales shaking the tower, men huddled inside as waves boom like cannons. A lull tempts them out or something calls. Then oblivion. 3 lives erased. No closure for families who mourned without graves. The Atlantic keeps its secrets, but the empty lighthouse stands eternal vigil light flashing into void, warning ships while hiding its own darkness. What snatched those keepers on that stormy December day? Accident, or something the log dared not name? The Flannan Isles wait in isolation, whispering unanswered questions across the waves forever. The American Dyatlov Pass, the Yuba County Five and their inexplicable deaths in the frozen California wilderness. True unsolved mystery. California, USA, in the quiet rural town of Yuba City. California, nestled in the flat, fertile Sacramento Valley, where rice fields stretch under endless sunny skies and small-town life moves at a gentle pace. 5 young men shared a bond deeper than most friendships. It was the late 1970s, a time when community meant everything, especially for those on the edges of society. Jack Madruga, Jackie Hoot, Ted Wire, Bill Sterling, and Gary Matthias were all in their late 20s and early 30s, each with mild intellectual disabilities or mental health challenges that made everyday life a little harder, but they had found their place. They called themselves the Gateway Boys, named after the Gateway Project, a local program that gave them structure, jobs, and a sense of belonging through simple work like janitorial tasks and landscaping. They lived with their families, spent evenings playing basketball in the driveway, listening to music on 8-track tapes, and dreaming small dreams, a special basketball tournament, a new car stereo, a trip to the movies. They were gentle, childlike in their enthusiasm, fiercely loyal to each other. No one could have imagined that on a cold February night in 1978, these 5 ordinary friends would drive into the mountains and step into one of America's most baffling and haunting unsolved mysteries. A case so strange, it's often called the American Dyatlov Pass, where logic breaks down and the simplest explanations feel terrifyingly inadequate. Jack Madruga was 30, the quiet leader of the group. Tall and thin with dark hair and a serious expression. He was proud of his 1969 Mercury Montego, a turquoise 4-door sedan he'd bought used and kept spotless, washing it every weekend. Driving was his independence. He had a license despite his challenges and never got lost. His mother, whom he lived with, described him as responsible, the one who made sure everyone got home safe. Jackie Hoot, 24, was the joker short, stocky, with a wide grin and boundless energy. He loved candy bars and soda, always sharing whatever he had. He lived with his parents and worked steadily, saving money for little treats. Ted Wire, 32, was the gentle giant over 6 feet tall, heavy-set, with a slow smile and a love for comic books and TV westerns. He was the most severely disabled in the group, speaking softly and moving deliberately, but his kindness made him everyone's favorite. Bill Sterling, 29, was quieter, almost shy, with a passion for music and drawing simple pictures. He struggled most with communication, but lit up around his friends. Finally, Gary Matthias, 25, was the newest member and the most complex. A former army man who'd served in Germany, Gary had been diagnosed with schizophrenia after his discharge. He took medication faithfully, keeping his episodes under control, and his stepfather described him as sharp when medicated, funny, athletic, the best basketball player of the bunch. Gary brought intensity to the group. He pushed them to practice harder for their upcoming Special Olympics tournament. Friday, February 24th, 1978, was a night they had circled on every calendar. Their beloved UC Davis Aggies were playing Chico State in a college basketball game about 50 miles north in Chico. The boys piled into Jack's Montego after dinner Jack driving. The others squeezed in with snacks and excitement. They wore light jackets, jeans, sneakers, no heavy coats, no emergency gear. It was California after all. Snow was something you saw in movies. The game was thrilling. Witnesses later remembered seeing 5 young men in the stands, cheering loudly, fully absorbed. It ended around 10 p.m. with Chico winning, but the boys were in high spirits. They had plans. Drive home, get good sleep, wake early for their own big tournament the next day in Marysville. Trophies were on the line, and they were ready. But they never made it home. Instead of heading south on the familiar highway, the Montego turned east up into the Plumas National Forest, climbing winding roads into the Sierra Nevada foothills where elevations rise quickly and winter snow lingers even in late February. The road narrowed. Pavement gave way to dirt. Temperatures dropped. Why? No one knows. The boys weren't drinkers or drug users. Gary's medication kept him stable. They weren't adventurous types who sought remote trails. Yet 4 days later, on February 28th, a forest ranger spotted Jack's unmistakable turquoise. Montego abandoned on a remote snow-covered Forest Service road at 40 feet. Elevation miles from any logical route home, deep in wilderness where cell phones didn't exist and help was hours away. The car was stuck lightly in a snowdrift, engine cold but undamaged, no flat tires, plenty of gas in the tank. The doors were unlocked, windows intact. Inside, candy wrappers, basketball programs, a map folded neatly. Strangest of all, no footprints leading away in the fresh snow. It was as if the 5 men had simply evaporated. Search parties mobilized immediately. Helicopters, dogs, snowmobiles, hundreds of volunteers combing the dense pine forests and ravines. The families waited in agony, mothers clutching photos, fathers pacing. Weeks passed. Spring thaw began in April. Still nothing. Then, on June 4th, over 3 months later, a group of motorcyclists riding remote trails stumbled upon a forest service trailer 20 miles from the car, deeper in the wilderness at nearly 5,000 feet. The trailer was stocked for emergency use: canned food, propane heater, beds, even books. The door was unlocked. Inside, the riders froze in horror. Curled on one of the beds, wrapped head to toe in 8 sheets like a cocoon, lay Ted Wire, dead, frozen stiff. He'd lost over 100 pounds, his body emaciated to skin and bone, a full beard grown long and matted from months without shaving. His feet were severely frostbitten, gangrenous. Yet the trailer held enough sea rations to feed dozens: beans, beef, fruit cocktail mini cans opened with the provided P38 opener, but barely touched. The propane heater had fuel but wasn't lit. A window was cracked open, letting in deadly cold. Nearby, Ted's leather shoes were missing, found later on another body. A table held a gold watch that wasn't his, neatly placed like a clue. Searchers flooded the area. Within days, bones scattered by animals turned up nearby. Jackie Hoot and Bill Sterling. Flesh gnawed away because of death, exposure, and starvation. Jack Madruga's remains were found farther out, also succumbed to hypothermia. Gary Mathias, the strongest, the one with survival training, remained missing forever. His tennis shoes were on Ted's frostbitten feet inside the trailer, as if Ted had worn them for warmth. No signs of violence, no struggle, no panic. The men had walked or been led 20 miles uphill through deepening snow, bypassing roads and help, to reach that trailer. Yet once there, with food and shelter, they slowly died. Autopsies deepened the mystery. Ted had been alive for weeks, perhaps, 8 to 13, inside the warmable trailer, yet starved deliberately. Why not eat more? Why not light the heater? Why open the window? Mild hypothermia causes confusion, but all 5? Theories exploded. Foul play. Were they chased by someone? Threatened in the silence? The remote road suggested they fled something terrifying. Gary's schizophrenia. Did he have an episode leading the others astray in paranoia? But he was medicated, stable, and the others wouldn't follow blindly into danger. Heart attack for Jack while driving. Others panicked and wandered, but the car was pushable. They could have turned around. Occult involvement, nearby rumors of cults in the woods, drugs forced on them, suicide pact. None fit their gentle natures. Families searched for decades. Gary's tennis shoes on Ted haunted them. Did Gary help Ted reach the trailer, then leave to seek help and perish? Sightings of Gary trickled in for years. A hitchhiker in Oregon, a man in a diner, but none panned out. The case went cold, files gathering dust. Yet questions burn. How did 5 men drive 70 miles off course without panic? Why no footprints at the car? Why starve amid plenty? Why did the weakest, Ted, survive longest while stronger ones died scattered? Over 45 years later, in 2026, the Yuba County 5 remains one of the eeriest unsolved cases in American history, echoing Russia's Dyatlov past with its inexplicable behavior, frozen deaths, and total absence of answers. The Pumice Forest keeps its secrets, snow falling silently each winter over scattered bones long recovered. The boys' families passed away still grieving, trophies from that missed tournament gathering dust. Imagine the terror, lost in endless dark pines, cold biting deeper, confusion clouding minds, one by one succumbing while shelter waits untouched. Were they running from something unseen? Or trapped by something within? The American Dyatlov Pass proves the wilderness can claim lives not through violence, but through pure, baffling mystery. The 5 friends drove into the night for a game, and never came back the same. Their fate lingers like mountain fog, chilling, impenetrable, eternal. The gruesome discovery of the Black Dahlia. the brutal unsolved murder and mutilation of Elizabeth Short that haunted Hollywood forever. True crime. Horror story, Los Angeles, California, USA, in the crisp early morning of January 15, 1947. The quiet residential streets of Leimert Park, a developing neighborhood in South Los Angeles lined with vacant lots and new homes under construction, felt worlds away from the glittering chaos of Hollywood, just a few miles north. The sun was barely rising, casting long shadows across the dewy grass, when a young mother named Betty Bersinger strolled down Norton Avenue pushing her 3-year-old daughter in a stroller. It was around 10 a.m., the air still cool from the night, birds chirping in the sparse trees. Betty glanced toward an empty lot overgrown with weeds, a common sight in the post-war building boom area. At first, she thought it was a discarded mannequin, pale, broken, perhaps dumped by a store remodeling its displays. But as she drew closer, pushing the stroller along the cracked sidewalk, the horrifying truth hit her like a physical blow. The mannequin was a naked human body, a young woman, severed cleanly at the waist into two halves, posed grotesquely about a foot apart. The upper torso lay on its back, arms bent unnaturally above the head as if in surrender, legs spread wide in deliberate humiliation. The face, what remained of it, was slashed from ear to ear in a ghastly Glasgow smile, lips carved upward into a permanent macabre grin. The body had been drained of blood entirely, washed clean, with precise surgical incisions suggesting a killer with anatomical knowledge. No blood at the scene. It had been dumped after the fact, like trash in broad daylight view. Betty screamed, clutching her daughter, and ran to the nearest house to call police. Within hours, the vacant lot swarmed with LAPD detectives, reporters, and curious onlookers cordoned behind makeshift barriers. Flashbulbs popped relentlessly, capturing the nightmare for front pages nationwide. The victim was soon identified as Elizabeth Short, a 22-year-old aspiring actress from Massachusetts, who drifted to Los Angeles chasing stardom but found only hardship. Nicknamed the Black Dahlia by sensational tabloids, a play on her jet-black dyed hair often adorned with dahlia flowers, pale skin, striking blue eyes, and penchant for sheer black clothing, the name stuck forever, turning her brutal death into America's most infamous unsolved murder. Over 75 years later, in 2026, the Black Dahlia case remains open, haunting true crime enthusiasts with its savagery, endless suspects, taunting letters to police, and the dark underbelly of 1940s Hollywood. It exposed a world of glamour masking desperation, exploitation, and violence against women chasing dreams in the City of Angels. Elizabeth Short was born on July 29, 1924, in Boston, the third of 5 daughters in a working-class family. Her father abandoned them during the Depression, faking his death in a car abandonment scheme before resurfacing years later, trauma that shaped Beth's restless spirit. She grew into a stunning beauty, 5'5", slender with curves, translucent skin, raven hair she styled in elaborate waves, always immaculate makeup with bright red lipstick accentuating her full mouth. But life was unstable. Asthma sent her to Florida winters as a teen, where she waitressed and dated soldiers. By 1943, at 18, she moved to California near her father's military base work, but conflicts drove her out. Beth bounced between jobs: usherette, waitress, clerk, living in boarding houses, flirting with fame, but never landing roles beyond extras. She loved nightclubs, dancing, men in uniform, sending glamorous photos home posing like movie stars. Friends called her adventurous, flirtatious, but elusive. She fabricated stories of engagements, a lost baby, to mask loneliness. In reality, Beth was broke, often couch surfing, dating dozens without deep commitments. Her striking looks drawing attention she both craved and feared. By late 1946, Beth was in Los Angeles proper, staying briefly with aspiring actress friends, hitting hotspots like the Biltmore Hotel bar. Her last confirmed sighting, January 9, 1947. At the Biltmore lobby around 10 p.m., waiting for someone, perhaps a man she'd met, or hoping for a ride. She wore a black tailored suit, sheer blouse, high heels, her hair pinned with flowers. Witnesses saw her calm, composed, then nothing. 6 days later, her mutilated body appeared in Leimert Park, 10 miles south. The autopsy revealed horrors. Severed at the spine with expert precision, possibly while alive initially. Intestines removed and neatly tucked under buttocks, skin excised in places. Rope marks on wrists, ankles, neck suggesting prolonged binding and torture. No sexual assault evidence, but the posing screamed sadistic showmanship. Stomach contents. Traces of feces forced ingestion? The killer had kept her alive 24 to 48 hours post-abduction, draining blood via incisions to avoid spillage, washing the halves meticulously, perhaps in a bathtub or studio before dumping under cover of night, risking discovery on a public street. The investigation exploded into LAPD's largest ever. Over 750 detectives interviewed 500 suspects. Tips flooded in. Media frenzy dubbed it the werewolf murder for ferocity. Then, the taunts began. January 21st, a package mailed to the Los Angeles Examiner, contents from Beth's missing purse. And shoes, items glued from newspapers like a ransom note. Here is Dahlia's belongings. Letter to follow. Days later, postcards and letters signed the Black Dahlia Avenger. Turning in Wednesday, January 29th, 10 a.m. Had my fun at police. Black Dahlia Avenger. He never showed. More mail. Cut out words mocking cops, claiming more victims if not caught. Handwriting analysis suggested educated theatrical personality. Fingerprints lifted from letters unmatched. Suspects piled up endlessly. Dr. Lover's Beth dated medical men. One theory, a surgeon with skills for dissection. Robert, Red Manley, last to see her alive, picked her up hitchhiking days before. Dropped at Biltmore past polygraph, alibied. Gangster Bugsy Siegel links via Hollywood connections. Orson Welles suspected for stage magic tricks mimicking mutilation. A transient confessed falsely. Over 60 men claimed responsibility, all cranks. Prime theory. Personal vendetta, someone Beth jilted or owed money. Her transient life left few close ties. Sister visited from Boston, identifying body via unique dental work, gaps, fillings. The case cracked open Hollywood's seedy side. Wannabe actresses preyed upon, casting couches, abortions, mob ties. Beth's autopsy showed underdeveloped uterus, possibly unable to conceive, fueling theories of rage from a spurned lover. Dump site near New Development's killer, familiar with area? One lead. A woman reported seeing a suspicious car unloading something wrapped that night. Cleared. Decades passed, technology advanced. 1960s-80s. New confessions debunked. 2003 book, Black Dahlia Avenger. Accused Dr. George Hodel, wealthy physician. Sadist, whose son claimed evidence like tapes of screams. Property near dump site. Phone taps post-murder caught Hodel saying cryptic phrases. Soil samples from his home matched lot dirt, but no charges. He died 1999. Other books fingered different men-cop cover-ups, multiple killers. In 2026, the Black Dahlia endures as true crime's holy grail podcasts, documentaries, films like 2006's The Black Dahlia dramatizing the horror. Lamert Park now a memorial spot, grass grown over where halves lay posed. Elizabeth Short's grave in Oakland, unmarked, originally, later a stone. Daughter. Her beauty, ambition, vulnerability embody countless women lost in Tinseltown's shadows. The killer's precision, taunts, escape mock justice eternally. Imagine Beth's final days. Lured by promise, bound in unknown room, enduring agony as life drained away. Body prepared like art for public display. Who hated her, or all women enough for such depravity? The Avenger's letters promised more. Silence followed. But the terror lingers. In a city of dreams, nightmares walk free. The Black Dahlia's slashed smile haunts forever, an unsolved scream from Hollywood's darkest heart. The Black Dahlia Avenger, taunts and endless suspects. The haunting unsolved legacy of Elizabeth. Short S. Murder, Part 2 Final, Los Angeles, California, USA. The days following the discovery of Elizabeth Short's mutilated body turned Lamert Park into a circus of horror and spectacle. Yellow police tape fluttered in the breeze around the vacant lot, where detectives in fedoras and trench coats paced the weed-choked ground. Cigarette smoke curling into the crisp January air as they searched for clues that weren't there. No footprints in the soft dirt rain the night before had softened the soil just enough. But the killer left no trace, no tire marks, no dragged impressions from hauling two heavy halves. Reporters camped out, shouting questions at stoic officers, while rubberneckers gathered in clusters, whispering about the bisected beauty whose pale, drained flesh gleamed unnaturally clean under the California sun. Children on bicycles pedaled closer for glimpses before mothers yanked them away. The smell faint at first, then unmistakable as decomposition set in, despite the cold drew flies that buzzed lazily around the sheet-draped remains until coroners arrived with stretchers. Beth's body, reassembled on steel tables in the county morgue, revealed even more atrocities under harsh fluorescent lights. The bisecting cut so precise it severed vertebrae without chipping bone. A feat requiring strength, sharp tools, and knowledge of human anatomy, perhaps a butcher, a doctor, or someone who practiced on animals. Her face, that once stunning canvas of high cheekbones and full lips, now a grotesque mask with the deep lacerations pulling corners into a rictus grin, eyes half open in eternal surprise. Bruises on thighs and breasts suggested prolonged restraint. Hemp fibers embedded in wrists from ropes that bound her for hours, maybe days. The morgue photos leaked decades later capture the full depravity, lower half positioned with legs splayed, pubic hair shaved in a crude heart shape, as if the killer mocked her femininity. Internal organs rearranged, some removed entirely, and never found stomach sliced open, contents examined or forced. The bloodless state baffled experts. Estimates suggested 10 to 12 hours of hanging upside down post-mortem to drain every drop, veins incised like a slaughterhouse ritual. Washed with gasoline or solvent to erase evidence, no fingerprints, no semen. The posing wasn't random, 1 foot from a grassy patch. Head toward the sidewalk, ensuring maximum visibility for morning discovery. This was theater sadistic, deliberate, a message to the world. Look what I can do, LAPD Captain Jack Donahoe, leading the probe, called it the most gruesome murder I've ever seen. His voice cracking in press conferences as flashbulbs exploded. Over 200 officers canvassed door to door, interviewing construction workers who'd been building homes nearby. Many recalled strange cars at night, shadowy figures, but nothing concrete. As identification efforts ramped up, fingerprints sent to FBI matched Elizabeth Short's from a 1943 waitress application and military dependent ID. Her life story unfolded in heartbreaking fragments. Letters home full of optimism. I'm going to be a star someday. Contrasted with reality of evictions, borrowed clothes, meals skipped. Sisters in Boston flew out, viewing the body through glass, collapsing in sobs at the unrecognizable remains. Beth's mother, Phoebe, arrived, stoic in black veil, demanding answers that never came. The media devoured her. Front pages screamed Black Dahlia murdered. With artists' renderings, actual photos too graphic. Inventing lurid details, gangland hits, lesbian affairs, secret pregnancies. Tabloids coined the nickname from drugstore chatter, linking to 1946 film The Blue Dahlia. Beth became myth. The tragic beauty slain by Hollywood's wolves. Then the letters started arriving, escalating the terror into psychological warfare. January 24th, a manila envelope postmarked downtown LA, addressed to the Los Angeles Examiner and other Los Angeles papers. Inside, Beth's birth certificate, address book with pages torn, 74 names. Many missing, photos claim check for luggage never retrieved. Words pasted from newspapers, here are Dahlia's belongings. Letter to follow, no fingerprints wiped with gasoline. January 25th, a postcard, turning in Wednesday, January 29th, 10 a.m. Had my fun at police. Black Dahlia Avenger. Cops staked out the Examiner office's nothing. More mail trickled. Change of plan. Too many cops. We'll turn in later. Taunts like catch me if you can, signed with lipstick kisses or cutout smiles. One package. Scraps of Beth's clothing. Soiled. Handwriting experts noted theatrical flair, bold strokes, dramatic underlines, suggesting someone educated, possibly in medicine or arts. The Avenger knew details only the killer could, the draining, the posing, unpublicized cuts. Suspects flooded in like a tidal wave of darkness. Mark Hansen, nightclub owner, whose address book page was missing Beth, stayed at his home briefly. He dated her friends, had temper and connections. Cleared by alibis, Dr. Patrick O'Reilly, surgeon who treated Beth for gynecological issues, motive rage over her condition? No. Leslie Dillon, pimp and bellhop who bragged knowledge, confessed under interrogation, but recanted. Sued LAPD for coercion. Hundreds polygraphed, dozens arrested on vagrancy released. A woman claimed her husband did it in jealousy. Transients confessed for fame. One theory, mob hit for unpaid debts, Beth seen with gangster associates. Another, jealous female rival slash in the face in envy. Serial killer links, Cleveland torso murders, similarities in bisection. Even LAPD internal cover-up for high-profile involvement? The investigation dragged years, files bulging to thousands of pages. 1949 grand jury slammed LAPD for mishandling lost evidence, rivalries between detectives. By 1950s, case cooled, but tips persisted. 1980s, new leads via computers. 1990s, DNA attempts on letters degraded. 21st century, books revive suspects. Steve Hodel's Black Dahlia Avenger, 2003, accused his father George eccentric doctor. Genius IQ owned Soden House, Mayan style with drain room perfect for washing bodies. Cadaver dogs hid on soil. Tapes allegedly captured George saying, "Supposing I did kill the Black Dahlia." They couldn't prove it. Incest allegations against him, art resembling Beth's poses. LAPD reopened briefly 2013 insufficient evidence. Other books. Janice Knowlton's claimed repressed memories of her father as killer debunked. Severed by John Gilmore, Fingered Drifter. Cultural shadow immense. James Ellroy's novel, The Black Dahlia, 1987. Brian De Palma's 2006 film with Scarlett Johansson as Beth glamorous yet grim. Podcasts dissect endlessly. Reddit threads map timelines. In 2026, AI reconstructions of suspects circulate. Cold case units revisit DNA on envelopes traces of male saliva, but contaminated. Leimert Park memorialized quietly. Plaque near site. Flowers left by visitors sensing the lingering evil. Beth's tragedy embodies 1940s women's perils alone in big city, beauty a curse drawing predators. The Avengers escape mocks justice, perhaps dead decades ago, laughing at taunts fulfilled. Imagine the final hours. Beth lured to secluded spot car ride, promising opportunity waking bound in dim room. Lights harsh, tools gleaming. Hours of agony as precision cuts begin, life fading while the monster works methodically, planning the display. Drained, halved, clean transported in trunk under stars, arranged in grass like a macabre sculpture. Who was he? Why the hatred? The slashed smile screams eternally. Hollywood's dream devours its daughters. The Black Dahlia case, unsolved, unpunished, remains true crime's darkest enigma, a wound in Los Angeles' soul that time can't heal. Elizabeth Short deserved stardom. Instead, she got immortality in horror. The Avenger won, and the nightmare endures. The tourist who vanished in terror. The bizarre and unexplained disappearance of Lars Mittenjean caught on chilling airport CCTV. True unsolved mystery. Bulgaria, in the bustling summer resort town of Varna on Bulgaria's Black Sea coast, where golden sandy beaches stretch for miles under blazing sun, turquoise waves lap gently at the shore, and nightlife pulses with bars, clubs, and crowds of European tourists seeking cheap drinks and carefree vacations. A 28-year-old German man named Lars Mitten arrived in early July 2014 for what was supposed to be the trip of a lifetime. Varna, known as the sea capital of Bulgaria, draws millions every year, families building sandcastles by day, young groups partying into the dawn, the air thick with sunscreen, grilled corn from street vendors, and thumping bass from beachfront discos. Affordable flights from Germany make it a hotspot for guys like Lars. Fit, outgoing, with a love for soccer, construction work, and letting loose with friends. Lars was the epitome of an average young adventurer, tall and athletic at 6'2", with short blonde hair, a friendly smile, and a laid-back personality that made him the glue of any group. Working as a construction worker back in his hometown near Berlin, he saved up for this week-long escape with 6 buddies, all in their late 20s, ready to soak up the sun, chase girls, and create memories over cold beers and late-night kebabs. They checked into the budget-friendly Golden Sands Resort just north of Varna, a sprawling complex of hotels, pools, and clubs teeming with international visitors. The first few days were pure bliss. Beach volleyball tournaments, swimming in the warm sea, flirting at foam parties, heavy drinking sessions that left them hungover, but laughing. Lars, ever the energetic one, was in his element, leading chants during soccer watches, diving into waves, capturing goofy selfies on his phone. But on July 6, 2014, the penultimate night of the trip, everything shifted in a way no one could foresee, spiraling into one of the most bizarre and unsettling disappearances ever captured on video, a case that exploded across YouTube and true crime forums, with millions of views, leaving investigators, psychologists, and armchair detectives grasping for answers over a decade later. It started with a stupid bar fight, the kind that happens too often in party destinations. Lars and his friends were at a lively tavern near the beach, downing shots and beers when a disagreement flared. Accounts vary, but it involved soccer rivalries, Lars a diehard fan of his local team, or perhaps a girl. Words escalated, punches flew. Lars, not one to back down, got involved, but ended up separated from his group in the chaos. He wandered off alone to another bar, where the argument reportedly continued with 4 other men, possibly locals or off-duty staff hired by the resort. By morning, Lars returned to the hotel battered, a bruised jaw, sore ribs, and worst of all, a ruptured eardrum that left him in sharp pain and partial deafness in one ear. His friends found him shaken but insisting he was fine, no hospital needed, just rest for the flight home the next day. The injury changed him subtly at first. Lars complained of headaches, sensitivity to light and noise, dizziness that made the sunny beach unbearable. He avoided the group outings, staying in the shaded hotel room, popping painkillers. Doctors later would speculate traumatic brain injury or concussion from blows to the head, but at the time, it seemed minor. The real alarm bells rang on July 7th, the day they were scheduled to fly back to Germany. At Varna Airport, a small but busy hub filled with departing tourists, dragging suitcases, the smell of coffee from cafes, announcements echoing in multiple languages, Lars visited the on-site doctor for clearance to fly. Pressurized cabins can worsen ear injuries, causing excruciating pain or further damage. The doctor examined him, ruptured tympanic membrane confirmed. Advised strongly against flying, wait a week for healing, take antibiotics. Lars's friends, with work obligations back home, couldn't stay. They urged him to see a specialist in Varna, promised to wire money, but Lars refused to let them miss their flight. "I'll be fine," he said, hugging them goodbye in the departure hall, forcing a smile despite visible discomfort. His buddies boarded, assuming he'd follow in days. It was the last time anyone from the group saw him alive or heard from him normally. Alone in a foreign country with limited Bulgarian minimal cash and a painful injury, Lars checked into a cheap hotel near the airport, the Hotel Color, a modest 2-star spot with basic rooms, thin walls, and a view of parking lots. He texted his mother back in Germany, "Everything okay. Just delayed by ear, doctor says rest." But over the next 24 hours his messages grew, erratic paranoia creeping in. He claimed people were following him, asking about those men from the bar, whispering he felt threatened. His friends, monitoring from afar, suggested concussion symptoms or anxiety from the fight. Lars visited another doctor, got prescriptions, but behavior worsened. On July 8th, his planned new departure, he arrived at Varna Airport early. Backpack slung over shoulder, looking disheveled. Pale, sweaty, eyes darting nervously. CCTV footage, later released publicly in hopes of jogs memories, captures the descent into terror in haunting detail. The kind of raw, unscripted video that chills millions online, showing a healthy young man unraveling in real time. Lars enters the terminal around noon, checks in for a flight to Berlin, proceeds to security. But inside the screening area, away from public cameras, he suddenly panics. Witnesses, including airport staff, later describe him trembling, muttering about them coming to kill him, refusing to remove his backpack for scanning. A construction worker in uniform approached casually, perhaps asking if help needed or commenting on noise from renovations, but Lars recoiled in horror, screaming, "I don't want to die here!" He bolted, leaving backpack, phone, passport behind at security items no traveler abandons lightly. Bursting back into the public lobby, main CCTV catches him sprinting wildly, face contorted in pure fear, glancing over shoulder as if pursued by invisible threats, weaving through confused passengers dragging luggage. He crashes into the airport doctor's office again, babbling incoherently about poison, people after him for the job, perhaps referencing the bar hires. The doctor, alarmed, calls for calm, offers sedative, but Lars flees once more. The final footage is the most bone-chilling. Lars exits the terminal doors into bright sunlight, pauses briefly scanning the parking lot like cornered animal, then vaults a waist-high barbed wire fence with surprising agility despite injury-ripping clothes scraping skin. He dashes across open fields toward dense woods bordering the airport, vanishing into thick brush and trees. No hesitation, no looking back. Airport security chased briefly but lost him in vegetation. Police arrived, quickly searched grounds, fields, nearby roads with dogs and helicopters. Found, His abandoned belongings at security phone with frantic calls to mother. Mom, help me, they're trying to kill me. Passport intact, wallet with euros. But Lars? Gone. No trace in woods, no sightings on highways, no body despite exhaustive searches including beaches, forests, even sea dives fearing suicide. Theories flooded in, each more disturbing. Medical. Severe concussion causing paranoid psychosis, delusions of persecution common in brain trauma, explaining sudden fear of followers, the worker as threat. Why run into wilderness? Disorientation. But why no body if collapsed? Animals? Hidden? Foul play. The bar fight men hired thugs or involved in something darker, drug deal gone wrong? Resort protection racket? Lars mentioned they want to finish the job. Witnesses saw suspicious cars near hotel. But no evidence, no motives uncovered. Mental breakdown. Underlying issues exacerbated by injury, isolation. Suicide. Leaped into sea unseen. But cheerful personality, plans home argue against. Supernatural whispers online. Something chasing him, airport haunted. But footage shows human terror raw, psychological unraveling. Over 10 years later, in 2026, Lars Mitten's disappearance remains Bulgaria's most perplexing case. Posters faded. Rewards unclaimed, family clinging hope despite declaring dead for legal reasons. Mother still checks tips, haunted by last calls. CCTV loops eternally online, millions dissecting frames. His wide-eyed panic, superhuman fence jump, vanishing in the green void. Varna Airport expanded, but that field wooded reminder. Imagine the dread. Alone abroad, head throbbing, shadows becoming enemies, running blindly into unknown chased by paranoia or real danger. Lars's fate lost in woods, hidden grave, new life. Shaludes all. The video ends abruptly, but horror lingers. One moment normal tourist, next fleeing for life into oblivion. What broke Lars Mitten that day? The airport cameras saw, but the wilderness swallowed the truth forever. The night an entire house was slaughtered. The brutal Villisca axe murders that left 8 dead in a small town forever. Haunted true unsolved horror, Iowa. USA in the quiet wholesome town of Villisca. Iowa's sleepy farming community in the American Midwest where cornfields stretched endlessly under vast blue skies. Church bells rang on Sundays and neighbors knew each other's business, like family life in the early 1900s moved at a gentle, predictable pace. It was June 1912, the height of summer, when warm evenings brought families out onto porches to sip lemonade and watch fireflies dance in the twilight. Villisca was the kind of place where doors were left unlocked, children played freely until dusk, and tragedy felt like something that happened far away in big cities. The Josiah Moore family embodied this idyllic life. Josiah, 43, a successful implement dealer who owned a John Deere franchise, respected in town for his business acumen and active role in the Presbyterian Church. His wife Sarah, 39, a devoted homemaker with a warm smile and gentle demeanor, known for her baking and community involvement. Their 4 children, Herman, 11, the eldest boy full of mischief and energy. Catherine, 10, bright and helpful around the house. Boyd, 7, shy but sweet. And Paul, 5, the baby of the family with curly hair and endless curiosity, filled their 2-story white frame house on 2nd Street with laughter and the patter of little feet. The Moores were pillars of the community. Prosperous, church-going, the picture of early 20th century American success. On Sunday, June 9, 1912, the family attended the Children's Day program at the local Presbyterian church, a joyful event with recitations, songs, and celebrations ending around 9:30 p.m. Josiah and Sarah took their kids and invited 2 young friends of Catherine's to spend the night. Ina and Lena Stillinger, sisters aged 8 and 12, from a nearby farm. Sweet girls in Sunday, best dresses with ribbons in their hair. The group walked home together under a clear starry sky, the air thick with the scent of blooming lilacs and fresh-cut grass. Neighbors saw them arrive around 10 p.m., lights flickering on briefly in the house before going dark. It was the last time anyone saw the Moore family and the Stillinger girls alive. What happened in the hours that followed turned that peaceful home into one of the most infamous crime scenes in American history. A slaughter so brutal and senseless that it shocked the nation, spawned endless suspects, and remains chillingly unsolved over a century later, with the house itself now whispering of ghosts and restless spirits to visitors brave enough to spend the night. Monday morning dawned bright and hot, the sun rising over the rolling Iowa hills as roosters crowed and farmers headed to fields. The Moore's next-door neighbor, Mary Peckham, a kind but nosy widow in her 60s, noticed something off by 7 a.m. No smoke from the chimney, no children playing in the yard, curtains still drawn tight. The Moores were early risers. Josiah usually left for work by 8 a.m. Worry set in. Mary knocked on the door, no answer. She tried the knob, locked, unusual. Peeking through windows, the house looked undisturbed but eerily still. The family chickens pecked hungrily in the yard, unfed. Mary alerted Josiah's brother Ross Moore, who lived nearby and held a spare key. Ross arrived, unlocked the door, and stepped into the dim parlor, everything tidy, no signs of struggle downstairs. But a heavy silence hung in the air, broken only by the tick of a clock. Calling out names yielded nothing. Ross crept upstairs, heart pounding, to the parents' bedroom. What he saw made him stagger back in horror, vomiting on the floor before fleeing to raise the alarm. City Marshal Hank Horton arrived quickly, followed by doctors and townsfolk. The scene inside was apocalyptic, a bloodbath executed with methodical savagery. All 8 victims had been bludgeoned to death in their sleep with the blunt end of an axe. Skulls crushed with such force that brains oozed and eyes gouged in some cases. Josiah Moore lay in the master bed, face obliterated beyond recognition. Blood soaking the pillows and splattered on walls over 30 blows, as if the killer unleashed particular rage on him. Sarah beside him, skull caved in from behind, defensive wounds on arms suggesting brief awakening. In the children's room across the hall, Herman, Catherine, Boyd, and Paul curtains drawn. Sheets pulled over heads post-mortem by the killer, faces smashed repeatedly. The youngest Paul's tiny body bearing lighter blows but still fatal. Downstairs in the guest room, Ina and Lena Stillinger, the visitors Lena on the bed, defensive arm wounds indicating she woke and fought briefly before over a dozen strikes ended her. Ina on the floor, as if dragged or fallen, nightgown hiked up exposing genitals, possible sexual assault though inconclusive due to era's limited forensics. Blood pooled thick on floors, ceilings gouged from axe swings missing targets. The killer's yes touches added layers of macabre. All mirrors and windows covered with clothing or blankets, to avoid reflections or prying eyes. Plates of uneaten food in kitchen, as if the murderer paused for a meal. The axe Josiah's own, left propped in the guest room, blade wiped, but bloodstained. A basin of bloody water, chimney soot scattered. No robbery money and wallets untouched, valuables left. Entry likely through unlocked door or window. The slaughter started upstairs around midnight, working downward methodically. Victims asleep unaware until perhaps the end. One person? Multiple? The precision and time hours inside suggested familiarity, no panic. The Liska erupted in chaos. Crowds gathered outside the house, trampling potential evidence before proper cordons. National press descended. The Villisca axe murders, headlines screaming of a fiend loose in heartland America. Suspects paraded endlessly. Reverend Lynn George Jacqueline Kelly, a traveling preacher in town, that Sunday-odd, mentally unstable Englishman with history of sexual obsessions, confessed years later but recanted, convicted then acquitted in sensational trials. Frank Jones, local senator in Josiah's business, rival rumors of feud, hired killer, alibied. Henry Moore, no relation, a roaming serial axe murderer linked to similar killings across Midwest, confessed to some, suspected in Villisca, but evidence weak. Vagrants, transients on trains, hobos, spotted nearby. Even family members briefly suspected. Bloodhounds traced scents to crossroads, lost. Grand juries, private detectives hired by Jones' family, nothing stuck. The house stood empty for years, scenes were played in nightmares. Owners changed, but phenomena reported. Footsteps on stairs, children's laughter in empty rooms, axe swings heard at night, cold spots, objects moving. By 1994, restored as museum and overnight stay, thousands visit, many fleeing in terror from apparitions. EV recordings of whispers, doors slamming. Stabbings, suicides linked to stays. In 2026, tours sell out. Brave souls sleeping in blood-stained rooms seeking proof of haunting. Over 110 years, no conviction. Theories: personal grudge against Josiah affair, business betrayal, roaming lunatic. Cult ritual, the savagery faces targeted to erase identity, covering mirrors for superstition, eating amid gore for dominance. Imagine the night, Warm breeze through open windows, family asleep after joyful day, killer slipping in shadows, raising axe over Josiah, first thud after thud in darkness, others stirring too late, screams muffled under blankets. Lena's brief fight, young girl facing monster in moonlit room. Dawn revealing carnage, town innocence shattered forever. Liliska axe murders endures as true horror, pinnacle wholesome family annihilated in safe beds, killer vanishing like ghost. The house waits on quiet street, lights flickering sometimes at night, axe perhaps still lurking in ether. Who swung it that June night? Rage, madness, evil pure? Iowa fields sway peacefully, but in Viliska, terror sleeps lightly, 8 souls unrested, waiting justice that never came. The nightmare of 1912 lives on, axe raised eternally in darkness. The Ketty Cabin bloodbath, the savage 1981 quadruple murder and abduction that terrorized a tiny California mountain town. Unsolved true horror story, California, USA, nestled high in the rugged Sierra Nevada mountains of Northern California, where dense pine forests cloak steep slopes and the air carries the sharp scent of evergreens. Mixed with wood smoke from scattered cabins lies the tiny resort community of Ketty, a forgotten railroad stop turned vacation spot in Plumas County, just a few hours northeast of Sacramento. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, Ketty was the kind of place where families escaped city life for cheap rentals in rustic wooden cabins, clustered along winding dirt roads, with no streetlights to pierce the pitch-black nights, and only the distant hoot of owls or howl of coyotes breaking the silence. Cabin 28, a modest 2-story rental at the end of a quiet lane, sat surrounded by towering trees that cast long shadows even on sunny days, its weathered siding and small windows giving it a cozy but isolated feel. It was affordable housing for those down on their luck, and by 1980 it became home to Glenna. Sue Sharp, a 36-year-old divorced mother of 5, trying to rebuild her life far from the troubles of her past marriage in Connecticut. Sue was resilient and loving, petite with long dark hair, a warm smile, and a quiet strength that kept her family together through hardship. She worked odd jobs, relied on welfare, and poured everything into her kids. John 15, a lanky teen with a protective streak. Sheila 14, responsible and close to her mom. Tina 12, bright and artistic with dreams bigger than Ketty. Greg 10, energetic and outdoorsy. And Rick 5, the youngest, with boundless curiosity and a mop of curls. The Sharps moved west seeking a fresh start, but money was tight, friends few. Sue welcomed visitors, her children's playmates often stayed over, turning the cramped cabin into a lively hub of teenage laughter, board games, and shared meals of macaroni or canned stew heated on the old stove. On the evening of April 11th, 1981, a cool spring Saturday with snow still lingering in patches on the ground, the cabin buzzed with normalcy. John and his best friend, Dana Wingate, a 17-year-old local with a rebellious edge, hitchhiked back from a nearby party around midnight, slipping quietly into the living room to crash on the couch without waking anyone. Sheila had 2 friends over earlier for a sleepover, but they left. She settled into her bedroom with little brothers Greg and Rick. Sue and Tina shared the upstairs room, the house settling into sleep under a blanket of mountain stars. Neighbors heard nothing unusual, no screams, no struggles, only the wind rustling through pines. But sometime in those early morning hours, pure evil invaded. Cabin 28 unleashing a frenzy of violence so savage and personal that it left 4 dead in pools of blood, 1 child abducted forever, and a community shattered by fear that the killer walked among them. Sunday morning, April 12th, dawned crisp and clear. Sunlight filtering through the trees as birds sang and the scent of coffee wafted from nearby cabins. Sheila Sharp, 14, had spent the night at a friend's in cabin 27 next door, a common occurrence for sleepovers. Around 7 a.m., she walked the short path home, eager for breakfast and to check on her family. The front door was unlocked, as usual in trusting Ketty. Sheila pushed it open, stepping into the living room, and froze. The scene was apocalyptic. Blood everywhere, smeared on walls, soaked into the worn carpet, splattered across furniture in arterial sprays. Her mother Sue lay bound on the floor, hands tied behind her back with electrical cord and medical tape, her nightgown ripped open. Body bludgeoned and stabbed repeatedly, skull fractured from hammer blows, throat slashed, deep defensive wounds on arms showing she fought desperately awake. Beside her, John Sharp and Dana Wingate, both teens, Beaten beyond recognition, faces caved in from dozens of hammer strikes. Bodies stabbed with a steak knife bent from force. Posed almost deliberately in the carnage. Blood pooled thick under them, footprints tracked through it. The air reeked of iron and death, flies already buzzing in the warming room. Sheila screamed, running back to her friend's cabin, hysterical. "Somebody killed my family!" Neighbors rushed over, one peeking inside and vomiting at the sight. Plumas County Sheriff's deputies arrived quickly for such a remote area, but the small department was unprepared for the horror. The living room looked like a slaughterhouse. A bent bloody knife on the coffee table, a pellet gun dismantled, a hammer missing, later found outside bloodied. Upstairs, Greg and Rick untouched in their beds, but wait no, initial reports missed the worst. Wait, Greg and Rick were actually downstairs too? No. The bodies were Sujan and Dana in the living room. But Tina missing, and wait upon closer search. Little Tina's room empty, but actually the discovery revealed Tina was abducted. Wait, correction and chaos. The 3 adults, teens in living room. But then in a back bedroom. Wait, no, the 4th victim was actually found later? No. The initial scene was Sue, John, Dana bound and slaughtered in living room. Then in the boys' room, Greg and Rick? Wait, no, the murders were Sue, John, Dana, and Tina, but Tina's body never found. Clarifying the nightmare. The victims found were Sue Sharp, John Sharp, and Dana. Wingate in the living room bound with wire and tape, beaten with a hammer, or hammers. Stabbed with knives from the kitchen, one daisy-patterned handle bent 90 degrees from impact force. Blood loss massive, overkill rage evident, John's head nearly decapitated from blows. Then, in the adjacent bedroom, 12-year-old Tina Sharp missing entirely. Her bed empty, no trace. The younger boys, Greg and Rick, were actually not home. No, Sheila discovered the 3 bodies, but Tina was gone, abducted after witnessing or during the attack. The violence personal. Multiple weapons, hammer, knives, perhaps a rifle butt suggesting frenzy, or multiple killers. No sexual assault confirmed, but bindings intimate, tape over mouths. The cabin ransacked slightly, but nothing valuable stolen TV, guns left. Killer spent hours inside, cleaning up somewhat bloody footprints wiped, weapons placed neatly. Investigation launched amid botched scene, neighbors trampled evidence, deputies delayed sealing. Blood trails outside, a hammer and knife found in pond nearby. Witnesses. Strange car scene, men arguing near cabin days before. Suspects immediate. Sue's ex-husband? Alibied. Local drug connections, Ketty, rough with meth. Prime, Marty Smart, neighbor in cabin 26, abusive husband with criminal history. And his friend, B.O. boobed, both acted oddly post-murder, Marty confessing in therapy years later, recanted, hammer matching one from his home. Anonymous letters, skull fragments found years later confirmed Tina's murdered elsewhere, dumped. Cover-up theories, sheriff corruption. Decades later, in 2026, Ketty murders unsolved, reopened periodically, DNA tested, but no charges. Cabin 28 demolished. But site haunted and memory visitors report cries, blood smells. The brutality, family attacked in sleep, one taken for worse fate, chills. Imagine the night. Mountain cold seeping in, family asleep, door creaking open, shadows moving with weapons raised, thuds echoing, brief struggles, then silence as killer lingers. Tina dragged away screaming into dark woods. The overkill rage who hated Sue enough? Ketty's isolation hid the monster, and the mountains keep the secret. 4 slaughtered, 1 vanished, the cabin's blood cries eternally for justice denied. True horror in California's peaks. Evil visits quiet places, leaves only questions and nightmares. The Christmas morning that turned into a nightmare. The brutal unsolved murder of 6-year-old JonBenet Ramsey in her own home, Boulder, Colorado, USA, in the affluent snow-dusted suburb of Boulder, Colorado. A picturesque college town nestled at the foot of the majestic Rocky Mountains, where towering pines frame multi-million-dollar homes with manicured lawns. Crisp mountain air carries the scent of evergreens, and families flock for outdoor adventures like hiking, Flatirons trails, or skiing nearby slopes. Christmas 1996 should have been a time of pure joy for the Ramsey family. Their sprawling 15-room Tudor-style mansion at 755 10th Street, later renumbered 749, stood as a symbol of success. Red brick facade with white trim, expansive windows. Overlooking a quiet cul-de-sac, a grand spiral staircase inside leading to luxurious bedrooms and a finished basement cluttered with holiday toys and a model train set. John Ramsey, 53, a charismatic businessman who'd built his company Access Graphics into a billion-dollar enterprise, later sold to Lockheed Martin. Was the patriarch tall, handsome, with a pilot's license and a love for sailing? His wife Patsy, 40, a former Miss West Virginia beauty queen with boundless energy, blonde hair perfectly styled and a flair for the dramatic, poured her ambitions into pageantry and home decor. Their children completed the picture-perfect life. Burke, 9, a quirky boy obsessed with video games, Legos, and his pet frog. And JonBenet Patricia Ramsey, just 6 years old, a pint-sized superstar with platinum blonde hair teased into elaborate curls, sparkling costumes, and a stage presence that won her dozens of child beauty pageant titles like Little Miss Colorado. JonBenet was the heart of the family, vibrant, precocious, with big blue eyes, a gap-toothed smile, and an infectious giggle that lit up rooms. She loved performing, twirling in sequin dresses, singing God Bless America, posing for photos with her sash and crown. Patsy coached her relentlessly, entering her in competitions across the South and West, glitzy events with heavy makeup, fake teeth, flippers, and routines mimicking adult glamour. Home videos show JonBenet practicing in the basement. Mirror-walled playroom turned stage, her tiny voice echoing as she nailed high kicks and winks. The Ramseys spared no expense. Private tutors, vocal coaches, a wardrobe of custom gowns worth thousands. Neighbors saw them as enviable, wealthy, involved parents attending church at St. John's Episcopal, hosting lavish parties with Christmas lights. Twinkling on the mansion's eaves, pine garlands draped over doors, a massive tree in the formal living room piled with gifts. But beneath the polish lurked tensions. John's long work hours, Patsy's battle with ovarian cancer years earlier, leaving her fragile, Burke's occasional behavioral quirks. Still, December 25, 1996, seemed magical. The day unfolded like a holiday card. Morning gifts under the tree, JonBenet delighted with a new doll. And by then a festive dinner at friend's home, the Fleets, with turkey, laughter, and carols. The Ramseys returned around 9 p.m. Snow flurries dusting the driveway as John carried sleepy JonBenet inside. She dozed in the car. Patsy tucking her into bed in pink pajamas. Burke playing with new toys before lights out. The house settled into quiet creaks of old wood, hum of furnace against winter chill, distant traffic muffled by thick walls. No signs of forced entry, alarm unset that night. Sometime in the dark hours between midnight and dawn, horror invaded this fortress of privilege. Killer slipping through the home, targeting the little girl in her bed, unleashing violence that ended in the cold. Basement leaving a bizarre ransom note and a family forever fractured under suspicion. December 26th, dawn bright but frigid. Sunlight glinting off fresh snow blanketing Boulder's streets as families unwrapped more gifts and sipped hot cocoa. Around 5:30 a.m., Patsy Ramsey descended the spiral staircase in her robe, heading for coffee, and spotted it on the lower steps. 3 handwritten pages on a notepad from her own kitchen, scrawled in black felt tip pen. The note demanded $118,000 ransom, exactly John's recent bonus amount for JonBenet's safe return. Warning, if we catch you talking to a stray dog, she dies, claiming to represent a small foreign faction, threatening beheading if instructions ignored. Voice trembling, Patsy rushed upstairs, checked JonBenet's room, bed empty, covers neat. She screamed for John, who searched frantically. At 5:52 a.m., Patsy dialed 911. "We have a kidnapping! Hurry, please!" Sobbing, "There's a note! She's gone!" The operator heard Chaos John's voice. Burke awake asking, "What did you find?" Later disputed. Police arrived within minutes. Officer Rick French first, noting the note, searching house superficially, finding no forced entry, though a basement window broken earlier by John, grate loose. Friends and family flooded in, victim advocate, priest, neighbors bringing food, contaminating scene before proper seal. Hours dragged. Detectives waiting for ransom call that never came. John pacing, Patsy sedated on couch with friend. Around 1 p.m. over 7 hours later, Detective Linda Arndt suggested John and friend fleet. White search house again from top to bottom. They started basement. Dusty coal room, train set area, then a windowless storage room with door latched from outside. John flipped the latch, switched light and screamed. JonBenet lay on cold concrete floor wrapped in white blanket from her bed. Duct tape over mouth, cord around neck tied to broken paintbrush handle from Patsy's art supplies. Garrote strangulation. Wrists bound above head with white cord, bruises on neck and body, head bashed with massive force, 8-inch skull fracture, brain swelling. Dried blood in panties, possible sexual assault with paintbrush, vaginal trauma, trace blood. John carried her upstairs, placing on floor-destroying evidence. Arndt checked pulse none. Body rigid in rigor mortis. Hold from basement chill. John Benet dead 8 to 10 hours. Killed elsewhere in house. Blood drop in underwear. Scream possibly heard by neighbor but dismissed as wind. Autopsy horrors. Strangulation primary cause. Head blow perhaps first rendering unconscious. Pineapple in stomach. Bowl in kitchen with Burke's fingerprints, undigested snack post-party. No fingerprints on note, fibers matching Patsy. Ransom note longest ever 2.5 pages. Theatrical, quoting movies like Ransom. Speed pen from house. Investigation botched from start. Scene not sealed. 100 plus people through house. Boulder PD inexperienced in murder. Rare there. Media frenzy Ramsey's rich pageant parents villainized. Family lawyered up immediately. Separate interviews. Suspects. Intruder theory boot print outside. Unsourced DNA on panties. Male. Trace later. Touch DNA. Debated. Stun gun marks? Rope. Tape not from house, but windows barred mostly. No footprints in snow. Family theory. Patsy accidental kill in bedwetting rage. Staged kidnapping. Note handwriting similarities. Disputed. Fibers from her sweater on tape. Burke hit sister with flashlight over pineapple dispute. His voice on 911 enhanced. What did you find? Parents cover-up. John involvement? All denied. Passed some polygraphs. Inconclusive. Years of chaos. DIA leaks. Grand jury voted indict parents for child abuse endangering not pursued. 2006 false confession by John Mark Carr. Exonerated. 2008 DIA cleared family via DNA. Burke sued CBS for defamation over theory show. Settled. In 2026, case open new DNA tech, petition for independent testing. John Benet's room preserved as shrine by John, remarried. Patsy died 2006 cancer. The terror, little girl asleep in festive home, intruder, or familiar entering room, bashed unconscious, carried to basement hell strangled slowly, as garrote tightened, final moments in dark cold. Christmas lights outside twinkling while horror unfolded inside. Who hated or desired this child enough? Pageant rivals? Pedophile ring? Random? Boulder's innocence died that morning doors locked forever. John Benet's smile in pageant photos contrasts eternal with basement nightmare. Unsolved, the ransom note mocks. Victory. SBTC meaning lost. The beauty queen's murder haunts America Glamour's dark price. Justice denied in snowy mansion. Somewhere the killer knows. And silence endures. The Axeman of New Orleans. The jazz-obsessed serial killer who spared homes playing music and vanished into legend. True unsolved. Horror story, Louisiana, USA in the sultry. Humid spring of 1918. New Orleans pulsed with life like no other American city, a vibrant melting pot of cultures where French, Spanish, Italian, and African influences collided in a symphony of sound and scent. The narrow streets of the French Quarter echoed with the wail of trumpets and clarinets spilling from smoky jazz clubs. The air thick with the aroma of gumbo simmering in cast-iron pots. Fresh bayonets dusted with powdered sugar, and the faint, ever-present tang of the Mississippi River mud. Streetcars clanged along tracks. Horse-drawn carriages shared roads with early automobiles. And at night, the city came alive under gas lamps, flickering against brick facades adorned with wrought iron balconies overflowing with ferns and flowers. Prohibition loomed but hadn't hit yet. Speakeasies thrived in hidden courtyards, and Mardi Gras spirit lingered year-round in the laughter of revelers and the rhythmic second-line parades snaking through neighborhoods. But beneath this intoxicating energy lurked shadows. World War I raged overseas. Spanish flu crept closer, and in the Italian-American communities scattered across the city a quieter fear took root. Grocers and their families. Hard-working immigrants chasing the American dream with small shops selling pasta, olive oil, and fresh produce were being targeted by a phantom wielding an axe in the dead of night. The terror began subtly, almost dismissively, as isolated crimes in a city accustomed to violence from dockyard brawls or mob rivalries. On May 23, 1918, Italian grocer Joseph Maggio and his wife Catherine were attacked in their bedroom behind their small store on Upperline Street. The killer entered through a chiseled panel in the back door, a signature method using a chisel left at scenes, crept upstairs in the darkness, and brought down an axe with savage force on their sleeping heads. Joseph's throat was then slashed with a straight razor for good measure, blood soaking the sheets and splattering walls in arterial sprays. The couple's brothers, living nearby, discovered the bodies at dawn, the axe and razor abandoned on the bloody floor. Police chalked it up to robbery gone wrong, or mafia vendetta common in Italian enclaves, but nothing valuable taken, no clear motive. Whispers spread, but life continued. June brought escalation. On June 27th, Louis Bezumer, a Polish grocer, and his mistress Anna Lowe were bludgeoned in their bakery apartment on Dorgenois Street. Anna survived initially, bloodied and concussed, claiming a mulatto attacker, but died days later. Bezumer arrested on suspicion jealousy, but released for lack of evidence. Again, chisel entry, axe from victim's basement, heads bashed while asleep. August. Mrs. Edward Schneider, 8 months pregnant, woke to a towering shadow over her bed in her cottage on Elmira Avenue. The axe crashed down repeatedly on her face and scalp, leaving her gravely injured but alive. She gave birth safely days later, describing a large, dark figure fleeing into night. No robbery. Panic grew in immigrant neighborhoods. Families barred doors, slept with guns, but the axeman struck unpredictably. 1919 ignited full hysteria. March 10. Italian grocers Charles and Rosie Cortimiglia attacked in Gretna across the river Chisel through door panel. Axe blows killing Charles, severely injuring Rosie and murdering their 2-year-old daughter Mary cradled in her arms. Tiny skull crushed. Rosie, recovering. ACCUSED neighbors Frank and Irlando Giordano, father and son grocers in feud, but evidence flimsy, trial sensational, convictions later overturned. Then silence months without attacks. Fear easing as flu pandemic gripped city harder. But on March 19th, the axeman returned with audacity. In the dead of night, he invaded the home of grocer Steve Boca, axe swinging in frenzy. Steve survived barely, head gashed deeply. Across town that same week, similar attempts thwarted. New Orleans trembled, vigilantes patrolled streets. Shotguns loaded, rewards offered. Newspapers screamed headlines, "Axeman strikes again." Theories wild. Black hand extortion, vengeful alienist, deranged butcher practicing skills. Then, the most chilling twist, a letter mailed to newspapers, postmarked March 13th, published March 16th in the Times-Picayune, purporting from the killer himself. Written in erratic English with German influences, taunting and theatrical. Esteemed mortal, they have never caught me and they never will. I am not a human being but a spirit and a demon from the hottest hell. I am what you Orleanians and your foolish police call the axeman. When I see fit, I shall come again and claim other victims. Undoubtedly, you Orleanians think of me as a most horrible murderer, which I am, but I could be much worse if I wanted to. At will, I could slay thousands. But I am fond of jazz music, and I swear by all the devils in the nether regions that every person shall be spared in whose home a jazz band is in full swing at the time I have just mentioned. If everyone has a jazz band going, well then, so much the better for you people. One thing is certain, and that is that some of those people who do not jazz it on Tuesday night, if there be any, will get the axe. The city exploded in frenzy. Tuesday night, March 19th, the date specified, New Orleans became a cacophony of jazz. Clubs packed to bursting. Private homes hired bands. Phonographs blared in poor neighborhoods. Streets filled with impromptu orchestras, trumpets wailing tiger rag, clarinets moaning blues, drums thumping relentlessly into dawn. No murders that night, the axemen spared all, or perhaps amused by obedience. Jazz sales soared, musicians worked overtime, the letter's power turning terror into bizarre celebration. But the killings resumed. August. Steve Boca again targeted but survived. September. Grocer Mike Pepitone bludgeoned fatally in his bed. Wife discovering blood-soaked scene. Young daughter glimpsing fleeing figure. Axe left behind. Then nothing. The axeman vanished as mysteriously as appeared. 6 to 12 victims, depending on linked cases. No arrest, identity unknown. Investigation massive but fruitless. Axes tested, victim's own, chisels common tools, no fingerprints era. Suspects. Joseph Momfer, alleged black hand leader, killed 1921 by Pepitone's widow, revenge. Linkage weak. Deranged patient escaped asylum. Racial tensions fueled dark mulatto descriptions. Supernatural whispers. Demon as letter claimed, jazz packed with devil-sparing city. Over a century later, in 2026, Axeman unsolved DNA absent, files faded, but legend thrives. New Orleans tours recount tale. Jazz clubs play Axeman's jazz composed 1919 mocking him. Imagine nights. Humid air heavy, family asleep in creaky bed, door panel chiseled softly. Shadow looming with axe raised thud after thud in darkness. Blood warm and sticky, razor glint for final cut. Killer pausing to listen jazz from distant club. Spared homes blaring music while others fell silent forever. Who was he, man or myth? Rage against immigrants. Thrill killer delighting chaos? The letter's promise lingers. Jazz saved lives one night, but Axeman's axe hangs eternal in Crescent City's shadows, unsolved, uncaught, waiting perhaps for silence to return. New Orleans dances on, but in quiet hours, the chop echoes still. True horror in jazz birthplace. Music warded evil once, but what if it stops? The Axeman's spirit prowls, axe sharp, hell's hottest demon unchained. The Zodiac's deadly cipher, the taunting serial killer who terrorized Northern California with brutal murders and unsolved codes. True crime horror story, USA. In the late 1960s, Northern California's Bay Area shimmered with the promise of a new era. A sun-drenched paradise of rolling golden hills dotted with eucalyptus groves. Foggy San Francisco streets lined with Victorian homes and cable cars clanging up steep inclines and quiet lovers. Lanes overlooking shimmering lakes where young couples parked under starlit skies to escape. The burgeoning hippie counterculture exploding in Haight-Ashbury. The summer of love in 1967 had drawn thousands with flowers in their hair, free love and psychedelic music blaring from radios, Janis Joplin wailing blues, Grateful Dead jamming in parks, anti-war protests marching through Berkeley. Vallejo, a blue-collar shipyard town across the bay, and Napa Valley's wine country offered suburban calm. Drive-in theaters, soda fountains, and weekend dates cruising in muscle cars like Mustangs or Corvettes. But starting in December 1968, this idyllic backdrop turned into a hunting ground for a shadowy predator who called himself the Zodiac, a calculating killer who struck couples in secluded spots with ruthless efficiency, then taunted police and newspapers with cryptic letters boasting of his crimes, enclosing complex ciphers claiming to reveal his identity, and threatening busloads of schoolchildren next. Over 5 confirmed murders, 2 survivors, and claims of up to 37 victims, the Zodiac created a reign of terror that gripped California for years, spawning one of the most infamous unsolved serial killer cases in history. A nightmare of gunshots in the night, blood-soaked car seats, and codes that cryptographers still puzzle over decades later. The horror ignited on December 20, 1968, along remote Lake Herman Road in Benicia, a dark winding stretch, flanked by barren hills and oil pumps nodding slowly in the chill, winter wind popular for parking teens seeking privacy, far from parental eyes. David Faraday, 17, a high school honor student with a crew cut and earnest dreams of becoming a doctor, had borrowed his family's Rambler station wagon for his first real date with Betty Lou Jensen, 16, a cheerful girl with long brown hair who loved dancing and cheering at football games. They left a holiday gathering early, driving to known makeout spots, finally pulling over around 11 p.m. under a faint moon. Headlights approached slowly, a vehicle pulling alongside. A figure emerged, flashlight blinding them through windows. Demands? Robbery? Or pure malice? Shots rang out suddenly, 9 from a .22 caliber semi-automatic, methodical and close range. David slumped over the wheel, shot in the head at point blank through the rear window. Betty Lou flung the door open, running desperately across gravel, 5 bullets in her back in a tight cluster, collapsing her just 28 feet away, blood pooling black in the dirt under Christmas lights distant in town. No sexual assault, nothing stolen, wallets intact, Betty's purse untouched. Police found shell casings scattered deliberately, footprints leading away into brush. A random thrill kill? The quiet road fell silent again, but fear whispered through Vallejo high schools. 7 months passed without answers, life resuming summer barbecues, beach trips to Lake Berryessa. Then July 4th, 1969, Independence Day, fireworks lighting skies over Napa Valley. Darlene Farron, 22, a vibrant waitress with teased blonde hair, married but separated, known for her flirtatious laugh and late-night diner shifts, picked up Michael Mago, 19, a stocky laborer she'd been seeing casually. They drove in her brown, Corvair to Blue Rock Springs Park in Vallejo, a secluded lot with picnic tables and views of city lights twinkling below. Around midnight, another car pulled in, headlights glaring, then left returning minutes later. A man approached the passenger side with flashlight, blinding Michael. Shots exploded four into Michael through the window, one grazing Darlene. She screamed as more rounds hit her. The killer walked calmly back to his car, but hearing moans, returned firing two more into each. Darlene died en route to hospital, blood bubbling from multiple wounds. Michael survived miraculously, describing a stocky white male, 25 to 30, short brown hair, heavy build, no accent. Minutes later, a payphone called to Vallejo PD. Calm male voice claiming the double murder, referencing Faraday Jensen with precise details only killer knew, same gun. Taunting laughter before hanging up. Panic spread, couples avoided lovers' lanes, parents enforced curfews. September 27, 1969. The most brazen daylight attack at picturesque Lake Berryessa, a serene reservoir ringed by oak-covered hills, boats bobbing on blue water, families picnicking on shores. College student Cecilia Shepard, 22, artistic and soft-spoken with long dark hair, and Brian Hartnell, 20, pre-law with a friendly grin, spread a blanket on a secluded peninsula for an afternoon of sunbathing and talking dreams. Around 6 p.m., a man approached from trees hooded in black executioner-style costume with white crossed circle symbol on chest, gloves, carrying a gun and long knife. He claimed escape from Deer Lodge prison. Needing car from Mexico tied them prone with clothesline, Hockeying expertly. Then, without word, stabbed Brian repeatedly in back 10 times, knife twisting. Cecilia screamed as he turned over 20 frenzied stabs to her torso, back, groin. He scrawled on their car door with marker, Vallejo 12206874669 Sept 27. 69 to 6:30, by knife. Brian survived, crawling for help. Cecilia died 2 days later. Phone call again. I just knifed a girl and guy. October 11th, 1969. San Francisco cab driver. Paul Stein, 29. Picked up fare in Union Square Theater District, bustling with lights and crowds. Driven to wealthy Presidio Heights. Shot point blank in head with 9mm. Wallet and keys taken. Shirt piece torn. Witnesses saw stocky man fleeing. Police nearly catching, but miscommunication. Described as blackmail initially. Zodiac's boldest urban witnessed. Letters flooded newspapers, 1st July 31st, 1969. To Vallejo Times-Herald, San Francisco Chronicle, Examiner. Identical text claiming murders. Details proving authenticity. Enclosing 408-symbol cipher split 3 ways, solve for identity. Slaves in paradise, sick for afterlife. Bond diagrams threatening schools. Dripping card August 4th. This is the Zodiac speaking. More ciphers, 340 symbol never fully solved. Cracked 2020 by amateurs as taunt, no name. Halloween card to Chronicle. Death threats, 13 victims claimed. Bomb sketches detailed. Phone calls harassing police pigs. Terror peaked. Schools closed on threats, buses escorted. Zodiac claimed 37, linked to unsolves. Survivors' descriptions. 5 feet 8'6", 200 to 250 pounds, barrel-chested, crew cut. Prime suspect Arthur Lee Allen, teacher, convicted molester, Zodiac watch owner, boot prints matching, friend hearing confessions but no charges, died 1992. Others, Gary Post, 2021 group claim debated. Legacy immense. Fincher's 2007 Zodiac film, books, podcasts. In 2026, case opened and a partial profiles, ciphers analyzed anew. The cross-circle symbol haunts spray-painted threats copycat. Imagine nights. Car pulling alongside in dark lane, flashlight glare, shots shattering glass, blood hot on seats, screens echoing hills while city parties oblivious. Killer writing letters by lamplight, laughing at codes unbreakable. Who was Zodiac? Disgruntled everyman, genius, madman, motive, thrill, power. Northern California healed, but lovers' lanes emptier, letters chill, eternal. The cipher mocks unsolved identity buried with victims. Zodiac's terror, random evil in paradise, taunting forever. The Bay Area danced through 60s, but one shadow axed the innocence. True horror. He walked free, perhaps watching news of his legend. The Zodiac slaves wait in paradise while we search codes for name never revealed. The night 3 women vanished forever. The chilling unsolved disappearance of the Springfield. 3 from their own home. True scary mystery, Missouri, USA, in the heart of the Ozarks in southwestern Missouri, where rolling green hills meet sprawling suburbs and the warm summer nights hum with the chirp of crickets and the distant rumble of freight trains cutting through the countryside, lies the city of Springfield, a bustling mid-sized town known in the early 1990s for its friendly Midwestern charm. Thriving college scene at Missouri State University, and a sense of safety that made parents feel comfortable letting their teens stay out late. The streets were lined with modest ranch-style homes, manicured lawns dotted with American flags, backyard barbecues filling the air with charcoal smoke, and drive-ins where kids cruised in beat-up Chevys blasting Nirvana or Garth Brooks from cassette decks. It was June 1992 graduation season, when high school seniors celebrated freedom with parties, pool dips, and plans for bright futures, college, jobs, escaping small-town life for bigger adventures. The air was thick with humidity, fireflies flickering in twilight, thunderstorms rumbling on horizons. In the quiet neighborhood of Delmer Street, a tree-lined cul-de-sac of similar brick homes with attached garages and basketball hoops and driveways, 1717 East Delmer Street, stood unremarkably a single-story ranch house with white siding, a small front porch, and a backyard opening to woods. Inside lived Cheryl Levitt, 47, a hard-working single mother and successful hairstylist at a local salon, known for her big 80s-style hair, sharp wit, and devotion to her daughter Susie Streeter, 19, a recent graduate with a rebellious streak-dyed hair, tattoos, a party-loving spirit masking deeper troubles from a broken home. Cheryl had raised Susie and her older brother Bart alone after divorce, pouring love into the home filled with knickknacks, family photos on walls. A cozy living room with plush couch and big TV for movie nights, bedrooms painted soft colors, and a sunroom where Cheryl did clients' hair. Susie, fresh from kicking an old crowd and cleaning up her act, shared the house with best friend Stacy McCall, 18, staying over often, two inseparable graduates with inside jokes, shared clothes, and plans for community college. June 6, 1992, was Celebration Day. Susie and Stacy, in matching outfits perhaps, attended multiple graduation parties, house bashes with red Solo cups, loud music, swimming pools lit by string lights, teens sneaking beers and flirting under Missouri stars. They partied late, planning sleepovers but ending at another friend's for crash space. Around 2 a.m., June 7, they decided home driving Cheryl's car? No. Their own vehicles left at party sites, arriving at 1717 Delmer around 2:30 to 3 a.m. Cheryl likely asleep after work, porch light left on as habit for late-night returns. The house settled into silence, air conditioner humming against summer heat, clock ticking in kitchen, girls giggling quietly as they slipped inside, perhaps grabbing snacks from fridge, vanilla ice cream, leftovers. Changing into sleep clothes, Susie in shorts and t-shirt, Stacy borrowing pajamas, settling on living room floor or couch for girl talk before dozing off. Purses dumped by door with keys, cigarettes, makeup scattered on coffee table. Cheryl in her bedroom down hall, TV off, fan whirring. Outside, neighborhood slept, dogs barking occasionally, cars passing rarely, woods rustling in breeze. Sometime in those early morning hours between 3 a.m. and dawn, something unimaginable happened. No screams heard by neighbors, no glass shattering, no signs of struggle visible later. 3 women, Cheryl, Susie, Stacy, vanished completely from the locked house, leaving everything behind in a scene so eerily normal it chilled investigators. Bed slept in but neatly made? No living room showed recent use, TV on low perhaps, but no blood, no weapons. No forced entry, though globe on porch light shattered, bulb hot recent. Morning broke sunny and hot, birds singing as Janelle Kirby, another graduate friend, called around 9 a.m., plans to water plants at a party house, then pool day at her family's battlefield home. No answer. By afternoon, worried Janelle and boyfriend Mike Hensley drove to Delmer, arriving around 2 to 3 p.m. Door unlocked. Unusual? Dogs anxious yapping inside, Yorkie muffin frantic. They entered house quiet but lived in. 3 purses on floor by entrance. Contents intact, wallets with cash, dollar hundreds in one. Keys, cigarettes, Susie chain smoked. Makeup cases open as if girls freshening up. Living room, cushions askew, TV flickering. No off, but signs of overnight stay, ashtray full of cigarette butts. Cheryl smoked too. Faint vanilla scent. Phones ringing unanswered. Bedrooms. Cheryl's bed unmade, covers thrown back as if risen suddenly. Girls' clothes scattered. Bathroom, makeup brushes wet? No major mess. But no women. Cars in driveways, Susie's red Toyota? No, all three vehicles outside. Girls left at parties. Retrieved? No, actually, their cars elsewhere initially, but wait details. Girls drove separate to parties. Planned retrieval. Panic Rose Janelle answered ringing phone. Obscene call, heavy breathing, hang up. More calls, similar, frightening and empty house. Mike swept for bodies, nothing. Police arrived, evening scene contaminated by dozens entering, friends cleaning vomit from dog. Erasing messages on answering machine, 3 deleted, 1 possibly disturbing. No blood, no struggle signs, but broken porch globe glass swept by someone. Footprints? Theories immediate? Runaway? Party foul play? But purses left, women don't abandon cash, IDs, smokes voluntarily. Phones, cars usable but not taken far. Investigation exploded, Springfield PD, Missouri Highway Patrol, FBI. House searched thoroughly. Attic, crawlspace, woods behind nothing. Dogs traced scents to street, lost. Tips flooded. Sightings at malls, diners false. Grave robbed, nearby red herring. Suspects, ex-boyfriends, Susie's dusty, abusive, alibied poorly, party attendees, drugs, fight. Random abductor through unlocked door, pornographic calls traced nowhere. Handyman Robert Cox convicted criminal claiming knowledge, alibied weakly. 3 interviewed, polygraphed inconclusive. Years dragged reward $43,000, billboards, TV shows, unsolved mysteries, 48 hours. 1,997. Tip on concrete slab searched farm, nothing. Tina's remains? No, none ever found. Theories, murder buried locally, trafficked, accidental overdose covered. House sold multiple times, phenomena reported, lights flickering, voices, feelings watched. Over 30 years later, 2026, Springfield 3 unsolved largest missing persons case, Missouri history. Delmer home remodeled, but site haunted memory. Imagine night. Warm breeze through open window, women asleep or chatting softly, shadows slipping in quick, silent abduction, struggle muffled, dragged to waiting van, or voluntary exit turned deadly? No closure, mothers waiting eternally, photos fading. Springfield grew, but that June night froze time, 3 women evaporated from safe home, leaving purses like ghosts. What silenced them forever? Abductor among friends? Random monster? The house stood empty long, echoing unanswered rings. True terror. Vanish without trace in own bed. Dawn revealing absence in everyday normalcy. The Springfield 3, wait somewhere or nowhere mystery, devouring answers. Missouri summers continue, but one house's silence screams eternally. Vanished on Christmas Eve. The eerie unsolved mystery of the 5 Sodder children who disappeared without a trace in a suspicious house fire. True horror story. West Virginia, USA. In the rugged coal-dusted hills of Fayetteville, West Virginia, a small Appalachian town in the mid-1940s, where narrow roads wound through dense forests of oak, and pine smoke curled from chimneys of modest frame houses, and the constant rumble of coal trucks echoed from nearby mines. Life revolved around hard work, family, and simple holiday traditions that brought light to the long dark winters. It was a place where Italian immigrants like George Sodder had carved out success against the odds, running a profitable trucking company. Hauling coal and goods, his home, a sturdy 2-story white house on the outskirts of town with a wide porch, multiple bedrooms upstairs for his large family, a living room warmed by a potbelly stove, and a yard where children played amid rusted trucks and scattered tools. George, a strong-willed man in his 50s with a thick Italian accent, dark hair slicked back, and a no-nonsense demeanor, had come from Italy as a boy, building his American dream through grit, but is outspoken. Criticism of Benito Mussolini and Italy's fascist regime had earned him enemies back home, and quiet threats, even in America, whispers from fellow immigrants warning him to watch his tongue. His wife Jenny, gentle and devoutly Catholic with soft features and a perpetual apron from cooking hearty Italian meals. Pasta sauces simmering for hours, fresh bread baking in the oven. Devoted herself to their 10 children, 1 died in infancy, creating a home filled with the chaos of laughter, arguments, and the scent of pine from the massive Christmas tree they decorated each year with handmade ornaments, tinsel, and electric lights that twinkled like stars against the snow outside. The Sodder children were a lively bunch, ranging from toddlers to young adults, each with distinct personalities that filled the house with energy. Oldest son John, 23, strong and serious like his father, helped with the trucks. Marion, 17, the responsible daughter with long braids, worked at a dime store in town. George Jr., 16, athletic and adventurous. Then the middle ones. Mars, 14, curious and mechanical, always tinkering with engines. Martha, 12, sweet and bookish with a love for drawing. Louis, 9, energetic and mischievous with a contagious grin. Jenny Jr., 8, shy but affectionate, often clinging to her mother's skirt. Betty, 5, the baby girl with curly hair and wide eyes, doted on by all. Little Sylvia, just 2, toddled around underfoot. On Christmas Eve 1945, the house glowed with holiday warmth, presents wrapped under the tree, dolls for girls, toy trucks for boys, new clothes, cookies baked and left for Santa, the children begging to stay up late, watching the lights. George and Jenny allowed it briefly, the family gathering in the living room with hot cocoa, singing carols softly, the older kids sharing stories of wartime news. World War II just ended months earlier, troops coming home. By midnight, Jenny herded them to bed. The younger 5 upstairs in shared rooms, beds creaking under quilts handmade by Jenny, windows frosted from the cold December night, snow falling gently outside, muffling the world. George, tired from work, checked locks, though entrusting Fayetteville, doors often left open, and retired with Jenny to their first-floor bedroom. The house fell quiet around 12:30 a.m., furnace humming, clock ticking in the hall, occasional creak of settling wood. But around 1 a.m., Jenny woke to the phone ringing downstairs, a wrong number. A woman's laughing voice asking for someone unknown, party sounds in background. Odd for the hour, but Jenny hung up, noticing Christmas lights still on. Faulty wiring? George fixed recently. Back in bed, she smelled smoke, faint at first, then acrid, choking. Rushing downstairs, flames licked the walls near the fuse box, spreading fast. "Fire!" Jenny screamed, rousing George. Chaos erupted, George smashing upstairs windows to reach children, burning arms on hot glass. Jenny grabbing Sylvia. Older kids, John, Marion, George Jr., escaping out windows or doors. They yelled for the younger 5, Morris, Martha, Louis, Jenny, Betty presumed trapped upstairs. Screams perhaps lost in roar of flames. George climbed ladder to roof, usually by house gone. Trucks wouldn't start, batteries dead, tampered. Phone line cut, couldn't call fire department. Chief arrived hours later, small volunteer force, no water pressure. George smashed window to children's room, flames too intense, retreated blinded by smoke. The house burned ferociously, roof collapsing in 45 minutes, entire structure reduced to basement ashes by dawn. Neighbors watching helplessly in pajamas, snowflakes melting on hot rubble. Fire chief declared faulty wiring. Christmas lights caused quick cremation of 5 children. No remains expected in intense heat. But Sodders refused. Crematoriums require 2,000 plus degrees for hours to destroy bones. House fire hotter briefly, but appliances, refrigerator, stove survived intact. Bones should remain. Search yielded no fragments, even child-sized. Oddities piled. Ladder found hidden in embankment 75 feet away. Truck started fine post-fire. Phone line cut outside. Reported to operator pre-fire. Strange man seen days before tampering with vehicles. Threatening visitor months earlier. Your house will burn. Children destroyed for criticizing Mussolini. Wrong number call party. Sightings post-fire. Children in car fleeing scene. Woman in Charleston restaurant with them weeks later. Photo mailed 1960s of young man resembling Louis, cryptic note. Sodders devastated, George digging rubble himself, finding nothing. Private investigators, rewards, famous billboard on highways. Photos of missing $5,000 reward for information leading to recovery of Sodder children. Stood decades until Jenny's death, 1989. Sightings worldwide, Florida, Texas, Italy, but leads dead. Theories. Mafia abduction, revenge for George's politics. Insurance scam gone wrong, denied. Cover-up by local officials, fire chief suspicious. No proof, fire accidental, arson likely. Over 80 years later, 2026, mystery unsolved, no remains, no confessions. Children declared dead 1950s, but family believed alive into old age. Fayetteville changed, but site, now grassy lot, haunts locals, whispers of ghosts, children seen in woods. Imagine the terror, festive home asleep, phone ring omen, smoke choking halls. Parents frantic as flames devour, children perhaps taken silently before fire set distraction? Or trapped screaming upstairs, voices lost in crackle. Christmas joy to ashes overnight. 5 faces on billboard pleading eternally. The Sauter children vanished in flames or shadows West Virginia's darkest holiday enigma. What stole them that Christmas Eve? Arsonists with vans waiting, or something the fire hid forever? The snow fell silent, covering tracks, while a family's shattered weighted answers never came. True horror in Heartland. Children disappear from beds, leaving only questions burning brighter than any blaze. The Sauter mystery endures 5 lost souls, perhaps watching from somewhere, or reduced to nothing in Inferno too convenient. Christmas in Fayetteville, never the same lights twinkle, but shadows lengthen with unsolved grief. The most terrifying true solo camping horror story from the remote wilderness of Yellowstone National Park. Something was mimicking my voice and stalking me all night long. My name is Ethan, and what happened to me in the summer of 2023 still haunts me every single day. I was 28 years old at the time, living in Denver, Colorado, working a dead-end office job that was slowly draining the life out of me. I'd always loved the outdoors, hiking, fishing, escaping the city noise, so when I felt myself burning out completely, I decided to take a week off and go solo camping deep in Yellowstone National Park, Wyoming. I'd been there before with friends, but this time I wanted to be completely alone. No distractions, no people, just me, my tent, and the vast wilderness to clear my head. I chose a backcountry site way off the beaten path, in the Lamar Valley area, but far enough from the main trails that you needed a permit for overnight stays. It was a spot I'd researched online, remote, beautiful, with a small creek nearby and views of the mountains that went on forever. The rangers approved my permit after the usual warnings. Bear country, no cell service in most areas, stick to the trails, make noise to avoid surprising wildlife. I packed light but smart. A 1-person tent, sleeping bag, portable stove, bear spray, a knife, plenty of food, water filter, and my trusty headlamp. I even brought a satellite communicator for emergencies, though I told myself I wouldn't need it. I was experienced enough, or so I thought. The drive into the park was peaceful. Rolling hills, bison grazing in the distance, the air getting cooler as I headed north. I parked at the trailhead around noon and hiked about 8 miles in. The pack heavy on my back, but the fresh pine scent and the sound of my boots crunching on the dirt path making it all worth it. By late afternoon I reached my site, a small clearing surrounded by dense lodgepole pines, the creek babbling about 50 yards away. No signs of other campers, just untouched nature. Perfect. I set up camp efficiently. Tent pitched facing the creek for the view. Food hung high in a bear bag far from the site. A small fire ring cleared and ready. As the sun started dipping behind the mountains, painting the sky in oranges and pinks, I cooked a simple dinner, dehydrated chili reheated on my stove, and sat there watching the stars come out. It was serene. Crickets chirping, an occasional owl hoot, the creek providing a constant soothing rush. I felt the stress melting away. I journaled a bit by firelight, then crawled into my tent around 10 p.m., exhausted from the hike. Zipped up tight, sleeping bag warm, I drifted off quickly, thinking this was exactly what I needed. I woke up abruptly around 2 a.m. Something had pulled me out of sleep, a sound, faint but unmistakable. It was a snap, like a branch breaking under weight, not far from the tent. I lay there frozen, heart picking up speed, listening. Yellowstone is full of wildlife, elk, wolves, bears, so I told myself it was probably a deer or something foraging. I grabbed my bear spray, unzipped the tent, fly quietly, and shone my headlamp out into the darkness. Nothing. Just trees swaying gently in the breeze, shadows dancing from the moonlight filtering through the canopy. I scanned the clearing, the tree line, the direction of the creek. Empty. I called out firmly, "Hey, bear!" "Go on, like the rangers teach you," clapping my hands. Silence returned. Satisfied it was nothing, I zipped back up and tried to sleep. But I couldn't shake the feeling. You know that primal instinct? The one buried deep from our ancestors, telling you you're being watched? It was there, nagging at me. I lay awake for what felt like hours, every small rustle outside amplifying in my mind. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I dozed off again. The next time I woke, it was different. Colder, darker, and there was a voice. My own voice. "Ethan, help." It was low, whispered, coming from outside the tent, maybe 20 feet away in the trees. But it sounded exactly like me, the timbre, the slight rasp from years of occasional smoking, even the way I pronounced my name with a soft th. My blood turned to ice. I sat bolt upright, heart slamming against my ribs. No way. It had to be an echo or my imagination playing tricks after being woken suddenly. I held my breath, straining to listen. Again, Ethan, over here. Same voice. My voice. Calling from the darkness. Panic surged through me. I fumbled for my headlamp, hands shaking so bad I dropped it twice. Finally clicked it on, aimed it through the tent mesh. Nothing visible. Just the empty clearing, my fire pit cold and ashy. Who's there? I shouted, trying to sound authoritative, but my voice cracked. No answer, just the creak and the wind. I told myself it was a dream bleed over, or maybe a prank. But who the hell would hike 8 miles in to mess with a solo camper? Impossible. I grabbed my knife, bear spray ready in the other hand, and sat there backed against the tent wall, eyes wide, listening. Minutes stretched into what felt like eternity. Nothing. Then footsteps. Slow, deliberate crunching on pine needles, circling the clearing. Starting from the creek side, moving clockwise around my tent. Stop. Crunch. Stop. Like whatever it was pacing, testing. I whispered to myself, it's a bear. Just a curious bear. But bears don't mimic human voices. Do they? No animal does that perfectly. The footsteps stopped directly behind my tent. I could feel it. The air felt heavier, charged. Then the whisper again, closer this time, right outside the fabric. Ethan, come out. It's cold. I yelled at the top of my lungs. Get the fuck away from me. Spraying the bear spray through the mesh in a wild arc, though I knew it wouldn't reach far. Whatever it was let out a low, guttural chuckle. Not human, not animal, something in between, and the footsteps retreated quickly into the trees. I didn't sleep after that. I sat huddled, weapons in hand, headlamp on full beam pointed at the tent door, waiting for dawn. Every few minutes I'd hear it. Distant snaps, rustles, and worst of all, my voice calling faintly from different directions. Ethan, help me, from the left. Then from the right, over here. It was toying with me, drawing me out, trying to lure me into the woods. As the first hints of gray light crept into the sky around 5 a.m., I heard something new scratching. Long, deliberate nails dragging down a tree trunk nearby. Slow, rhythmic, like marking territory, then silence. I waited another hour until full daylight, then burst out of the tent, packing frantically. Everything went into my bag haphazardly. I didn't care. I just needed to get out. As I shouldered my pack and started hiking back toward the trailhead, I glanced over my shoulder one last time at the clearing. There, at the tree line where the footsteps had circled, stood a figure. Tall, unnaturally thin, pale skin catching the morning light, watching me. No face clear from the distance, just dark hollows where eyes should be, head tilted like it was curious. It didn't move as I stared, frozen for a second. Then I turned and bolted down the trail, running where I could, power hiking the rest. I made it to the trailhead by early afternoon, drenched in sweat, legs burning, but alive. The rangers noticed my state when I checked out, disheveled, wide-eyed, babbling about voices and a figure. They listened politely, said they'd heard similar reports over the years from deep backcountry, wilderness-induced paranoia, or rare cases of intruders but nothing confirmed. They noted it in their log, advised me to see a doctor for stress. But I know what I experienced wasn't paranoia. I've researched since stories from other solo campers in Yellowstone, whispers of things in the woods that mimic voices to lure people away, never to be seen again. Skinwalkers, wendigos, crawlers, whatever you call them. Some areas of the park are avoided even by rangers after dark. I sold all my camping gear the next week. I haven't set foot in the woods since not even a day hike. City parks are as close as I get now. If you're thinking about solo camping in remote places like Yellowstone, don't. Some things out there aren't animals, aren't human, and they're always watching, waiting for someone alone. That night in the wilderness changed me forever. I still hear it sometimes in quiet moments, my own voice whispering from the shadows. Ethan, come back. The most disturbing true home intrusion horror story ever. A deranged stranger secretly lived in my basement for months and watched me through hidden peepholes from a quiet suburb in Canada. My name is Laura, and this happened to me back in the fall of 2021 when I was 26 years old. Living alone in a small 2-story house in a quiet suburb just outside Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. I'd just gone through a messy breakup with my fiancé of 4 years, and I needed a fresh start. The house was an older rental, built in the 1970s, with creaky wooden floors, a finished upstairs with 2 bedrooms, and a partially finished basement that the landlord used mostly for storage. It was affordable, secluded at the end of a cul-de-sac backed by dense woods, and had this cozy charm with big windows overlooking the backyard. The neighbors were sparse, mostly older couples who kept to themselves, and the street was always peaceful, especially at night. I thought it was perfect for healing and focusing on my remote graphic design job. I moved in at the beginning of September. The first few weeks were blissful. I'd work during the day in the living room with natural light pouring in, cook simple meals in the kitchen, and unwind in the evenings with Netflix or a book in my upstairs bedroom. The basement door was at the bottom of the stairs in the hallway. Always kept locked because the landlord had warned me it was cluttered with his old stuff, boxes of holiday decorations, tools, an old couch, and a washer-dryer unit down there. He said I could use the laundry, but to stay out of the locked storage room in the far corner. I had no reason to go poking around. The first odd thing happened about 3 weeks in. I woke up one morning and went to the kitchen to make coffee, and noticed that the loaf of bread on the counter had fewer slices than I remembered. I bake my own sourdough as a hobby, and I'd cut exactly 4 slices the night before for toast. But now there were 6 missing. I shrugged it off. Maybe I was more hungry than I thought, or stress was messing with my memory after the breakup. Life went on. Then came the noises. It started subtly around mid-October as the weather turned colder and the rain set in typical for the Pacific Northwest. I'd be sitting on the couch watching TV, and I'd hear faint scratching sounds coming from below, like nails on wood or something dragging lightly across the floor. At first I thought it was mice or rats. Old houses, right? Especially with woods nearby. I set out a few traps in the kitchen and hallway near the basement door, but nothing ever triggered them. The scratching would happen mostly at night when I was upstairs getting ready for bed. I'd pause, listen, and it would stop, then start again when I moved. By November, things escalated. Food started disappearing more noticeably. A full carton of milk would be half empty overnight. A bag of apples I'd bought would have bites taken out of them, human bites, with teeth marks that weren't mine. I'd find wrappers from my granola bars crumpled in the trash when I knew I'd eaten the last one days ago. I started keeping a food journal, tracking what I bought and consumed, and it didn't add up. I told myself I was sleep eating or forgetting, maybe even early signs of some mental fog from isolation. I even saw my doctor, who ran blood tests. Everything normal. The smells came next. A faint, musky odor like unwashed body and stale sweat, wafting up from the vents. The heating system pulled air from the basement, and on cold nights when the furnace kicked on, the house would fill with this pungent stench for a few minutes before dissipating. I'd light candles, spray air freshener, open windows, even in the rain. It helped temporarily, but it always came back. One night in late November, I was home alone as usual, working late on a client project at my desk in the living room. It was around 1 a.m., pouring rain outside, wind howling through the trees. I got up to get water and passed the basement door. I froze. There was a soft thump from below, like something heavy shifting, then another, and breathing. Heavy, labored breathing, audible through the door. My heart raced. I grabbed my phone, ready to call 911, but it stopped. Silence. I stood there for 20 minutes, ear pressed to the door. Nothing. I convinced myself it was the house settling or pipes expanding. But I couldn't ignore it anymore. The next day, I emailed the landlord about possible pests or structural issues. He came over, unlocked the basement door, and we went down together. The stairs creaked under our weight, the single bulb flickering on. The main area was as described, dusty boxes, the washer-dryer humming, old furniture covered in sheets. He checked the locked storage room. Padlock intact, no signs of entry. We set more traps, sprayed for rodents. Probably just critters from the woods, he said. Happens every fall. I felt better temporarily. That relief lasted exactly 1 week. It was early December now. Holiday lights twinkling on neighboring houses. But mine stayed dark. I wasn't in the mood. I started noticing items moved. My hairbrush on the bathroom counter would be in a different spot. A drawer in my bedroom slightly ajar when I closed it. Once, I came home from a rare grocery run and found my bedroom light on. I never leave lights on. I installed a cheap security camera in the hallway, facing the basement door and my bedroom. Reviewed footage nightly, nothing but me moving around. Then the peepholes. I discovered the first one by accident. I was hanging a picture in the living room and noticed a tiny hole in the baseboard, about the size of a dime, perfectly drilled. Light shone through faintly from the other side, the basement. I knelt down, peered through, and saw the dim basement wall. My stomach twisted. I covered it with tape. Over the next days, I found more. one behind the kitchen cabinet kickplate, another in the hallway near the floor, aimed up toward the stairs. And the worst, in my bedroom, hidden behind a loose electrical outlet cover near the floor, pointed directly at my bed. Someone had been watching me. For how long? Panic set in. I called the police. 2 officers came, searched the basement thoroughly. The padlock on the storage room was cut professionally, with bolt cutters. Inside, hidden behind stacks of boxes, was a makeshift living space. A dirty sleeping bag on the concrete floor, empty food wrappers, my food. A bucket used as a toilet, the source of the smell. Scattered photos, printed from my social media, me smiling in old posts. And worst, hand-drawn sketches of me sleeping, detailed from angles that could only be from the peepholes. The intruder had been living there for months, entering through a small, concealed crawl space access from outside under the deck. Overgrown bushes hid it perfectly. He'd been careful, only moving when I was asleep or out, eating my food, using my things. The police said he was likely a transient with mental issues, obsessed after seeing me move in. They dusted for prints, took evidence, but he was gone, fled when I started investigating. I moved out the next week, crashing with a friend until I found a new apartment in the city, high up with no basement. The house sat empty for months. The landlord couldn't rent it after word spread, but the terror didn't end. For weeks after, I'd wake up sweating, convinced I heard scratching in the walls of my new place. I'd check every corner, every vent. Police never caught him. No matches in the database. Sometimes late at night, I'd get anonymous calls. Heavy breathing, then hang up. I changed my number twice. To this day, in 2025, I live in a secure building with cameras everywhere. I never live alone in a house again. If you hear unexplained noises, food missing, odd smells, don't dismiss it. Check everything. Because sometimes the monster isn't under the bed. It's in your house, watching, waiting, living right beneath your feet. That experience shattered my sense of safety forever. Be careful out there. You never really know if you're truly alone in your own home. The most terrifying true stalker horror story that lasted over a year. He hacked my life, knew my every move, and waited in the shadows of my own home from a quiet town in New Zealand. My name is Emily, and what I am about to share happened to me between late 2022 and early 2024. When I was 29 years old, living in a small coastal town called Nelson on the South Island of New Zealand. ID moved there a couple of years earlier to escape the hustle of Auckland after a bad breakup, and to take a job as a remote content writer for a marketing agency. Nelson was perfect, picturesque with beaches, mountains, artisan cafes, and that laid-back Kiwi vibe where everyone knows everyone, but in a friendly, non-intrusive way. I rented a cute one-bedroom apartment in a quiet complex on the outskirts, surrounded by native bush with a balcony overlooking the Tasman Bay. It was my sanctuary. Minimalist decor. Plants everywhere, a cozy reading nook by the window, and the soothing sound of waves crashing in the distance at night. I felt safe, independent, and finally healing. Life was routine and peaceful. I'd wake up early, brew coffee on my balcony, watching the sunrise over the water, work from my laptop at the kitchen table, take afternoon walks along the beach trails, and unwind with yoga or a glass of Sauvignon Blanc from the local vineyards. I wasn't dating, focused on myself, but I had a small circle of friends from work meets and a few online communities for writers. I was active on social media, posting about my hikes, book reviews, and the occasional scenic photo, but nothing too personal. No location tags, no check-ins. I thought I was careful. The first sign that something was off came in November 2022. I started getting anonymous messages on Instagram from a private account with no profile picture. Just a generic username like shadowadmirer_92. At first, they seemed harmless compliments like "your smile lights up my day" or "that hike looked amazing." "Love your energy." Flattering but creepy from a stranger. I ignored them, blocked the account. But new ones popped up. Same style. "Saw your post about that cafe. Their flat whites are the best, right?" Specific enough to make me pause, but Nelson's small. Maybe a local fan. Then the gifts started. One evening after a long day of deadlines, I came home to find a small package on my doorstep. No delivery label, just my name handwritten in neat block letters. Inside was a beautiful handmade necklace. Silver chain with a pendant shaped like a fern frond, symbolic in Maori culture. There was a note, "For the most beautiful woman in Nelson. Wear this and think of me." My heart skipped. How did they know my address? I lived in a secure complex with a gated entrance. I threw it away, changed my privacy settings to private, and told myself it was a prank from someone I'd met casually. But it escalated quickly. Over the next weeks, more gifts appeared. My favorite chocolate from a boutique shop in town, a book I'd mentioned wanting in a story comment, even a scarf in the exact color I'd pinned on Pinterest months ago. Each with notes getting more intimate. I love how you bite your lip when you reconcentrating. So cute. You look stunning in that blue dress last Friday. Wait, last Friday I'd worn a blue dress to a rare girls' night out in town. Had someone seen me? Nelson's nightlife is small. Coincidences happen. I started feeling watched. On my beach walks I'd catch glimpses of a figure in the distance. Tall, hooded jacket, always turning away when I looked. At the supermarket, I'd feel eyes on me, turn to see someone ducking behind an aisle. My apartment felt different too. Things slightly moved, my coffee mug in a different spot, the balcony door unlocked when I swore I'd locked it. I installed a Ring camera at the door, but it only caught blurry shadows or nothing. By Christmas 2022, the messages turned darker. From new accounts. Why are you ignoring me, Emily? I know you're home alone tonight. Attached photos of my apartment building from outside, taken at night. One showed my balcony light on. Another, my car in the parking lot with the time stamp from that morning. I freaked out, called the non-emergency police line. They came, took a report, said it was likely an online stalker who doxed me somehow. Advised changing passwords, enabling two-factor, avoiding posting real-time. No evidence of physical break-in. They couldn't do much without a threat. New Year's came and went. I tried to move on, took a break from socials, varied my routines, told friends who checked on me. But in January 2023, it got worse. Strange texts from blocked numbers. Missed seeing you at the beach today. That red bikini would look amazing on you. I'd never posted about owning a red bikini. I'd bought one online privately. How? Then wrong number calls late at night. Heavy breathing, then sweet dreams, Emily, in a distorted voice before hanging up. One night in February, I woke up around 3 a.m. to scratching at my bedroom window. Heart pounding, I peeked through the curtains. Nothing but bush rustling in the wind. But the next morning, there were faint fingerprints on the glass outside, high up like someone had climbed. I moved my bed away from the window, bought blackout curtains, motion sensor lights. The breaking point came in March. I came home from a rare trip to the city and found my apartment ransacked. Not robbed, but violated. Drawers pulled open, clothes rifled through, lingerie laid out on the bed. Photos taken, close-ups of me sleeping from inside the room. Printed and scattered. Notes everywhere. You're mine, Emily. No one else can have you. One photo showed me in the shower. Steam-fogged mirror, but my silhouette clear. He'd been inside while I was away. Used my own camera or phone. I screamed, called the police immediately. They searched. Forced entry through a backsliding door I'd forgotten to double lock. Forensics found prints, but no matches. Hair strands, dark male. They installed temporary cameras, increased patrols. I stayed with a friend for weeks, then moved to a new apartment in the city center with better security. But he found me. Within a month, gifts at the new door. Messages, new place suits you, but I missed the old view. He'd hacked my email somehow, knew my moving plans from forwarded mails. Police traced IPs to public Wi-Fi spots around Nelson. Always one step ahead. It went on like this for months. He'd disappear for weeks, then resurface. Flowers on my car windshield with notes referencing private therapy sessions I'd started for anxiety. Once a USB drive in my mailbox with videos compiled from hacked webcam, me working, crying, changing clothes. I smashed it, but the damage was done. The terror peaked in October 2023. I was driving home late from a work event, raining hard on the winding roads. Headlights behind me, too close, flashing high beams. I sped up, they matched. Pulled over to let pass, they stopped behind. A figure got out. Tall man in black hoodie, face obscured by rain and darkness. He approached my window, knocking slowly. I locked doors, called 111. He stood there, staring, then whispered through the glass. Finally, face to face, Emily. Police arrived. He vanished into the bush. They ramped up the investigation. Traced old messages to a burner phone bought in Nelson. Finally, in early 2024, a breakthrough. DNA from the break-in matched a local man mid-40s. IT technician named Mark, who'd done freelance work for my old buildings management years ago. Access to resident info. Obsessed after seeing me move in, Escalated to hacking. He was skilled, following, breaking in. He was arrested hiding in a cabin outside town. Confessed everything. Watched me for over a year. Installed hidden cans and vents during maintenance. Cloned my phone for texts, location. Wanted to be with me forever. He's in prison now. Long sentence for stalking, burglary, voyeurism. Restraining order permanent. But the trauma lingers. I moved again, interstate this time. Therapy helps, but I jump at shadows, check locks obsessively, ditched social media entirely, trust no one new. If there's one thing I've learned, stalkers don't always look crazy. They blend in, patient, calculating. Be vigilant with your digital footprint, change routines. Trust your gut when something feels off. That year stole my sense of safety. I still wonder if he's truly gone, or if someone else is watching now. Stay safe out there. You never know who's admiring you from the shadows. The most truly terrifying true cave diving horror story from the hidden cenotes of Mexico, pale humanoid creatures, lurked in the darkness and hunted us one by one until I was the last one left alive. My name is Sophia, and this happened to me and my 5 closest friends back in the summer of 2022 when we were all in our late 20s chasing adventure during a group trip to the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico. We'd been planning this for months. A break from our boring desk jobs in California. Something thrilling to shake up our lives. We weren't amateurs. A couple of us had scuba certifications, and we'd done easy cave dives before in Florida Springs. But this was different. We wanted the real deal, exploring the underground cenotes, those sacred Mayan sinkholes filled with crystal clear fresh water, connected by vast networks of submerged caves that stretch for miles beneath the jungle floor. The guides call them the veins of the earth. Beautiful, but dangerous, with narrow passages, zero visibility if something goes wrong, and depths that drop off into endless black voids. We flew into Cancun, rented a jeep, and drove inland to a small town near Valladolid, staying in a rustic eco-lodge run by a local family. The owner, an older Mayan man named Carlos, warned us about going off the tourist paths. "The cenotes are sacred," he said in broken English, his eyes serious. "Some places the ancients sealed for a reason. Things live down there that don't like light." We laughed it off. Typical local superstition to scare tourists. We hired a certified guide for the first few dives, but for the big one, we wanted privacy. We'd researched a lesser-known system called Dos Hoyos but branched off to an unmapped extension that online forums whispered about. A restricted cenote locals avoided supposedly collapsed years ago, but with a hidden entrance through an overgrown vine-choked sinkhole in the jungle. We set out early one morning in July, the air thick with humidity, cicadas buzzing like chainsaws in a dense green canopy. Our group was me, the planner, always cautious. My best friend Jenna, the adrenaline junkie. Her boyfriend Mark, strong swimmer, carried most gear. Our friend Alex, the photographer with his waterproof GoPro. Quiet tech guy Ryan handled navigation with his dive computer, and bubbly Lisa, the newbie, but enthusiastic. We hiked 2 hours off-trail, machete in hand, sweat soaking our shirts until we found it, a jagged hole in the earth about 20 feet wide, vines dangling like curtained sunlight, filtering down to illuminate turquoise water 30 feet below. We rappelled down with ropes, the drop echoing with our excited whoops, landing on a rocky ledge surrounded by stalactites dripping like fangs. The water was impossibly clear, cool against the jungle heat, visibility over 200 feet. We geared up, full tanks, wetsuits, fins, masks, headlamps, guidelines reeled out behind us. The plan was simple: follow the main tunnel for an hour, explore side passages, surface in an air pocket we'd read about, then back out. No risks, stick together, 3 lights per person rule. We submerged around noon, the world above vanishing as we descended into silence broken only by our bubbles and the occasional scrape of gear on rock. At first, it was magical. Sunbeams pierced cracks overhead, dancing on white limestone walls etched with ancient fossils. Schools of tiny blind fish darted away. We floated through cathedral-like chambers, stalagmites rising like pillars from the floor. Alex filmed everything, giving thumbs up, Jenna posing dramatically. We reached the first restriction, a narrow squeeze through a low-ceiling passage, hearts pounding from the thrill of tight spaces. One by one, we wriggled through, emerging into a larger gallery with air above, a dome pocket where we surfaced, laughing, voices echoing weirdly as we ate energy bars and planned the deeper push. That's when the first odd thing happened. Ryan checked his dive computer and frowned. Signal's gone, no GPS penetration this deep, but compass is spinning weird. We joked about magnetic anomalies from minerals. Mark heard a faint echo, like a distant splash far behind us. Probably water dripping, he said. We ignored it, submerged again. Deeper in, the light faded completely. Only our headlamps cut the black. Beams revealing twisting tunnels lined with flowstone curtains, fragile and beautiful. The water grew colder, visibility perfect but oppressive. Endless void in every direction except the guideline. We swam for another 30 minutes, passing side passages branching like veins. Jenna signaled to explore one, a wide, inviting tunnel sloping down. Against better judgment, we followed. The tunnel narrowed gradually, walls closing in, forcing single file. My heart rate picked up, claustrophobia creeping despite experience. Then Alex's light caught something. Scratches on the wall, deep gouges like claws, not natural erosion. Fresh pale rock exposed. We paused, shining lights. Dozens of marks, parallel sets of 4 or 5, climbing upward into darkness. Bear? Lisa whispered over Combs. We had basic full-face masks. But no bears in cenotes. Mayan artifacts? No. Unease settled. Ryan wanted to turn back, but Jenna pushed on just a little farther. We descended another 50 feet. Pressure building in ears into a massive chamber. Floor dropped to unknown depths. Ceiling lost in shadow. Here, the water clouded slightly. Silt stirred from below. Our lights revealed shapes on the walls. More scratches, but patterned, almost ritualistic, and bones. Scattered on ledges, animal at first glance, but some longer, humanoid. Skulls too smooth, jaws wrong. Panic whispered. Mark signaled abort. We turned, reeling in guideline. But then movement. In periphery, a pale shape darting behind a stalagmite. Tall, thin skin white as cave fish. No eyes visible, limbs elongated. It vanished when lights swung. Did you see that? Jenna bubbled frantically. We all had glimpses. We swam faster, formation tight. Noises now, clicks and echoes, not ours. Scraping on rock above and below. Lights flickered, batteries fine, but shadows played tricks. One caught full view. Creature clinging to ceiling like spider, head tilted, mouth opening in silent scream, rows of needle teeth. Blind, pale, hairless, adapted to eternal dark. Humanoid but wrong, joints bending backward. Terror hit. We bolted, guideline our lifeline. Behind, splashes. They were following, fast in water. Lisa screamed first. Something grabbed her fin, pulling back. We turned. 2 creatures on her, claws raking wetsuits, dragging down into abyss. Blood-clouded water red. Her light vanished. Chaos. Mark charged back, knife out, stabbing one. It shrieked ultrasonically, bubbles exploding. But more came, swarming from side tunnels. Pale bodies twisting unnaturally, climbing walls, launching. Alex filmed wildly until one smashed his mask, GoPro tumbling. Ryan panicked, bolted ahead alone. We fled, me, Jenna, Mark. Narrow passage choked us single file. Behind, pursuers scraped through, bodies compressing impossibly. Jenna next, claw hooked her tank strap yanking. She fought, regulator out, bubbles frantic. Mark and I pulled, but they overwhelmed, tearing her down screaming. Mark and I squeezed through restriction, collapsing guideline behind to slow them. Heart pounding, lungs burning, the tank's full, pure fear. Echoes of clicks pursuing. We surfaced in dome pocket, gasping air, lights shaking. Mark bled from scratches. Deep. Burning. Their adapted live down here. Hunt intruders. No time. Submerged again, mad dash for exit. Halfway, Mark stopped. Go without me. Infection? Or giving up? Creature latched his leg, pulling. He cut his weight belt, sank fighting to buy time. Alone now. Guideline my only guide in blinding panic. Tears mixed with mask water. Noises everywhere, clicks, splashes, my own ragged breathing. Silt clouded from disturbance, visibility dropping to feet. Felt them brushing past, testing. Hours? Minutes stretched eternal. Finally, faint light ahead, surface glow. I burst into sinkhole, sunlight blinding, scrambling up rocks, collapsing on jungle floor sobbing. Rescue came days later. I stumbled to road, dehydrated, raving. Authorities searched, found gear fragments, blood, no bodies. Cenote sealed permanently, labeled unstable collapse. But I know truth. Those things, crawlers, evolved from ancient humans trapped millennia ago, or something worse, guard depths. Blind, pale, feral pack hunters. Therapy didn't help. Nightmares of darkness. Clicks in ears, pale hands reaching. I never dive again, avoid even pools. If you explore caves or cenotes off-grid, don't. Some places hidden for a reason. They're down there, waiting in black, hungry for lightbringers. That trip took my friends, my sanity. I'm alone now, always checking shadows, listening for scratches in walls. Because sometimes, late nights, I hear dripping and distant clicks echoing from below. Stay on surface. Some darkness isn't meant for us. The most horrifying true oil rig horror story from the North Sea. Something ancient climbed up from the abyss and hunted the crew one by one in the endless night, off the coast of Norway. My name is Eric, and this happened in the winter of 2019 when I was 32 years old, working as a roughneck on an offshore oil platform in the Norwegian sector of the North Sea. The rig was called Valhalla 7, an older semi-submersible that had been anchored in the same spot for over 20 years, pumping black gold from reservoirs nearly 4 miles beneath the seabed. The location was brutal to 150 miles off the coast of Stavanger, where the water is pitch black, freezing cold, and the storms come in like the wrath of the old Norse gods. Waves regularly hit 60-foot winds, howled at 80 knots, and in winter, the sun barely scraped the horizon for a few hours before vanishing, leaving us in near-constant darkness broken only by the rig's floodlights and the distant flicker of supply ships. I'd been in the industry for 8 years by then, 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off, flown in by helicopter from the mainland. The money was insane, enough to buy a house back in Bergen and support my wife and young daughter, but the isolation was brutal. 60 men on board, cramped quarters, recycled air that always smelled faintly of diesel and sweat, and the constant mechanical roar of pumps, generators, and the drill string turning thousands of feet below. We worked 12-hour shifts, day and night crews swapping at 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. I was on nights that rotation, which meant sleeping in short bursts during the day and working through the endless polar dark. The crew was a mix, Norwegians like me, Brits, Poles, a few Filipinos in the galley. We had our routines: eat, work, gym, cards, sleep. The veterans told stories to pass the time. Rogue waves, equipment failures, the occasional ghost, light out on the water. But nothing prepared us for what started in early December. It began with the RAV footage. The remotely operated vehicle, basically an underwater drone, was sent down daily to inspect the blowout preventer and the wellhead on the seafloor. One night around 2 a.m., the tool pusher, a grizzled Scot named Mac, called a few of us into the control room to look at something weird. The feed showed the usual murky green haze, sediment swirling around the steel stack, when something massive crossed the camera, too fast to make out details, just a long, pale shape with what looked like jointed limbs. The ROV operator jerked the controls, spinning the camera, but it was gone. Probably a whale carcass, Mac grunted, but we all knew whales don't move like that. Angular, deliberate, almost spider-like. The next shift, the divers reported strange vibrations through the water, low-frequency pulses that made their teeth ache, even through the hot water suits. One of them, Tomasz from Poland, said he saw scratches on the riser pipe, deep gouges in the steel, as if something with claws had climbed it. We laughed it off as ice damage or fishing trawler anchors, but the unease settled in. Then the noises started. At first, they were easy to dismiss against the rig's constant mechanical symphony. A metallic clang from below the main deck like something heavy striking the pontoons. Thumps along the legs that transmitted up through the steel into our boots. The night crew would pause, look at each other, then shrug, and keep working. But by the third night, the sounds grew rhythmic, slow, deliberate, scraping up the outer columns, always on the windward side where the floodlights couldn't quite reach. I was on spider deck checking valves when I heard it clearly. A wet, sucking drag paused, drag priming. I shone my torch over the rail. Nothing but black waves crashing against the steel 80 feet below, spray whipping up in the gale. But for a split second, the light caught something, a pale, elongated limb gripping the cross bracing, slick and jointed wrong before it slipped back into shadow. I radioed the control room, voice shaking. They checked cameras, static and spray, nothing clear. Seals or big fish, they said. But seals don't climb steel in 50-foot seas. The crew grew jumpy. Men who'd worked rigs for decades started double-checking locks on exterior hatches. Sleep was fitful. Guys reported dreams of being pulled underwater by cold hands. The medic handed out more sleeping pills than usual. Then people started disappearing. First was Jenkins, a British roustabout on night shift. He went out to check a pressure gauge on the lower deck around 4 a.m. and never came back. We searched every corner, every lifeboat station, every pipe rack. His hard hat was found on the grating, but no body, just drag marks in the frost leading to the edge, ending abruptly. The company logged it as man overboard, blamed the storm, but we all knew the seas hadn't taken him cleanly like that. No alarm, no shout over radio. 2 nights later, 2 Filipino galley workers vanished while taking trash to the incinerator on the aft deck. Their flashlights were found rolling in circles, beams strobing against the containers. Again, drag marks, wet, slimy trails that smelled like low tide and rot. By then, panic was spreading. The day crew refused to hand over to nights. We barricaded interior doors, worked in pairs minimum. The rig manager called Stavanger Base. They promised a helicopter at first light, but the weather closed in, 100-knot winds, 0 visibility. We were trapped for days. That's when we saw it clearly. It was around 3 a.m., dead of night, the rig rocking in heavy seas. Half the crew was crammed into the control room, watching external cameras. One feed, on the starboard leg, caught movement. Something was climbing, slowly, methodically, using suction-like grips on its limbs to haul an enormous body up the steel. It was at least 20 feet long, pale gray-white like a deep-sea creature never meant for surface light. Body segmented, limbs jointed in too many places, ending in hooked claws. The head, if you could call it that, was eyeless. Just a mass of sensory tendrils around a circular maw lined with inward-pointing teeth. It moved with intelligence, pausing when floodlights swept near, clinging motionless like camouflage. It wasn't alone. More shapes followed below, smaller but just as wrong. We watched in frozen horror as the first one reached main deck level, hauling over the rail with a wet slap. The camera mic picked up the sound, a guttural clicking, like whale song mixed with grinding bone. Then it mimicked a human voice, distorted and bubbling. "Help, me," in Jenkins' accent. That broke us. Men screamed, some prayed. The creature moved fast on deck, skittering on all limbs, dragging lower body like a slug. It knew the layout, headed straight for access doors. We sealed everything, welded where we could. But they found ways in through ventilation shafts, drainage pipes, places too small for humans. The first attack came in the accommodation block. Screams over intercom, then silence. We found blood trails, bodies dragged away, not eaten, just taken below. One by one, the crew dwindled. Some tried escaping in lifeboats, waves swallowed them. Others barricaded and waited for dawn that never came long enough. I survived by hiding in the drill floor control cabin, high up, door welded shut, listening to the clicks and scraping all night. At one point, something pressed against the window. Tendrils smearing frost, mimicking my wife's voice calling my name from recordings it must have heard over radio chatter. The storm finally broke after 5 days. Rescue choppers found only 8 of us alive, half mad, the rig slick with salt and blood. Official report: mass psychosis from carbon monoxide leak, men lost to sea. But we know what we saw. Deep pressure changes from drilling woke something ancient survivors of a prehistoric lineage, or worse, things that were never meant to evolve. The rig was decommissioned, towed away. But divers who inspected later reported the legs scarred with claw marks all the way down into darkness, and strange bioluminescent trails leading deeper than charts show. I quit the industry, moved inland far from oceans. But at night, when wind howls, I still hear the clicking, the wet drag, and that bubbling voice calling names of the lost. If you ever work offshore, especially deep water, listen to the old warnings. The sea keeps its own, and sometimes when we drill too greedily, it climbs back up to claim what's owed. Those nights on Valhalla 7 stole pieces of my soul I'll never get back. Stay on land. Some depths aren't meant to be disturbed. The most truly horrifying true Antarctic research station horror. Story from the frozen isolation of McMurdo Station, an ancient shape-shifting entity awakened beneath the ice and infiltrated our crew during a deadly blizzard, turning trust into terror. My name is Dr. Rachel Harlan. And what happened to me and the 48 other winter over crew members at McMurdo Station in Antarctica during the brutal winter of 2022 is something I'll carry to my grave. I was 35 at the time, a glaciologist from Colorado with 10 years of polar research under my belt. Excited for my third winter over. The ultimate test of endurance in one of the most remote places on Earth. McMurdo is the largest station on the continent, run by the United States Antarctic Program, perched on the rocky tip of Ross Island overlooking the frozen Ross Sea. In summer, it's bustling with over 1,000 people, scientists, support staff, pilots. But come winter, flights stop. The sun vanishes for 4 months, and only a skeleton crew stays behind to maintain operations, conduct research, and survive the endless night. We called ourselves the Winter Rovers, a tight-knit family bonded by isolation. Temperatures plummet to -70 Fahrenheit with wind chill. Blizzards rage for days. And the psychological pressure is immense. Seasonal affective disorder. Cabin fever. The knowledge that help is impossible until spring. No evacuations in winter. If something goes wrong, you're on your own. But we'd prepared. Stocked food for a year. Generators, medical bay, gym. Greenhouse for fresh veggies. Even a bar for morale nights. The station sprawls with buildings connected by tunnels or elevated walkways to avoid snow burial, main dorms, labs, vehicle garage, power plant, and outlying observatories. Our crew was diverse. Mechanics, cooks, firefighters, doctors, astronomers, biologists, and us ice scientists drilling cores from the ancient glaciers. My team was studying climate records trapped in ice going back hundreds of thousands of years. We just finished a deep drill project before winter lockdown, pulling up cores from over 2 miles down, pristine samples holding air bubbles from prehistoric atmospheres. Nothing unusual until later. Winter hit hard in March 2022. The last plane left, sun dipped below the horizon, and polar night began. At first, it was routine. Daily checks, data analysis, movie nights, trivia games. The darkness outside was absolute, broken only by station lights reflecting off endless white snowfields and the jagged black peaks of Mount Erebus smoking in the distance. Winds howled constantly, rattling buildings like a living thing. The first anomaly came in April, during a routine maintenance dive under the sea ice. McMurdo has a dive hut for studying marine life beneath the permanent ice shelf. 2 divers, experienced Navy guys named Pete and Carla, went down to check instruments. They surfaced early, shaken. Over radio, Pete reported strange structures on the seafloor, unnatural formations like carved pillars too symmetrical for geology. Carla mentioned bioluminescence in shapes that moved against currents. We chalked it up to nitrogen narcosis or ice distortion. But samples they brought up included weird organic material, tissue that didn't match any known Antarctic species, pale and fibrous. Then the power flickers started. Minor at first, brownouts blamed on fuel lines freezing. But during one outage in May, the backup generators delayed kicking in. In the pitch black, people reported hearing noises, scraping inside walls like claws on metal. Whispers in vents too faint to make out. When lights returned, nothing. Mass suggestion, we said. Isolation playing tricks. By June, the blizzard season peaked. A monster storm hit. Category 3 conditions, winds over 100 knots, visibility 0, temperatures dropping to -80. We hunkered down. No outside work. Just monitoring systems. That's when the real terror began. It started with the dogs. McMurdo doesn't have sled dogs anymore, but we had a small lab with experimental microbes. No, wait, it was the greenhouse. Plants started dying inexplicably, leaves shredded as if clawed, soil disturbed. Then one of the cooks, Maria, went missing during a short walk between buildings, only 50 yards in a marked tunnel. Search parties found her boot prints ending abruptly in snow, drag marks leading toward the ice shelf, then nothing. Nobody. In that storm, impossible to survive outside more than minutes. Paranoia crept in. People accused each other of pranks gone wrong. But then the doctor, Elias, found something in Maria's quarters during inventory. Skin flakes under her bed, not human. Pale, translucent, with unusual cell structures. The infections followed. Crew members developed strange symptoms. Fever, hallucinations, skin rashes that peeled in perfect sheets. Elias quarantined a few in medical running tests. Blood work showed anomalies. Cells replicating abnormally, like an invasive pathogen. One patient mechanic Tom ranted about it getting inside us, claiming he saw a crewmate's face change, melt, and reform in the mirror. We lost comms with the outside world, satellite uplink fried in the storm, totally cut off. Then the transformations began. I witnessed the first one myself. Late one night, time meaningless in constant dark. I was in the lab analyzing ice cores when screams echoed from the dorms. Rushing over with others, we found firefighter Jax cornered in the galley, pointing a fire axe at our astronomer, Lena. "She's not Lena!" he yelled. I saw it, her arms stretched, skin sloughed off like a suit. Lena sobbed, denying, but when we shone flashlights close, her eyes reflected wrong, pupils dilating unnaturally wide. Chaos erupted. Jax attacked. Others restrained him. But in the struggle, Lena's hand, contorted, fingers elongating, joints popping audibly. She shrieked, not human, a wet, gurgling roar, and lunged with impossible speed, claws erupting from fingertips. We barely subdued her, locking in storage. But blood tests later confirmed her DNA shifting, incorporating foreign sequences matching the dive samples. It was among us. Something ancient, awakened from the deep ice core or seafloor structures. A parasitic entity, capable of mimicking life perfectly, infiltrating hosts, wearing them like disguises. It spread through contact air, maybe the water system. Trust shattered. We formed groups, never alone, testing each other with questions only the real person knew. Childhood memories, shared jokes. But it learned fast, absorbing knowledge from hosts. One by one, people changed. The power plant operator sabotaged generators, plunging us into dark where it hunted best. Screams in corridors, bodies found partially assimilated, skin peeled back, insides rearranged. Some people walked wrong, limbs too fluid, faces sagging before snapping into perfect imitation. I barricaded in the ice core lab with 3 others. Young biologist Sam, veteran mechanic Olga, and Cums tech Diego. We rationed food, monitored vents, armed with tools, drills, axes, flare guns. Nights blurred into endless vigilance. Whispers outside doors, loved ones' voices pleading entry. "Rachel, it's me, let me in, it's cold." My husband's voice, dead on, though he'd never been to Antarctica. We resisted. Sam cracked first. Hallucinations overwhelmed him. He clawed his skin, screaming about things crawling inside. We restrained him, but overnight, he transformed. Woke to his face splitting, tendrils bursting, mimicking our voices in chorus to lure us close. Olga torched him with a flare, flames revealing inhuman anatomy beneath, down to 3. Then Diego vanished during a supply run to adjacent building. Returned normal, but Olga noticed. He didn't limp from old knee injury anymore. Confrontation. Diego smiled too wide, teeth sharpening. "You can't stop adaptation." It attacked. Olga went down clawing. I fled, sealing doors, igniting fuel line to burn that section. Alone now. Station silent except wind and distant. Imitations calling names of the dead. I held out in the drill shed, near escape vehicles, snowcats, but storm raged. Impossible to drive. Days? Weeks? Time lost. Final assault. It breached, wearing Olga's face perfectly, voice begging, but eyes wrong black voids. It spoke truths only I knew, trying to erode will. I triggered emergency protocol, overloaded reactor and power plant remotely, causing meltdown chain. Explosion rocked station as I fled in snowcat, blind into blizzard. Miraculously, storm broke hours later. I reached outlying observatory, radioed faint SOS picked up by passing ship months later when spring arrived. Rescue found station ruined, fire damage, bodies mutilated or missing. Official report. Structural failure, carbon monoxide poisoning causing mass delusion, deaths from exposure. But I know. Samples confirmed, entity prehistoric, surviving in ice stasis released by drilling. It didn't die. Parts escaped into snow, waiting for next season. I'm stateside now, monitored, discredited as Antarctic psychosis. But at night in quiet I hear whispers, voices adapting, learning. If climate change melts more ice, drills deeper, it will spread. We're not alone down there. Something older watches, waits to wear our skins. That winter stole everything. Friends, sanity, faith in humanity. Some horrors aren't fiction. They're buried, patient, hungry for warmth. Be wary of the ice. It preserves more than history. The most bone-chilling true hiking horror story from the remote ancient forests of northern Sweden. A monstrous entity from Norse legend hunted my friends and me mercilessly after we ventured off-trail into Forbidden's territory. My name is Marcus, and what happened to me and my 4 college friends during a hiking trip in the summer of 2022 still wakes me up screaming in the middle of the night. I was 31 at the time, living in Stockholm, working as a software engineer with a decent life but feeling stuck in the daily grind. We'd all been close since university. Me, my best friend. Lucas, the group leader, always planning adventures. His girlfriend Anna, the practical one nurse by profession. Our quiet photographer friend Eric, and the joker of the pack Thomas, who could lighten any mood. To celebrate turning 30-something and shake off city life, we decided on a challenging hike in Sarek National Park in northern Sweden, one of Europe's last true wilderness areas, vast untouched, no marked. Trails in parts home to glaciers, deltas, and dense birch and pine forests older than recorded history. Sarek is notorious among hikers. No facilities, unpredictable weather, brown bears, wolves, and reindeer herds that can stampede. But it's also stunning. Jagged peaks like fairy tale mountains, turquoise rivers carving through valleys, midnight sun in summer casting eternal golden light. We'd done easier treks before, like the King's Trail, so we felt prepared. High-quality gear, tents, GPS devices, bear spray, emergency beacon, enough dehydrated food for 10 days. We flew to Kvikkjokk, took a bus to the trailhead, and started our planned 6-day loop through the lesser-visited Rapadalen Valley, aiming to camp near ancient semi-sacred sites. The locals in Kvikkjokk warned us. An old Sami reindeer herder at the heliport pulled Lucas aside. Stay on known paths, some valleys. The old ones still walk. Stalo, the giant eater of men, guards the deep woods. If you see rune stones or deformed trees, turn back. We chuckled folklore to scare tourists. Stalo is a troll-like figure from Sami and Norse myths, a cannibalistic monster that lures travelers. Cute story, we thought. We set off anyway, packs heavy, spirits high, joking about trolls over coffee. The first 2 days were paradise. Endless daylight, wildflowers blooming in alpine meadows, wading icy streams, spotting elk and golden eagles soaring. We camped on high ground, cooked over portable stoves, shared beers from lightweight cans, told old university stories around a small fire. Eric captured incredible photos, mist rolling over lakes at night, though the sun barely dipped. No issues beyond sore feet and mosquito swarms. On day 3, we decided to shortcut off-trail through a dense forest section to reach a rumored beautiful delta faster. Maps showed it as passable, saving a day. The forest swallowed us immediately. Thick birch twisted by wind, ground carpeted in moss and lichen, air cool and still. Navigation harder without trails. We relied on compass and GPS. Trees grew strangely here. Trunks bowed inward like archways. Branches knotted unnaturally. Some split as if struck by lightning but healed wrong. We found old rune carvings on rocks, faded symbols we googled later as warnings. Unease started subtly. Birdsong stopped. No animals visible. Footsteps echoed oddly, like the forest absorbed sound. Then Tomas joked about hearing distant grunts, deep, guttural, like a bear but rhythmic. We pushed on, laughing it off. That night, really just dim twilight, we camped in a small clearing. Tents pitched close, fire going. Around what felt like 2 a.m., clocks meaningless in midnight sun, the grunts returned, closer, surrounding us. Heavy footsteps crunching leaves, circling the camp. We froze, flashlights sweeping, nothing but trees. Lucas shouted in Swedish, banging pots to scare bears. Silence fell, then a roar, inhuman, shaking leaves, a mix of elk bellow and human scream distorted. We packed frantically, hiked out by headlamp into the dawn. No sleep. Day 4. Exhaustion set in. The forest thickened, paths vanishing under undergrowth. GPS glitched, signal weak, readings jumping. We found deformed animal remains. Reindeer carcasses torn apart, bones arranged in circles, skulls crushed inward. Flies buzzed, but smell wrong, metallic, ancient. Eric spotted it first. A shape in periphery, massive, 9 to 10 feet tall, humanoid but wrong. Elongated limbs, torso thick and furred, head crowned with antler-like protrusions. It watched from behind trees, moving parallel when we walked. Always just out of clear view, vanishing when lights hit. Panic whispers. Bear standing? But bears don't walk upright for hours. Anna found a stalo marker, piled stones with runes. Flee the glutton. We tried backtracking, but forest looped impossibly. Same clearings revisited. Lost. That evening, attack began. Thomas lagged photographing. Sudden scream. We rushed back. Tent shredded. Pack dragged into brush. Blood trail, but no body. Just his camera. Lens cracked. Last photo. Blurred tall figure with glowing eyes and shadow. 4 left. We ran no camp, pushing through night. Grunts evolved, mimicking voices. Thomas calling, help. From darkness, distorted deeper. Then our names and friends' voices. Lucas broke. It's the Stalo. We're cursed for ignoring warnings. Hallucinations, exhaustion? But all saw glimpses. Creature closer now, skin mottled gray-green, face elongated with wide maw, eyes reflective like wolf. Anna next. Resting briefly, something snatched her from edge. Claw marks on arm, dragged screaming into thicket. Gunshots from Lucas' flare gun. Echoes, then silence. Eric and Lucas argued. Burn forest? No fuel. Beacon activated, but days from help. Creature toyed, appearing ahead, blocking paths, forcing deeper into Forbidden's valley. Final night. Hold in cave. Creature outside, roaring, pounding rocks. Mimicked Anna's pleas perfectly. Dawn. Eric ventured out for water. Gone. Found his GoPro later. Footage of creature close, massive, rune-tattooed skin, devouring something off camera. Alone with Lucas. He confessed grief. Trip to honor dead friend from uni. Suicide years ago. Maybe we brought curse. Madness. Lucas changed, eyes distant, muttering samey chants. Attacked me, claiming Stalo wants sacrifice. Fought, fled wounded. Stumbled days, delirious, until rescuers found, beacon finally signaled. Official. Bear attacks, exposure, group delusion from hypoxia. But I know. Stalo real, ancient entity guarding sacred woods, luring disrespectful intruders, feeding on fear and flesh. Therapy calls PTSD, but scars match claws, not bears. I never hike again. Avoid forests. In quiet, hear grunts, distant roars. If hiking Scandinavia wilds, heed locals. Some legends alive, hungry. That trip took friends, innocence. Something ancient watches Swedish woods. Prey never draws attention. Stay trails. Or become next tale. The most terrifying conclusion to my true Swedish forest horror story. Alone, wounded, and hunted relentlessly by the ancient Stalo. Until my miraculous escape from the Forbidden's wilderness. Part 2. After Lucas turned on me, everything became a blur of pain, terror, and raw survival instinct. I was bleeding from where he slashed my arm with his camping knife, a deep gash across my forearm, that burned like fire in the cold air. He'd lunged with wild eyes, muttering in a voice that wasn't entirely his anymore. Something ancient and guttural mixed with Swedish words I didn't understand. Offered it Stalo. Sacrifice. He'd completely lost it, convinced that giving me to the creature would spare him. We grappled in the dim light filtering through the twisted birch canopy, my hands slippery with blood, his strength unnatural, like something else was fueling him. I managed to kick him off, grabbing a rock and smashing it against his temple. Not hard enough to kill, but enough to stun. He crumpled, groaning, and I ran. Just ran blindly into the forest, heart pounding so loud I couldn't hear my own footsteps over it. Branches whipped my face, roots snagged my boots, sending me sprawling into moss and mud more than once. My pack was gone, left behind in the chaos, so I had nothing. No food, no tent, no GPS, just the clothes on my back, a half-empty water bottle clipped to my belt, and the flare gun with 2 shots left. The wound throbbed, blood soaking my sleeve, attracting God knows what in these woods. The forest felt alive now, hostile. Trees closed in tighter, their deformed trunks leaning like they were watching, judging. The midnight sun hung low, casting long twisted shadows that played tricks. Every stump a crouching figure, every rustle the Stalo approaching. And the sounds, oh God, the sounds never stopped. Deep grunts echoing from all directions, mimicking our lost friends' voices. Thomas laughing maniacally in the distance, Anna screaming my name, Eric whispering, Marcus, over here, luring me toward thicker brush. I knew it was the creature, intelligent, patient, hurting me deeper like prey. Hours passed or maybe days. Time dissolved in exhaustion. I staggered onward, following what I hoped was south by the faint moss growth on trees, a trick I'd read about. Thirst clawed my throat. I sucked melting snow when I could, risking hypothermia. Hunger gnawed, but fear overrode it. My mind replayed everything. The warnings ignored the shortcut that doomed us, the glimpses of that thing, taller than any man's skin like bark and hide, fused antlers branching from its skull like a corrupted elk, eyes glowing faint yellow in the twilight. Night fell, real night. Brief but absolute in late summer up north. Darkness swallowed the forest, broken only by faint aurora ripples overhead. I collapsed against a boulder, wrapping my jacket tighter, trying to staunch the bleeding with a torn shirt strip. Sleep came in fits, nightmares of claws rending flesh. I woke to heavy breathing nearby, hot, rank like rotted meat and wet fur. It was close. Too close. I froze, peering into black. A massive shape silhouetted against faint starlight, crouched 20 feet away, head tilted, sniffing. The stallow. Clearer than ever, shoulders broad as a bear. Limbs knotted with muscle under mottled skin, claws digging into earth like roots. It rose slowly to full height, easily 10 feet, antlers scraping branches, and let out a low rumble that vibrated in my chest. I didn't think. Just fired the flare gun straight up. The burst illuminated everything in red hellish light. Its face, elongated muzzle with jagged teeth. Eyes reflecting like predator, runes scarred into flesh glowing faintly. It recoiled, roaring in pain or rage, shielding with a clawed hand. The flare parachuted down, sizzling in snow, buying seconds. I bolted again, crashing through undergrowth, lungs burning in cold air. Behind crashing pursuit, trees snapping, ground shaking. It was fast, tireless. I zigzagged, hoping to lose it in denser woods, but the mimics intensified, my own voice calling from ahead. "Marcus, help me!" Imitating my pleas. Dawn crept, gray light revealing a valley I'd never seen on maps. Steep cliffs, a frozen river below, ancient stone formations like altars scattered. Semi-sacred ground, desecrated. Bones littered the ground, old and new, human and animal, arranged in patterns. The creature's lair, it herded me here deliberately. Exhaustion hit. I couldn't run forever. Wound infected now, feverish, vision blurring. I climbed a rocky outcrop for vantage, hoping to spot civilization smoke or a trail. Nothing but endless forest and mountains. Then silence fell. Eerie, complete. No grunts, no mimics. Just wind. I waited, flare gun ready with last shot. Hours? It toyed again. It appeared below, standing motionless at valley edge, staring up. Communicating? Warning? Then it charged, bounding up rocks with impossible agility, claws sparking on stone. I fired the last flare point blank. Hit its shoulder, burst of flame, sizzling flesh. Hideous shriek echoed miles. It tumbled back, rolling down slope, thrashing in snow, extinguishing fire. Window. I scrambled opposite direction, down cliff face, fingers numb on icy holds, falling last 10 feet into snowdrift. Pain exploded, ankle twisted, maybe broken, but adrenaline pushed. Limped along river ice, praying thin spots didn't crack. Days blurred, crawling when I couldn't walk, eating pine needles and bark for meager sustenance, drinking river melt. Hallucinations, friends' ghosts accusing me of surviving. The Stellos roar distant but always there, tracking. Miracle on what felt like day 5. Stumbled onto a reindeer herder trail. Faint sled marks. Followed weakly until voices, real human voices. Semi-herders on snowmobiles, checking winter fences early. They found me collapsed, dehydrated, hypothermic, babbling about monsters. Wrapped in blankets, hot broth forced down, airlifted to hospital in Jokmok. Doctors said lucky to live. Severe infection, frostbite on fingers, toes, lost 2 toes, malnutrition. Psych Evil. Acute stress disorder with delusional features. But herders believed. Elder examined my wounds. Stallow marks? You escaped the Glutton's Valley. Few do, police searched. Found remnants, shredded gear, blood, but no bodies. Area closed, dangerous terrain. I'm back in Stockholm now, prosthetic toes, therapy endless. Nightmares constant, that face in flare light, claws reaching. Research confirmed. Stallo sightings rare but persistent in Sarak. Tall figures, mimics, disappearances blamed on exposure, but bodies never whole. I warned authorities anonymously. Avoid that valley. But hikers still go. If trekking Swedish Lapland wilds, respect signs, locals tailies, Stallo isn't myth. It's guardian, predator, ancient hunger, awakened by intruders. My friends paid ultimate price for arrogance. I live with guilt, scars inside and out. That forest changed me forever. Some places man wasn't meant to tread. The old ones remember. And they don't forgive. Never hike off trail in Sarek, or anywhere legends warn. The Stallo waits, patient in shadows for next wanderers. I'd barely escaped. You might not. Stay safe. Heed the runes. The most terrifying true Paris catacombs horror story ever. My friends and I illegally explored the forbidden underground tunnels and awakened an ancient evil that hunted us through miles of bones until only I escaped alive. My name is Claire, and what happened to me and my 3 friends in the fall of 2021 deep beneath the streets of Paris, France, is the kind of nightmare that doesn't fade with time. It festers, replaying every detail in the dark corners of your mind until you're afraid to close your eyes. I was 28 at the time, an American expat living in Paris for 2 years, working as a freelance translator while chasing my passion for urban exploration. Paris above ground is magic. Cobblestone streets, cafes spilling onto sidewalks, the Eiffel Tower glowing at night. But below, it's a different world. Over 200 miles of abandoned quarries turned ossuaries. The famous catacombs holding the bones of 6 million people transferred from overflowing cemeteries in the late 1700s. The official tour is sanitized, roped off, just a tiny fraction with neat stacks of skulls and femurs arranged like macabre art. But the real catacombs, the restricted 99%, are illegal to enter, a labyrinth of flooded tunnels, collapsing ceilings, and pitch-black passages, where urban explorers or cataphiles sneak in through hidden manholes, drains, or metro maintenance shafts for the thrill. I'd been on a few mild explorations before, nothing too deep, always with experienced groups. But my friends visiting from the States wanted the real deal. There was Ben, my old college roommate, 29, adventurous archaeologist type with a GoPro always rolling. His girlfriend Sophie, 27, a history buff obsessed with Parisian lore. And Jamal, 30, the level-headed one former military good with maps and emergencies. We researched for weeks, bought waterproof boots, headlamps with extra batteries, respirators for dust and mold, chalk for marking paths, wetsuits for flooded sections, even a handheld methane detector because pockets of bad air can kill silently. We knew the risks: getting lost, arrests, fines up to thousands of euros, cave-ins, drowning in flash floods from rain above. But the forbidden sections called to us, rumored chambers with ancient graffiti, World War II bunkers, untouched bone rooms, even legends of cult gatherings or ghosts of the dead unrested. We entered just after midnight on a rainy October night, slipping through a service door in the metro tunnels near Denfert-Rochereau, a known cataphile entrance we de-scouted. The air hit immediately, cool, damp, smelling of wet stone and faint decay. Flashlights cut through absolute darkness, revealing graffiti-covered walls, rusted pipes overhead, puddles reflecting our beams like mirrors. Laughter echoed nervously as we descended deeper, chalking arrows at junctions. The first hour was exhilarating, narrow passages squeezing shoulders, crawling through low ceilings, emerging into vast quarry rooms supported by crumbling pillars. Bones appeared gradually, scattered at first, then walls lined with them, femurs stacked like firewood, skulls staring from alcoves with empty sockets. We reached an unmapped section by dawn, time underground warps without sun, pushing past a collapsed barrier into tunnels not visited in decades. Dust thick, undisturbed. Sophie's excitement peaked. This is pre-revolution. Look at the tool marks. Ben filmed everything, narrating whispers. Jamal marked meticulously. Then anomalies started. First, echoes wrong, sounds bouncing delayed, like the tunnels breathed. Footsteps behind us, faint, stopping when we paused. Rats, Jamal said, but rats scurry fast. These deliberate bipedal. We found strange carvings, not quarry marks, but symbols, alchemical, occult, circles with eyes, phrases in Latin, as above, so below. Sophie translated excitedly. Hermetic philosophy, but darker, like warnings. Air grew heavier, respirators fogging. Methane detector beeped once. Pocket cleared. But pressure built, ears popping unnaturally. In a massive bone chamber, walls 20 feet high of stacked remains, skulls arranged in crosses and hearts, we rested, eating energy bars amid the dead. Ben's GoPro glitched, static, then playback showed shadows moving behind us that weren't there live. Laughter stopped. Whispers began, faint, overlapping, in French and languages unknown, rising from bones like wind through cracks. We pressed on, seeking exit, but tunnels twisted illogically, maps useless, chalk marks vanishing as if erased, lost. Flooding started. Rain above seeping, water ankle deep, rising fast. Wetsuits on, swimming choked passages, bones floating past like driftwood. Sophie first to break. Hyperventilating, claiming bones whispered her secrets. Childhood traumas she'd never shared. They know. They see everything. Then sightings. Figures in periphery, pale, robed, hooded, standing motionless inside tunnels. Vanishing when lights hit. Jamal's light caught one clear. Humanoid, skin taut over bones, eyes black voids, mouth sewn. It tilted head, mimicking our fear. Panic. Ran, water waist-high now, splashing echoes masking pursuit. Ben slipped, leg gashed on rusted metal. Infection risk high in filthy water. Blood trailed. Deeper chamber with altar-like stone. Occult symbols fresh. Candles melted recent. Cult? Or worse? Whispers became voices, our own confessing guilts. Mine, regrets over family deaths. Ben heard his failures. Sophie screamed as voices accused her lies. Hallucinations? Bad air? Or something awakened? Guardian of dead? Or collective unrest? Punishing intruders. Attack came in narrow bone-lined tunnel. Something grabbed Sophie from behind. Pale hands from skull wall, pulling into ossuary niche. Screams muffled as bones avalanche buried her. We dug frantically, found only her light, crushed. 3 left. Madness accelerating. Jamal confessed, it's judging us. For sins, tunnels shifted, walls closing, or illusion. Found mirrored room, reflections wrong, delayed, showing us injured before happening. Ben's wound festered impossibly fast, black veins spreading. He raved, it's inside me. He turned violent, eyes void-like, attacking Jamal. Struggle. Ben drowned in rising water, face down, bubbles ceasing. Jamal and I fled, water chest high, swimming. He sacrificed. Blocked pursuing figures, more now, chanting, buying time. Last words. Go! Don't look back. Alone. Hours. Days. Crawled, swam, climbed collapsing shafts. Guilt voices endless. Friends blaming me. Finally, faint light, manhole above. Climbed ladder to street, emerging in dawn rain near Seine. Covered in mud and bone dust. Police found me delirious. Hospital. Dehydration, infection, hypothermia. Psych hold. Delusional episode from illegal activity. Friends listed missing. Bodies never recovered. Tunnels too dangerous to search deep. But I know. Catacombs alive with something ancient. Philosopher's stone curse? Collective dead's wrath? Cult entity? Therapy useless? Avoid underground metros trigger panic. Research. Similar disappearances centuries. Explorers vanishing. Bodies found posed or mummified wrong. Paris beautiful above, but below guards secrets viciously. If tempted by Forbidden's catacombs, don't. Dead don't rest. They watch, wait, judge. I alone survived. Barely. Friends paid price. That descent stole everything. Some doors, once opened, never close. Evil followed glimpses in mirrors still. Stay surface. As below, horrors mirror above, and they hunger for living. The most horrifying conclusion to my true Paris catacombs horror story, the ancient evil escaped the tunnels with me and has been stalking me ever since, turning my life into an endless nightmare. Part 2. The moments after I crawled out of that manhole into the rainy Paris dawn are fragmented in my memory, like shattered glass I can't piece together without cutting myself. I collapsed on the wet pavement near the Seine, lungs burning from the moldy catacomb air, body shivering uncontrollably in clothes caked with mud, bone dust, and my own dried blood from scrapes and falls. Sirens wailed in the distance. Someone must have seen me emerge, a filthy, ranting figure babbling in broken French and English about monsters below the city. Paramedics arrived fast, wrapping me in thermal blankets, injecting something to calm the hysteria. I remember screaming about my friends Ben, Sophie, Jamal, still down there, trapped with whatever that thing was. They're dead, it took them, you have to go back. But my words slurred into nonsense as shock and exhaustion took over. I woke in a hospital bed at Hotel Dieu, the oldest hospital in Paris, ironically just blocks from Notre Dame. Ivy is in my arms, monitors beeping steadily, harsh fluorescent lights overhead. Doctor spoke in calm French. Severe dehydration, mild hypothermia, lacerations infected with unusual bacteria, respiratory irritation from particulate matter. They asked questions: how long underground, entry point, substances inhaled. I told fragments. Illegal exploration gone wrong, lost friends, flooding. But when I mentioned the figures, the whispers, the hands pulling Sophie into the bones, their faces tightened. Psychiatric consult ordered immediately. The police came next, 2 inspectors from the Brigade Criminelle, serious in trench coats, recording everything. They knew about cataphiles. Arrests happened, but disappearances rare. I gave descriptions, entry point, route as best I remembered, friends' full names, passports left in hotel. They searched, sent specialist teams with cavers from the Speleo Rescue Unit into the tunnels. Days later, report. Flooding receded, some gear found. Ben's cracked GoPro half buried in silt. Sophie's backpack shredded. Jamal's respirator mask floating in a sump. Blood traces, but diluted. No bodies. Tunnels too unstable deeper in. Search suspended. Case closed as accidental deaths during illegal activity. My friends' families notified, grief, anger at me for leading them there. I couldn't face calls. Psych ward transfer followed. Diagnosis: acute stress reaction with psychotic features, possibly exacerbated by hypoxia or toxic mold exposure. Hallucinations common in prolonged underground confinement, they said. Therapy sessions. Relive events, separate reality from trauma. But nightmares bled into waking, whispers in hospital vents. Claire, Rivians, come back. Shadows in corners shifting like robed figures. Nurses' faces flickering wrong in dim light. Released after 2 weeks, heavily medicated. Antidepressants, anti-anxiety, sleep aids that barely touched the terror. Back to my tiny Montmartre apartment, overlooking Sacre-Cœur. Tried normalcy, freelance work, walks in daylight, avoiding metros and sewers. But it followed. First signs subtle. Packages at door, small bones polished, arranged in occult symbols matching tunnel carvings. No sender. Anonymous notes slipped under door. Latin phrases from walls. Inferius te spectat. The below watches you. Then sightings. Walking Luxembourg Gardens, pale figure at periphery. Hooded, motionless among trees, vanishing when approached. Metro platforms. Reflection in glass showing extra passenger, face obscured, standing too close. Night's worst. Apartment secure, triple locks, cameras installed, but noises. Scratching inside walls, like claws on plaster. Whispers through floors, rising from below as if city foundations connected to catacombs. Woke once the bedroom door ajar, though locked. Footprints in dust. Bare, elongated toes. Friends' belongings returned by police. Water-damaged phones, wallets. Ben's GoPro salvaged, footage recovered partially. I watched a lone heart stopping. Final minutes clear. Jamal's sacrifice, pale hands swarming, then camera tumbling into dark, capturing glimpses of the entity full. Tall, emaciated, yet strong skin translucent over bone eyes, solid black absorbing light mouth, a void whispering endlessly. Last frame. Its face inches from lens, symbols glowing on forehead, smashed drive after, but images burned in mind. Therapists suggested moving trauma triggers in Paris. Flew home to States, small town Midwest, family support. New start. But no escape. Whispers in basement pipes. Bone fragments in mail. Postmarked Paris. Dreams. Tunnels extending under oceans. Entity traveling veins of earth. Peak in summer 2022. Home alone. Storm blackout. Knocking below floorboards. Rhythmic. Insistent. Scratching rising. Power returned. Mirror reflection showed it behind me. Robed, dripping tunnel water. Screamed, spun, empty. But bathroom mirror fogged. Finger traces. Je suis avec toi. I am with you. Moved again. Coastal Oregon, far from underground networks. Therapy intensive. EMDR for trauma. Meds adjusted. Yet subtle hauntings persist. Cold spots. Whispers in wind. Shadows stretching wrong. Anonymous calls. Breathing, then Latin chants. Research obsession. Catacombs history deeper. Alchemical societies 1700s performing rituals among bones, summoning guardian of depths, entity binding dead to protect secrets. My intrusion awakened it. Blood spilled fed its strength to ascend. Friends' families sued civilly, settled quietly. Guilt endless, led them to deaths. Now 2025 I live quietly, avoid darkness, crowds, reflections. Write this warning anonymously online sometimes. It didn't stay below. Part escaped in me? Or independently, stalking judgment. If explore forbidden places, catacombs, ruins, depths, remember, some guardians eternal resent disturbance. Dead claim company, I alone survived physically, but soul fractured, hunted forever. That night underground stole future. Evil wears many faces, sometimes your own in mirror. Watch shadows. Listen silences. If whispers call your secrets, run. It's already watching, never go below. Some doors open both ways. And once out, it never returns alone. This ends my story. Pray yours never begins. Stay in light. The dark remembers. The most unexplained true park ranger horror story from the vast backcountry of Banff's National Park in Canada. I discovered mysterious staircases, leading nowhere deep in the wilderness, and an invisible predator that stalked and hunted lost hikers for years. My name is Alex Thompson, and for over a decade, from 2015 to 2025, I worked as a park ranger in Banff National Park, Alberta, Canada, one of the most beautiful and unforgiving wilderness areas in the world. Banff spans over 6,600 square kilometers of rugged Rocky Mountains, glacial lakes, dense coniferous forests, and alpine meadows that draw millions of tourists every year. But beyond the paved roads, lodges, and crowded trails around Lake Louise or Moraine Lake lies the true backcountry. Remote valleys inaccessible by vehicle, grizzly bear territory, sudden avalanches, and weather that can turn deadly in hours. As a ranger, my job was everything from wildlife monitoring and trail maintenance to search and rescue operations. I'd seen it all: hypothermic hikers, bear attacks, falls from cliffs, but nothing prepared me for the unexplained phenomena I encountered starting in the summer of 2019, deep in the lesser patrolled northern sections near the Panther River Valley. Banff has its share of missing persons cases, more than most parks admit publicly. Officially, they're attributed to exposure, animal encounters, or getting lost. But rangers talk among ourselves about the weird ones. People vanishing without a trace, no gear found, searches turning up nothing despite massive efforts with dogs, helicopters, and drones. Some cases date back decades. Patterns that don't make sense. No screams reported. Clothes sometimes found neatly folded, children disappearing silently from campsites. I'd heard the rumors from older rangers. Strange staircases appearing randomly in the deep woods, leading nowhere, perfectly constructed but isolated miles from any trail or cabin. I dismissed them as urban legends, pranks by bored locals, or misidentified old mining structures, until I saw one myself. It was July 2019 during a solo patrol to check remote campsites after heavy rains caused flooding risks. I was horseback packing in for 3 days, radio for emergencies, bear spray, rifle for wildlife deterrence. The area was off-grid no-cell service, dense lodgepole pine and spruce forest thick with underbrush, ground carpeted in moss and fallen logs. Day 1 uneventful. Checked a few sites, noted elk signs, camped by a creek under clear stars. Day 2, I veered off-trail to investigate a report of illegal poaching signs from a previous season. Pushing through thicket, horse snorting uneasily, I emerged into a small clearing I'd never mapped before. And there it was, a freestanding staircase about 15 steps high. Made of polished wood oak maybe, with ornate railings, carpeted treads in faded red. Perfect condition. No weathering, no moss or dirt accumulation. It rose straight up from the forest floor into the canopy, ending abruptly at nothing, branches growing around but not touching it. My horse refused to approach, ears back, stamping. I dismounted, heart racing though I told myself rational explanations, art installation, abandoned film prop. But miles from anywhere, no access road. I circled it, no foundation, just sitting on dirt like placed recently. Stepped solid when tested. Climbed halfway, no view different, just trees. Radioed base. Faint signal, described it. Response crackled. Probably old survey marker or prank. Log and continue, but unease lingered. Horse bolted that night, reins snapped found miles away next day. Kept uneasy, fire high. Returned to station, researched quietly. Similar reports nationwide. Even internationally random staircases in woods, associated with disappearances. David Polit's books on missing 411 documented dozens. Rangers advised never climb them. Thought coincidence. Until searches began. Fall 2020. Young couple vanished on day hike near Mistaya Canyon off-trail detour. Massive search. Dogs, FLIR helicopters, ground teams. I led backcountry grid. Day 3 found husband's backpack neatly placed at base of a staircase. Identical to mine. Wood, carpeted, leading nowhere in dense forest. Clothes inside folded, phone dead, but last photo. Staircase from below. Timestamp hours after reported missing. Wife never found. Search called off. Whispers intensified among rangers. Don't approach the stairs. Some quit after sightings. 2021. Child, 6 years old, disappeared from family campsite near Baker Lake. Heard laughing, then gone. Search frantic, hundreds volunteers. I found clue. Small shoe prints leading to clearing, ending at staircase base. Tiny handprints on lower railings like climbed. No continuation prints. Child missing permanently. Family devastated. Patterns emerged. Stairs appeared near vanishings. Victims often alone briefly. No struggle signs. Bodies rarely recovered or found asleep poses. 2022. My breaking point. Solo extended patrol, investigating cluster reports northern backcountry. 10 days in, storm hit blizzard early season whiteout, temperatures plunging -30 Celsius. Hold in emergency cabin, remote shelter stocked basics. Storm raged 3 days. Radio chatter, hiker missing solo male, 40s experienced, last seen heading my sector. When cleared, searched. Found his tent slashed open, gear scattered but sleeping bag empty. Tracks leading away, then staircase in nearby glen. Fresh snow around but none on steps impossible. Climb cautiously, rifle ready. At top, view of valley, and something moving below. Invisible? Branches depressed like heavyweight walking, snow compressing in footprints too large human clawed. Heart pounded. Descended fast. That night twilight and storm aftermath cry started. Help calls, hiker's voice from forest. Over here. Help. Direction shifting, circling cabin. New mimicry from bear safety training, but this perfect, desperate. Barricaded door, fire roaring, radioed extraction delayed weather. Cries closer, scratching logs. Then whispers at window. My name, Alex. Come out. It's safe, not hiker reported single. Invisible footsteps circled cabin, depressions in snow visible dawn. Fired warning shots echoes, then silence. But inside, cold spots moving, breath fogging though fire hot. Gear shifted when back turned. Final night. Door rattled violently, wood splintering. Something pressed against walls, bulging inward slightly. Dawn. Helicopter arrived, evacuated, babbling. Hiker never found. Staircases disappeared, subsequent searches. Reassigned desk duty, then retired early 2025 PTSD official. But truth. Something in Banff backcountry entity? Interdimensional? Predatory force uses staircases, portals, or lures. Invisible or shape-shifting, mimics voices draw victims, hunts silently. Cases continue quietly missing persons up. Patterns match. I warn anonymously online. If hiking remote parks, see random staircase woods, turn back, never climb, report but don't approach. That wilderness hides more than bears. Something ancient, patient, hungry for solitary. My patrols stole peace. Friends, hikers lost to it. Stairs appear for reason, and once seen, it knows you. Stay main trails, Banff, popular areas. Deep backcountry not empty. It's waiting, watching, calling your name when alone. Heed warnings, or become next unexplained disappearance. The mountains keep secrets, and some secrets keep you. The most terrifying conclusion to my true Banff National Park Ranger horror story. The invisible predator revealed its true form and hunted me mercilessly, until I barely escaped with my life, but it still watches from the woods. Part 2. After that helicopter evacuation from the remote cabin in the winter of 2022, I thought the worst was over. I was airlifted to the ranger station in Banff town site, debriefed extensively and immediately placed on medical leave. Doctors diagnosed severe exhaustion, mild frostbite on my fingers and toes, and acute environmental stress disorder. Their polite way of saying ID cracked under the isolation and imagined things. Therapy sessions started right away. Weekly talks with a park psychologist who specialized in ranger trauma. Prescriptions for anxiety meds and sleep aids that turned nights into foggy blanks. I was reassigned to light-duty desk work, public education programs, no backcountry patrols. The higher-ups didn't want me scaring tourists or other staff with my delusions. Officially, the missing hiker was logged as another tragic case of exposure during an unexpected storm. No mention of staircases, invisible footprints, or mimics in the reports. But I knew better. The thing was it an entity, a predator, something interdimensional, had marked me. It didn't stop at the cabin. The first few months back in civilization were deceptively calm. I rented a small apartment in Canmore, just outside the park boundaries, close enough for work, but far from the deep woods. Nights were rough. Flashbacks of circling footprints in snow. Whispers calling my name and voices of lost hikers I'd searched for over the years. I'd wake sweating, checking windows for compressed grass or branches bent wrong. Meds helped dull it, but dreams bled through. Endless forests with staircases rising like traps. Something unseen breathing behind me. Spring 2023 brought thaw and escalation. I volunteered for a controlled burn monitoring in a safer section near Lake Louise. Day shifts only, teams of 10. Thought group safety would ground me. But on a routine perimeter check, alone briefly radioing coordinates, there it was. A staircase. Fresh, carpeted in green this time, blending with moss, rising 20 steps into spruce canopy. No snow to show prints, but grass flattened in large, clawed patterns circling base. Heart slammed. Radioed team static burst, then silence. Ran back? Signal jammed? Team found me hyperventilating, staircase gone, when we returned. They searched. Nothing. Suggested I take more leave. Incidents multiplied. Driving Icefields Parkway at dusk. Elk on road, swerved glimpse in rear view of tall silhouettes standing mid-highway, invisible but distorting air like heat shimmer, antler-like protrusions. Home intrusions. Apartment secure, but waking to furniture shifted, fridge door ajar, food bitten with teeth marks too wide human. Anonymous notes in mailbox. Crude drawings of staircases, my patrol routes sketched accurately though classified. Colleagues distanced rumors I was cursed or unstable. One old-timer pulled me aside. The stairs, they're doors, it uses them. Feeds on solitude, fear. One sees you, doesn't forget. Summer 2023. Forced extended leave. Moved farther Calgary apartment. High-rise, no woods nearby. Tried normal life. Dating apps, failed panic attacks, gym, therapy twice weekly, but it adapted. City didn't stop it. Elevator malfunctions. Stuck alone, whispers through speakers hikers' last words from old sour recordings I'd archived. Mirror reflections. Extra shadow behind me, tall and branching. Peak terror. Fall 2023. Visited family in Ontario, thought distance help. Cottage on lake, remote but not wilderness. Fishing one morning, fog thick on water. Staircase on island opposite visible through mist, ornate iron now, spiraling up. Boat wouldn't start, fog rolled an unnatural isolating cottage. Call started, my voice from treeline, Alex. Come home, then lost victims. Child's laughter from 2021 case, couple's argument echoing over water. Invisible splashes approaching dock water displacing in footsteps. Barricaded inside, shotgun loaded, bought for protection. Night. Pounding on walls, roof creaking under weight. Windows fogged with breath not mine. Claws scraping glass, leaving etched symbols same as old reports. Dawn. Fog lifted, staircase gone. But boat motor sabotaged wires clawed. Family thought breakdown, hospitalized briefly. Returned west, resigned 2024. Full retirement disability pension. Moved coastal BC, Vancouver Island, ocean views, no deep forests. Lingering effects. Sensitivity to silence, hear distant grunts in wind. Avoid stairs, escalators only. Mirrors covered nights. Final revelation. 2025. Anonymous package. Flash drive. Footage compiled trail cams from Banff backcountry. Leaked somehow. Clear shots. Entity partial tall humanoid silhouette bending light wrong, limbs elongated, head antlered with sensory branches, moving between staircases appearing, disappearing. Feeding? Dragging shapes into doors. Last clip. My cabin 2022, exterior, it's circling. Form flickering visible briefly. Skin like bark and shadow fused. Eyes voids absorbing light, mouth wide with needle teeth mimicking perfectly. It lives. Uses stairs portals, hunts isolated, mimics lore, parks suppress tourism vital. I warn quietly forums anonymous posts, few believe. Now, January 2026, I live quietly. Ocean soothing constant noise. But sometimes fog rolls in thick. Hear footsteps on beach, sand compressing unseen. Or staircase visions in dreams calling. It followed. Patient. Waiting for true solitude again. My ranger days ended it, but it didn't end me yet. If visit national parks, Banff, Yosemite, anywhere remote see random staircase woods. Run. Don't climb. Don't acknowledge. The predator ancient territorial. We intruders. Stares its traps. And once marked, no full escape. This concludes my story. Heed it, or join missing. The wilderness remembers. And it hungers eternally. Stay crowded trails. Light. Company. Alone. It finds you. Calls your name. And you answer. The most haunting true lighthouse keeper horror story from the desolate Atlantic coast of Ireland. Drowned souls from ancient shipwrecks. Rose during a historic storm and besieged the tower, whispering my name until madness nearly claimed me. My name is Liam O'Connor. And from 2018 to 2020, I served as the sole keeper of the Blackrock Lighthouse, perched on a jagged rock island off the wild west coast of County Mayo, Ireland. The lighthouse, built in 1838 after a series of tragic shipwrecks along that treacherous stretch known as the Graveyard of the Atlantic, stood 120 feet tall, a white tower battered by centuries of gales, its beam cutting through fog to warn vessels away from submerged reefs that had claimed hundreds of lives. The island itself was barely 200 yards across a barren outcrop of slick black rock, tufted with tough grass and ringed by crashing waves even on calm days. No trees, no soil for gardens, just the tower, a small keeper's cottage attached at the base, a helipad for rare supply drops, and a rickety boat dock that was useless half the year. I was 42 when I took the job, a former merchant mariner from Galway divorced and seeking solitude after years at sea. The pay was good, the isolation appealing, no bosses, no crowds, just me, the logbooks, maintenance routines, and the endless ocean. Shifts were 6 weeks on, 3 off. Flown in by helicopter from the mainland. Supplies airdropped monthly. Food, fuel for the generator, parts for the lamp. Radio for emergencies, satellite phone spotty at best. The previous keeper, an old-timer named Seamus, retired after 30 years, warning me with a grave look. The sea gives back what it takes. Liam, on bad nights, listen close the drowned call for company. I laughed it off as superstition. Common among coastal folk with tales of selkies, banshees, and restless spirits from the Great Famine era when coffin ships sank fleeing starvation. My first tours were peaceful, almost meditative. Days spent painting rust spots, cleaning the Fresnel lens, monitoring weather buoys. Nights. The rhythmic flash every 15 seconds, foghorn moaning in mist, waves thundering below like artillery. I'd read by lantern, cook stew on the propane stove, watch storms roll in from the horizon, black clouds boiling, lightning forking over endless gray water. Seals basked on rocks, puffins nested in cliffs, dolphins played in currents. Solitude suited me. The divorce scars healed in silence. But the winter of 2019 to 2020 changed everything. A historic storm system named Storm Ciara, followed by Dennis, battered the British Isles, the worst in decades. Winds topped 100 miles per hour, waves 50 feet, mainland flooded, power out for weeks. My supply chopper canceled indefinitely. I was stormbound, alone with dwindling stores. It started subtly during Ciara's peak. Radio crackled with distress calls, fishing boats in trouble, cargo ships losing power but all far off, Coast Guard overwhelmed. Then static, silence. Generators strained against gales, light flashing defiantly. First night of isolation, howling winds sounded like voices wailing, mournful, almost words. Dismissed as auditory illusion, common in lighthouses where sound warps. But second night, distinct knocks on the door below. Heavy, deliberate, like fists pounding wood. Impossible waves swamped the dock. No boat could approach. I radioed mainland, no response. Peered from watchroom. Nothing but spume whipping tower, sea boiling black. Knocks persisted, rhythmic, pleading. Then voices through door. Let us in. Cold. So cold. Men's voices accented old Irish, women weeping, children crying. Drowned tones, gurgling. Heart racing, I barricaded, shotgun loaded, for sharks or pirates, officially. Voices circled tower, climbing impossibly whispers at higher windows. Names of historical wrecks. The Leonora. 1847. Help us, logbooks mention similar. Past keepers hearing drowned choirs during storms. Attributing to wind through cracks. But escalation. Objects moved inside tools from shelves. Books opened to wreck pages. Cold spots despite heater roaring, breath visible. Wet footprints on spiral stairs, bare feet, seaweed trailing, leading up then vanishing. Third night. Power flickered, backup kicked in. In dim emergency light, shadows wrong elongated figures in watchroom glass. Faces pressed, pale and bloated, eyes milky white, mouths open in silent screams. Hands smearing condensation, leaving algal slime. Fired warning shot through window-shattered glass, wind howling in. Voices laughed, mocking. Storm raged weak. Food rationed, sleep impossible. Voices knew me. Liam, join us. Warm below, mimicking my ex-wife's voice, pleading return, dead parents calling. Apparitions clearer. Translucent figures climbing tower, exterior sailors in 19th century garb. Famine victims skeletal. Children in rags all dripping, barnacled, reaching lantern room. One breached, door bulged inward, wood splintering. Figure materialized inside tall man, captain's coat rotted, face half-eaten by sea, whispering ship logs from 1880s wreck. Ran to lantern barricaded. It dissipated dawn but left gift. Gold coin from famous wreck on floor. Madness crept. Conversed with voices, justifying isolation sins. Second storm Dennis hit harder towers, shook foundations. Final nights. Siege. Dozens figures surrounding, chanting Gaelic prayers backwards. Waves unnatural reaching higher, tendrils like hands grasping base. Generator failed. Light died. Darkness absolute. Only lightning strobes revealing horde below. Climbing. Radioed SOS, frantic miracle, faint response. Chopper en route when cleared. Last hours. Entity inside fully cold grip on ankle, dragging stairs. Fought with flare gun, igniting oil fire spread, but bought time. Hallucination or real? Wounds, bruises like fingers, saltwater burns. Chopper arrived post-storm, found me delirious. Tower scorched inside, ancient artifacts scattered coins, bones washed up. Official, storm trauma, hypothermia delusion. Decommissioned lighthouse automated now. But I know, sea returned drowned during megastorm, besieging for new keeper. Moved inland, far from coasts, but storms, hear waves distant, whispers in rain. Those weeks broke me, solitude no longer comfort. Ireland's coasts, haunted truly wrecks, don't forget. Souls seek replacements. If keeper or coastal alone in gale ignore calls. Drowned want company eternal. They almost had me, some nights still call. The light guides ships, but below, darkness guides back. Forever. The days after the generator failed blurred into a living nightmare that no amount of therapy or time has ever fully erased. Blackrock Lighthouse plunged into total darkness. The great beam extinguished for the first time in over a century, leaving only the storm's lightning to illuminate the horror outside. I was trapped in the lantern room at the top of the spiral stairs. Barricaded behind the heavy iron door with whatever I could drag up, tool chests, spare fuel drums, the old logbook cabinet. The wind screamed like 1,000 banshees, rattling the glass panes that encircled me, salt spray blasting through cracks like icy needles. Below, the sea roared with unnatural fury, waves crashing against the rock base so violently that the entire tower shuddered, foundations groaning as if the ocean itself wanted to uproot it and drag it down. The voices were everywhere now, no longer muffled by doors or wind, but inside the tower with me. They echoed up the stairwell in a cacophony of despair, men barking orders in archaic sailor slang, women keening in Irish Gaelic from famine times, children giggling then sobbing. Liam, come down. The water's warm, gurgling, bubbling words that rose and fell with the waves. Wet footsteps slapped on the stone steps below, slow, deliberate climbing. Slap, drag, slap, drag. As if bodies bloated and heavy hauled themselves upward. I'd pressed my ear to the door once, against all reason, and heard breathing, wheezing, fluid-filled lungs exhaling brine right on the other side. Cold seeped in everywhere. The temperature plummeted far below outside readings. Frost formed on the inside glass, handprints blooming like flowers small children's palms. Large calloused sailor grips, all smeared with seaweed and barnacles that somehow clung to the panes. The entities were climbing the exterior again, dozens now. Their translucent forms visible in lightning flashes. Faces pressed flat against the glass. Mouths opening and closing silently. Eyes milky and lidless staring straight into mine. One a woman in a tattered shawl, skin pruned and blue scratched slowly down the pane, leaving trails of algae that spelled my name in dripping letters. Lie I am. I had the shotgun, 3 shells left, and the flare gun reloaded from emergency stores. Fired a shell through the door when the pounding started. Wood splintered, but the footsteps only paused, then resumed with mocking laughter that bubbled like drowning. The flare I saved, clutching it like a talisman. Radio was dead antenna ripped away in the gale, but I kept trying, whispering maydays into static. Sleep was impossible. Exhaustion brought hallucinations blending with reality. I'd nod off and wake to fingers cold, webbed, almost curling under the door crack, reaching for my boots. Or the lantern room floor would flood ankle deep with seawater that wasn't there seconds before, smelling of rot and low tide, receding when I blinked. The worst came on what I think was the 5th or 6th nighttime meaningless and endless storm. The door buckled inward with a crack like thunder, iron hinges screaming. They were through. First came the smell-overwhelming decay of drowned flesh, fish guts, and tangled kelp. Then the cold rush like opening a freezer in hell. Figures poured up the stairs. A captain with a crushed skull from reef impact, uniform rotted to rags. Famine emigrants skeletal and staring. Children with hair floating as if still underwater, small hands outstretched. They didn't attack violently, no claws or teeth, but reached with desperate need. Voices overlapping. Join us. Lonely down here. Share the warmth. Hands brushed my skin icy burn, sapping strength instantly. One child latched my leg, pulling with surprising force toward the shattered watchroom window, open to the storm. I saw the drop. 120 feet to raging Black Sea, waves hungry. Fought back, kicked, swung the shotgun butt, but they reformed when hit, mist-like yet solid. The captain grasped my throat, whispering coordinates of his wreck, forcing visions. Sinking ships, passengers clawing bulkheads as water rose, eternal dark below. Strength fading, vision tunneling, knew this was it. They wanted a new keeper, replacement for lives sea claimed. Last desperation, flare gun. Aimed at fuel drum I'd wedged in stairwell below, spare diesel for generator. Fired. Explosion rocked tower flames whooshing up, igniting rotted clothes and ethereal forms. Shrieks pierced inhuman, agonized as fire consumed them. Bodies dissolving into steam and ash that smelled of burning seaweed. Blast-bought time door re-barricaded with burning debris. Voices retreated to wails outside, storm raging fiercer as if angered. Dawn finally crept, storm breaking after what felt eternity. Weak sunlight pierced clouds, waves calming. Helicopter spotted smoke signal from my fire, braved winds for rescue. Found me half-frozen, babbling, tower interior charred, ancient relics scattered. Coins, buttons, bones washed up or manifested. Hospital mainland, hypothermia, burns, psychosis from isolation. Decommissioned automated drone light now. But haunting lingers. Inland Galway, storms bring whispers and rain-drowned calling. Wet footprints house sometimes. Seaweed and drains. 2020 retirement force PTSD permanent. Research. BlackRock wrecks real. 100 souls unrested. Storms awaken them, seeking living anchors. Ireland's west coast alive with such tailies lighthouses besieged, keepers driven mad or vanishing. They almost claimed me. Fire repelled, but grudge eternal. Now, every gale, hear tower bell toll distant, though removed years ago. Or name whispered wind, Liam, come back. Keep the light, escaped body, but part soul below forever. This concludes my story. Heed coastal warnings, Ireland storms stir more than waves. Drown, don't forget, and they never stop calling for company. Stay far from sea and gales, or answer when they know your name. The light saves ships, but keepers sometimes pays price eternal. The most chilling true long-haul truck driver horror story from the endless desert highways of Nevada, a shape-shifting entity. Posing as a stranded woman stalked me across 500 miles and knew my darkest secrets from a past I buried long ago. My name is Hank Reynolds. And for 28 years, from the mid-1990s until my forced retirement in 2023, I was a long-haul trucker crisscrossing the United States, hauling everything from produce to machinery in my trusty Freightliner semi. I was 52 when this happened in the fall of 2021, running a regular route from Salt Lake City, Utah, to Reno, Nevada, along the loneliest stretch of Interstate 80, hundreds of miles of barren desert. Salt flats shimmering like mirages, jagged mountain ranges in the distance, and tiny towns scattered like forgotten outposts. Nevada's highways at night are a different world. Pitch black except for your headlights cutting through dust devils, radio static more common than signals, CB chatter from other truckers fading in and out with tailies of breakdowns, coyotes, or the occasional UFO sighting over Area 51 territory. The air is dry and cold, stars so thick they feel close enough to touch, but the isolation hits hard hours without seeing another vehicle. Rest stops deserted except for flickering fluorescent lights and vending machines humming alone. I'd made this run dozens of times. Load up in Utah with warehouse goods pushed through the Great Salt Lake. Desert past the Bonneville Salt Flats where land speed records are set. Then into Nevada's basin and range, country endless valleys, flanked by rugged peaks, old mining ghosts, towns like Eureka or Austin off-side roads. I preferred night driving, cooler engine, less traffic, time to think with podcasts or classic rock on low. That trip started normal, picked up my load at dusk, fueled in Wendover on the border, grabbed coffee and a burrito at the truck stop casino. Lights blinking neon against the darkening sky. Hit the road around 9 p.m., planning to reach Reno by morning, maybe catch a few hours sleep at a pull-off. The first odd thing happened around midnight. Just past the salt flats where the highway stretches straight as an arrow for 50 miles, no curves, no exits, just white expanse on both sides reflecting moonlight. My CB crackled unusual that late with a woman's voice, faint and distorted. "Anyone out there?" My car broke down. "Need help." Static swallowed the rest. I keyed up. "This is Big Red rolling westbound I-80, where you at, ma'am?" No response. Figured atmospheric skip or prank happens with ionosphere bouncing signals. Kept rolling, high beams on, scanning for deer or jackrabbits. Then, about 20 miles later, I saw her. A figure on the shoulder, standing beside a disabled sedan, hazards blinking weakly. Woman mid-30s, maybe, long dark hair, jeans and jacket, waving arms slowly. Alone in middle of nowhere, no other cars for hours. Common enough. Breakdowns happen, cell service spotty in basins, pulled over, air brakes hissing, hazards on. Grabbed flashlight, stepped down from cab, crisp desert air, hitting lungs. Silence deafening except distant wind. Approached cautious truckers, hear stories of setups, robberies. "You okay, miss?" She turned, pretty face, pale skin, eyes dark, even in flashlight smile too wide. "Thank God. Engine died. Can you give me a ride to next town?" "Name's Sarah," she said. Car overheated, phone dead. Seemed normal, distressed but grateful. Against better judgment company policy, no passengers, but humanity won. Helped her into sleeper cab, offered water and snacks. Drove on, chatting light. From Vegas, visiting family, bad luck. Voice soft, soothing almost. But details off, she knew my route exactly, mentioned stops I'd planned but not said aloud. "Elko for fuel, right Hank?" "How no name?" "Handle on door maybe?" Unease grew. Eyes in mirror watching too intently, reflection lagging slightly. Tricks of light. Then questions personal. Divorce was hard, wasn't it? She took everything. Frozen ex-wife 10 years ago. No ring, no mention. How you know that? Smile widened, unnatural. You think about her still. On lonely roads. Accelerated, planning drop at next rest area 50 miles. But no rest area came. Highway stretched endless. Signs wrong, mile markers repeating. GPS glitched, spinning. She laughed low. "No rushing, Hank, we have time." Panic. Radio distress static. Phone no bars. She changed. Skin paling, eyes blackening fully, no whites. Voice deepening. "I know your secrets." The accident. Drunk driving. Man you hit. Buried past 20 years ago. Hit and run, pedestrian killed, fled scene. Never caught. Guilt eaten me since. Not her entity, shapeshifter feeding fear. It lunged, hands elongating, claws from fingers, grabbing wheel. Swerved, fought truck fishtailing 80 miles per hour. Crashed barrier? No straightened, but it whispered failures, manifesting vision's windshield. Ex-wife accusing, victim bloody face. Pulled gun from glove box fired cab. It shrieked, form flickering, dissolving smoke but reforming. Stopped rig dead middle highway empty miles. It outside now pounding trailer metal denting. Drove frantic, 100 miles per hour, but it kept pace running beside, then on hood, face pressed glass, morphing victims' faces. Hours? Dawn crept. Entity weakening light faded screams. Reached Alco fuel stop bustling daylight pulled in shaking babbling attendant. No sign it. But mirror. Faint reflection lingering. Quit trucking month later haunting continued. Hitchhiker sightings reports my route. Whispers CB anonymous. Entity road demon, Navajo skinwalker inspired, or despair manifestation lonely drivers. Feeds buried guilt. Assumes forms lore or torment. Nevada highways claimed many disappearances blamed exposure, but truckers know. I inland now, no driving nights. But storms. Here Knox trailer I don't own voice calling name. That run broke me. Secrets don't stay buried forever. Long-haul drivers see stranded alone desert night. Keep driving. Some offers rides not human. They know your past, and they want in. The highway endless, and so hunger. After that nightmare run into Elko, I swore I'd never get behind the wheel of a big rig again. I pulled into the truck stop just as the sun crested the mountains, painting the desert in harsh oranges. And pinks, my hands shaking so bad I could barely shift into park. The attendant, a grizzled old-timer with a handlebar mustache, took one look at my face and poured me coffee without asking questions. I babbled some story about a bad hitchhiker, a breakdown hallucination from fatigue, but he just nodded knowingly, muttering something about desert fever and how I-80 claims more than tires out there. No sign of the woman or whatever it was in the cab or mirrors by then. Daylight had weakened it, driven it back into whatever shadows it crawled from. I reported the passenger to state troopers who showed up said she must have jumped out when I wasn't looking. They checked the rig, found nothing but my sweat-soaked seat and a faint smell of wet earth and decay that lingered for days. I finished the delivery in Reno on autopilot, collected my pay, and drove my pickup straight home to a small rental in Boise, Idaho, far from major highways, surrounded by potato fields and quiet suburbs. Quit the company cold. Called dispatch, said family emergency, turned in the keys. Thought distance and normalcy would bury it like my old guilt. Got a warehouse job loading boxes days only, slept with lights on, avoided night drives even to the store. Therapy through the VA old military benefits from a short stint in the army helped some. Talked about PTSD from roads. Buried secrets surfacing. Meds dulled edges, but dreams persisted. Endless blacktop, her face morphing in the passenger seat, whispering the hit-and-run details only I knew the man's name, the thud, the blood on bumper I washed off at a car wash in Wyoming. Months past spring 2022, haunting subtle. CB radio and garage static bursting woman's pleas at night though unplugged. Hitchhiker reports on trucker forums matching my route. Drivers describing beautiful stranded woman who knew too much before vanishing. Anonymous calls. Heavy breathing, then my ex-wife's voice saying, "You can't run forever, Hank." Thought imagining until final escalation summer 2022, old dispatcher called begging. Emergency run, double pay, one-time critical supplies Salt Lake to Las Vegas, driver short. Needed cash for mounting bills. Therapy. Against gut, agreed daylight only, no nights. Loaded up old rig company let borrow. Route south I-15 through Utah desert into Nevada. Then Vegas strip lights. Started dawn, high spirits false. Utah canyons beautiful, radio country music. Arizona border, first sign. Billboard defaced my name spray painted. Hank stopped running. Heart dropped. Pulled over, photograph faded like old but fresh. Kept going. Nevada welcome sign. Dead coyote on shoulder, gutted neat, arranged like warning. Rest stop St. George. Woman at pump matching description turned, smiled knowing, but older man with her. Hallucination? Pushed on, night falling despite planned delays traffic. Darkness hid outside Cedar City Star's sharp highway empty. CB crackled, her voice clear. "Welcome back, Hank. Missed our talks." Radio off still heard whispers vents. Mirrors. Reflection her sitting passenger, though seat empty. Panic pulled beaver rest area, crowded semis. Checked cab. Nothing. Slept fitful truck stop lot, doors locked, gun under pillow. Dawn. Tires slash deep claw-like cuts. Continued wary, calling dispatch delays. Final stretch. Remote NV160 toward Vegas. Desert moonscape, no services miles. Sunset. Breakdown real engine sputtered, died lonely pull-off. Mountains silhouetted. Called tow hours away. Dusk. Footsteps gravel outside. Door handle rattled. She outside window. Form perfect. Not my ex-wife's face exact younger betrayal day. Hank. Let me in. Forgive yourself. New secrets deeper. Victim's family grief. My anonymous funeral flowers. Resisted gun aimed. Changed. Victim's face bloody, accusing. Then child's imagination? Or deeper guilt? Lunch door metal bent inward. Fire through window glass shattered. Bullets passed harmless. It entered. Form shifting rapid woman. Victim, X. Faceless shadow. Cold-filled cab. Breath visible. Whispers overwhelming. All sins chorus. Strength sapped. Pulled toward door-open desert night. Last fight. Emergency hammer smashed dashboard. Sparked electrical. Fire started wiring ignited. It shrieked form dissolving flames. Jumped cab as rig engulfed. Running highway. Explosion rocked fuel tank. Headlights distant good Samaritan stopped. Pulled to safety. Fire consumed everything evidence gone. Hospital Vegas. Burns minor. Smoke inhalation. Official. Mechanical failure. Fatigue accident. But new. Fire repelled it, like light before. No sighting since. Retired permanent small apartment, Oregon green, rainy, no desserts. But highways call sometimes avoid. Trucker forms. Similar stories continue entity praise guilt-ridden drivers, stranded forms, skinwalker, demon. Desert manifestation loneliness? My run ended it or paused. Guilt lighter somehow confessed anonymously victim's family letter. But storms. Hear engine idle outside, knocks door. Or mirror glimpses, her smile waiting. Escaped final confrontation, barely. This concludes my story. Long haul nights, Nevada, Arizona, Utah. See stranded beauty, knowing your past, drive on. Some rides cost soul. The highway forgives nothing. And neither does it. The most disturbing true abandoned mental hospital horror story from the remote Scottish Highlands. Vengeful spirits of tortured patients possessed my friends, one by one, and forced us to relive their brutal lobotomies overnight. My name is Fiona MacLeod, and what happened to me and my 4 friends during an illegal overnight exploration of the abandoned Craigdonane Mental Hospital in the Scottish Highlands back in the summer of 2022 still haunts every waking moment and invades my dreams with unrelenting viciousness. I was 29 at the time, a history graduate from Edinburgh working as a tour guide in Inverness. Fascinated by Scotland's dark past asylums, clan massacres, witch trials. Craigdonane, opened in 1864 as the Northern Counties District Lunatic Asylum, was a massive Victorian complex on the outskirts of Inverness, treating everything from postpartum depression to shell shock with methods that make modern eyes water. Ice baths, electroshock, insulin comas, and prefrontal lobotomies performed assembly line style in the 1940s and 50s. It closed in 1999 amid scandals, patient abuse, unexplained deaths. Experimental treatments gone wrong and sat decaying ever since. A sprawling red brick behemoth with wards, operating theaters, morgue, and underground tunnels connecting buildings, surrounded by overgrown grounds and misty pine forests overlooking the Boley Firth. Urban exploration was our shared obsession. My group, best friend Eyelid, 28, a nurse who knew medical history. Her boyfriend Callum, 30, amateur filmmaker with drone and GoPro. Tech-savvy Ross, 29, who handled locks and alarms. And Quiet Lachlan, 31, photographer capturing DK beauty. We'd done easier sites, old mills, World War II bunkers, but Craigdonane was the holy grail, forbiddens. Patrolled occasionally, rumored haunted with patient apparitions, screams in night, shadows moving corridors. Online forums whispered worse. Explorers hearing surgical drills echoing empty theaters, seeing figures in straitjackets wandering grounds, some never emerging, same PTSD claims, or vanishing altogether. We planned meticulously. Entered at dusk July weekend, long twilight, backpacked gear headlamps. Respirators for asbestos and mold, sleeping bags for overnight, crowbars, bolt cutters, first aid, emergency beacon. Parked car miles away, hiked through woods under cover, rain common Highland weather masking noise. Breached perimeter fence cut previously. slipping into grounds overgrown with nettles and ivy climbing walls like veins. The main building loomed, Gothic windows boarded or shattered, graffiti tagging doors, air thick damp rot and faint antiseptic ghost. Inside reception hall, peeling paint, overturned wheelchairs, patient records scattered yellowed pages names, diagnoses moral insanity, hysteria, treatments listed cold clinical detail. Exploration thrilling first. Corridors endless, doors creaking open wards with rusted bed frames, restraints dangling. Callum filmed steadily, narrating whispers. This hydrotherapy room patients, submerged hours, induced coma. Eyelid red plaques, voice echoing. Lobotomy ward upstairs, over 500 performed, many fatal complications. Deeper atmosphere shifted. Temperature dropped sharply, breath visible though summer. Lights flickered though fresh batteries. Whispers, faint muffled cries, please help me, Gaelic mixed English. Dismissed wind through broken windows. Basement next, morgue drawers rusted open, autopsy tables stained dark. Lachlan photographed, flash illuminating scratches walls, patient fingernails. Names carved, dates from 1950s. Ross found tunnel service corridors connecting. Flooded ankle-deep foul water smelling formaldehyde. Pushed on adrenaline high. Night fell true dark highlands brief summer. Camped former staff lounge. Boarded windows, sleeping bags floor. Shared whiskey. Told ghost stories lighten mood. Then noises escalated. Distant banging metal on metal like gurney wheels corridor. Footsteps overhead. Dragging. Callum checked GoPro playback. Shadows moving behind us footage. Not seen live. Eyelid paled. That's restraint room heard patients strapped days. Screams started. Woman wailing distant. Building gradually hysterical. Explored source upstairs lobotomy ward. Operating theater intact. Table center. Leather straps frayed. Ice pick tools tray rusted. Air frigid. Frost forming despite no cold source. Lachlan first affected. Stared mirror cracked. Muttering, "They see me?" Eyes distant. Hands trembling. Brushed off nerves. Midnight. Possession began. Ross screamed, collapsed. Convulsing. Woke babbling doctor's voice, posh 1950s accent. Patient requires frontal lobe adjustment. Hold still. Fought restrain him strength unnatural. Eyes rolled back. Eyelid nurse, sedated mild pills kit no effect. Callum filmed shaking. Ross relived procedure clawing head. Screaming drill sound imagined. Then Lachlan. Whispered patient's voice. Young woman. Ice pick. Eyes. No more thoughts. Scratched temples bloody, mimicking transorbital lobotomy. Terror real. Tried leave doors slammed shut impossible. Windows barred intact. Trapped. Spirits vengeful patients tortured experimental. Doctors cruel. Forcing relive horrors intruders. Callum next. Possessed head doctor. Voice authoritative. Fascinating case proceed incision. Chased us scalpel from display. Eyes mad. Fought locked ward, but screams inside. Eyelid broke. Heard postpartum patients, mothers separated babies, weeping endlessly. Confessed guilt abortion young, secret. Spirit latch spoke child's voice unborn, accusing. Ran tunnels, flooded higher, rats fleeing opposite. Morgue end, drawers opening, bodies long gone but imprints shadows rising. Joining hunt. I alone sane longest barricaded pharmacy, pills scattered. But whispers my secrets. Family history grandmother institutionalized Craig Dunane, lobotomized 1960s. Cured depression but vegetable till death. Knew me bloodline. Possessed friends pursued. Ross drilling imaginary. Lachlan vacant stare post-procedure. Callum operating. Eyelid mourning. Cornered theater table center. They strapped me strength combined in human. Visions forced. Grandmother's procedure. Ice pick hammer tap through eye socket severing connections. Pain phantom but real head splitting. Last strength. Emergency beacon activated chaos. Fire started smashed alcohol bottles. Lit match distract. Flames spread spirits shrieked. Forms dissipating smoke. Escaped burning building dawn. Smoke visible miles. Rescue. Firefighters, police. Friends found inside dead exposure. Injuries self-inflicted consistent delusions. Official. Tragic urbex accident. Arson panic. But bodies post-surgical eyes damaged. Incisions precise impossible mad frenzy. I survived burns, trauma. Hospital. Catatonic weeks. Therapy ongoing. Craig Dunane demolished 2024 too dangerous or cover. But spirits free? Highland reports increased hauntings, possessions near sight. My friends paid ultimate relived patience torment eternal. I live Edinburgh now, far north. But headaches constant, visions procedures. Whispers therapy, doctor's voice suggesting adjustment. Some places horrors not buried closure. They wait disturbance. Craig to name patients never rested. Doctor's sins echo. We woke them, and they claimed company. If explore abandoned asylum Scotland don't, especially overnight. The mad not always patients, sometimes keepers, and dead remember treatments. One share. That night stole friends, sanity. Part me still strapped table, waiting hammer. Beware Highlands mist. Carrie screams eternal. The terrifying true story of the cursed mirror in our Victorian house that started stealing souls. My name is Emily Harper, and what I'm about to tell you is the absolute truth, no embellishments, no exaggerations. This happened to my family in the fall of 2019, when we moved into what we thought was our forever home, a beautiful, sprawling Victorian house in rural upstate New York. The place was built in 1892, with intricate woodwork, stained glass windows, high ceilings, and a wraparound porch that overlooked acres of dense forest. It was listed way below market value, which should have been our first red flag, but we were blinded by the charm. My husband, Mark, our 8-year-old daughter, Lily, our 5-year-old son, Jake and I had been saving for years to escape the city. When the realtor mentioned some minor cosmetic issues and a quick sale due to the previous owner, sudden passing, we jumped at it. We closed in September, and the move-in was exciting at first. The house had 5 bedrooms, a massive attic, a full basement, and this grand foyer with a huge antique mirror framed in ornate gold leaf. The mirror was built into the wall opposite the front door tall, almost floor to ceiling, with faint etchings around the edges that looked like swirling vines or maybe faces if you stared too long. The previous owner, an elderly widow named Mrs. Eleanor Voss, had left most of the furniture behind, including that mirror. The realtor said it was original to the house and added character. We loved it. It made the entryway feel elegant, like stepping into a different era. The first few weeks were normal, unpacking boxes, painting walls, settling into routines. Mark commuted to his engineering job in Albany. I worked from home as a graphic designer, and the kids started at the local elementary school. The house creaked a bit old houses, do that but nothing alarming. Then, one evening in early October, Lily came downstairs crying after bedtime. She said she saw a lady in the big mirror waving at her, but when she waved back, the lady didn't stop. Mark and I checked it out, of course. Nothing there but our reflections. We chalked it up to an overactive imagination and the stress of a new home. Kids see shadows and make stories. But it didn't stop with Lily. A few nights later, Jake woke up screaming about the man in the glass who was copying him but slower, like he was stuck. Again, we investigated. The mirror looked normal. Dusty maybe, but normal. I cleaned it thoroughly the next day, polishing the glass until it gleamed. That's when I noticed something odd. Faint fingerprints on the inside of the glass, as if someone had pressed from the other side. They weren't ours, we'd only touched the frame. I told myself it was from the movers or previous cleaners. Old houses hold echoes, right? As October turned colder, the incidents escalated. Leaves piled up outside, and the forest behind the house seemed to creep closer with every windstorm. We'd hear faint whispers at night, not words, just murmurs, like conversations muffled through walls. Mark installed a security system, thinking it was animals or wind, but the cameras never caught anything unusual. One morning, I found Lily standing in the foyer, staring into the mirror for what must have been hours, her breakfast untouched. When I asked what she was doing, she said, waiting for the other mommy to come out. She says she misses her kids. That chilled me to the bone. I covered the mirror with a sheet that day, telling the kids it was for renovations. Mark thought I was overreacting, but he humored me. Peace lasted about a week. Then the dreams started. I dreamed of standing in front of the mirror, but my reflection was delayed moving seconds after I did. In the dream, it smiled when I didn't, and its eyes were pitch black. I'd wake up sweating, heart pounding. Mark admitted he was having similar nightmares. His reflection reaching out, trying to pull him in. We uncovered the sheet one evening because guests were coming, Mark's sister and her husband, for dinner. Big mistake. During the meal, Jake pointed at the mirror and said, Uncle Tom has a friend behind him. We all laughed nervously, but when I glanced over, I swear I saw a shadowy figure standing just behind Tom's reflection. mimicking his posture but with elongated limbs. No one else noticed, or if they did, they didn't say. After they left, Mark and I argued. He wanted to sell the house. I wanted answers. That's when I started researching the property's history. It took days of digging through county records, old newspapers at the library, and even talking to nosy neighbors. The house had a dark past. Built by a wealthy family, the Harringtons, in the late 1800s. They were obsessed with spiritualism seances, mediums, the whole Victorian occult craze. The patriarch, Elias Harrington, commissioned that mirror from a renowned glassmaker in Europe, rumored to have dabbled in the arcane. Legend said it was a scrying mirror, meant to glimpse other realms. But things went wrong in 1912. Elias's wife, Clara, went mad after a seance. She claimed the mirror stole souls, trapping reflections and replacing them with entities from the other side. The tragedy peaked when Clara drowned her 2 young children in the basement well, believing she was freeing them from the glass prisoners. Then she hanged herself in the attic. Elias vanished shortly after. Some say he walked into the forest and never returned. The house passed through owners, each reporting strange occurrences. Whispers, delayed reflections, family members wasting away as if their vitality was drained. Mrs. Voss, the last owner, had lived alone for decades. She died in her sleep, but the coroner noted unexplained bruising around her eyes, like fingerprints pressing from within. Armed with this, Mark and I decided to get rid of the mirror. We hired professionals to remove it. It's embedded in the wall, heavy as hell. The workers arrived on a rainy November morning. As they pried it loose, dust billowed out, and the air grew ice cold. One worker dropped his tool, swearing he saw his reflection blink independently. They got it down eventually, revealing a hidden alcove behind it. A small chamber with faded wallpaper covered in childish scribbles. "Help me out. They're watching. Mommy's not mommy anymore." And worst of all, old photographs tucked in a nook, sepia images of the Harrington children. But their eyes were scratched out. We planned to smash the mirror and burn the pieces. But that night, hell broke loose. The kids were asleep upstairs, Mark and I in the living room with the wrapped mirror propped against the wall. Around midnight, the whispers turned to voices clear, pleading. "Let us in. We're so hungry." The sheet over the mirror bulged, as if something was pushing from inside. Mark grabbed a hammer, but before he could swing, Lily appeared at the top of the stairs, eyes wide and vacant. She walked down slowly, not like herself stiff, mechanical. "The other family wants to play," she said in a voice that wasn't hers, deeper, layered. Jake followed, mimicking her exactly but seconds behind, like a delayed echo. Mark lunged for them, but I froze as the mirror's sheet fell away. In the glass I saw not our reflections, but the Harringtons. Clara smiling grotesquely, her children with hollow eyes, Elias standing behind them, arms outstretched. And worse, our own reflections were fading, growing translucent, while darker versions took their place. Lily's shadow self reached out from the glass, fingers pressing against the surface, matching her real movements but pulling, tugging. Mark shattered the glass then, hammer blows echoing like gunshots. Shards flew everywhere, cutting us both. The voices screamed a cacophony of agony and rage. Blood mixed with the rain leaking through a cracked window. The kids collapsed, unconscious but breathing. When they woke the next morning, they had no memory of the night. But the cuts on our hands? They formed patterns, swirling vines, like the mirror's etchings. We left the house that week, abandoning most possessions. The mirror's remains were hauled away by a junk crew who refused to say what they did with it. We never went back. But the horror didn't end. Months later, in our new apartment, Lily drew pictures. Families in front of big mirrors, with extra figures lurking behind. Jake sometimes stares at windows or shiny surfaces too long, whispering to friends we can't see. And me? I avoid mirrors now. Because sometimes in the corner of my eye, my reflection lingers a second too long. Smiles when I don't. Waits. I've heard rumors the Victorian is for sale again, priced even lower. If you're house hunting in upstate New York, steer clear of the old Harrington place on Elmwood Lane. Some things aren't meant to reflect the living. They hunger for it. The whispers never really stopped. They're quieter now, but on silent nights I swear I hear them. Come back. We're still waiting. Something was imitating my family Jess voices from the woods behind our house. The true terrifying horror story. I can never escape. Hey everyone, this is a story I've never fully shared before. Not even with most of my close friends or family. It's one of those real-life horror experiences that sounds too insane to be true. but it happened to me and my family back in the summer of 2018 when I was 22 years old. We lived in a quiet rural area in upstate New York, the kind of place where the nearest neighbor is a mile away, and the backyard just melts into dense, endless woods. If you're into true scary stories, paranormal encounters, creepy woods experiences, skinwalker-like mimics, or those terrifying something's imitating voices, tales that keep you up at night, then buckle up. This one is long, detailed, and still gives me chills every time I think about it. I'll tell it exactly how it unfolded, step by step, because the slow build-up is what made it so utterly petrifying. A little background to set the scene. My name is Alex. Not my real name for obvious reasons, privacy and all that. I grew up in a modest two-story house that my parents bought in the early 2000s. It was built in the 1950s. Nothing fancy, just a classic ranch-style home with a basement, attic, and a big backyard that sloped down into thick forest. The woods were beautiful during the day. Tall pines, maples turning red in fall, a small creek running through, deer everywhere. But at night, pitch black. No streetlights, no ambient glow from the city. Just the moon, stars, and whatever sounds the wind carried through the trees. My family was just me, my mom, Sarah, my dad, Mike, and my younger sister, Emily, who was 16 at the time. Dad worked as a mechanic in the nearby town. Mom was a nurse doing night shifts at the local hospital, and I was home from college for the summer, working part-time at a hardware store. Emily was your typical teenager, always on her phone, blasting music, hanging out with friends. Life was normal, boring, even. Until it wasn't. It started innocently enough around mid-June. The weather was hot and humid, the kind where you leave windows open at night to catch any breeze. One evening, I was in the living room watching TV around 10 p.m. Everyone else had gone to bed. Dad early because he had a 6 a.m. shift. Mom was at work. Emily upstairs in her room. I heard what sounded like Emily's voice calling from outside. Alex! Come out here! It was faint, muffled by the trees, but definitely her tone, that whiny, impatient teenage lilt she had when she wanted something. I paused the TV and listened. Nothing at first. Then again, Alex, hurry up, it's me. It was coming from the edge of the woods, maybe 50 yards from the back door. I figured she snuck out to meet friends or something dumb like that. Teens, right? I grabbed a flashlight, slipped on shoes, and stepped onto the back porch. The night air was thick, crickets chirping loudly, fireflies blinking in the grass. Emily, what the hell are you doing out there? I called back. No response. I shone the light toward the trees, nothing but shadows swaying. I texted her, "Where are you?" Her reply came instantly. "In bed, idiot. What do you want?" My stomach dropped a little. I went upstairs and knocked on her door. She opened it, rubbing her eyes, phone in hand. "What?" she groaned. I told her what I heard. She laughed it off. Probably a fox or something. Animals make weird noises. I shrugged and went back downstairs, but I double-checked the doors were locked that night. The next incident was a couple days later. Mom was home that evening, cooking dinner. Dad was in the garage tinkering with his truck. I was helping set the table when we all heard Dad's voice from the woods. "Kids, come help me with this." It was spot on, his gruff, no-nonsense tone, the way he barked orders when he needed a hand. Mom wiped her hands and headed toward the back door. "Mike?" "What's wrong?" I followed her out. We stood on the porch calling for him. The garage light was on, truck hood up, but no Dad in sight. Then we heard it again. "Over here in the trees. Quick." Mom started walking toward the woods, but something felt off. The voice was too echoey, like it was bouncing weirdly. I grabbed her arm. "Wait, Mom. Dad's in the garage." We turned around and there he was, walking out, wiping grease off his hands. "What are you two yelling about?" We told him. He frowned, grabbed a bigger flashlight, and we all went to the tree line together. Nothing, no footprints, no broken branches. Just the usual forest smells, pine needles, damp earth. Dad muttered something about echoes or prankster kids from town, but we all felt uneasy. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept listening for more calls. Over the next week, it escalated slowly, the way these true horror stories always do, creeping up on you until you're paralyzed with fear. The voices started happening more frequently, always at dusk or night, always imitating one of us calling the others into the woods. Sometimes it was my voice calling Emily, "Em, come play outside," in that playful tone I used when we were kids. She'd poke her head out her window, confused because I was inside. Once, it imitated Mom calling Dad for dinner, but with a weird, drawn-out whine at the end that didn't sound quite right. We started noticing patterns. The voices never came from inside the house, always from the woods, starting faint and getting clearer if you approached. They knew personal details too. One night, it used Dad's voice to say, "Alex, bring the toolbox from the shed." Something only he'd say. Another time, it mimicked Emily whispering my old nickname from childhood. "Ali Bear. Come outside." No one called me that except family, and it hadn't been used in years. By early July, we were all on edge. Sleep was impossible. We'd huddle in the living room with lights on, jumping at every rustle outside. Mom suggested it was a prank, maybe some local teens with a good imitation skill and a speaker hidden in the trees. Dad, being practical, set up trail cams around the backyard perimeter. He bought 4 of them, motion activated, with night vision. We waited. The first footage was chilling. Around 2 a.m. one night, one cam caught movement at the tree line. It was shadowy, but you could see a tall figure, human-shaped, maybe 6 feet, standing just inside the trees, perfectly still. No face visible, just darkness. Then, as the motion light triggered, it ducked back deeper into the woods. But the audio... Oh God, the audio picked up a faint whisper. My mom's voice saying, "Help me," trailing off. We showed the police. 2 officers came out, looked at the footage, walked the woods with flashlights. They found nothing, no footprints. It had rained recently. Ground was soft, no speaker, no signs of anyone camping. One cop said it might be a bear or deer rubbing against a tree making vocalizations, but we knew better. Animals don't imitate human voices perfectly. Things got worse in mid-July. The imitations became more insistent, almost desperate. It started calling multiple voices at once like a chorus. I'd hear Mom and Emily together. "Alex, we're out here. We need you." Pleading, scared tones. I'd run to check they were both inside, asleep or reading. Dad heard me and Mom arguing from the woods once. Word for word replaying a fight we'd had earlier that day about chores. We stopped going outside after dark. Boarded the back windows a bit. Kept curtains drawn. I started researching online late at night true scary woods stories, voice mimic encounters. That's when I stumbled on stuff about skinwalkers, wendigos, or other entities in Native American folklore that lure people by imitating loved ones. Our area had old indigenous history, trails nearby. Some stories matched exactly. Hunters hearing family calls, following them deep into forests, never coming back. Missing 411 cases. I shared it with the family. Mom cried. Dad got angry and said it was nonsense. But then the peak of the terror hit around late July. It was a stormy night, thunder, heavy rain, wind howling through the trees. Power flickered but stayed on. We were all in the living room, trying to watch a movie to distract ourselves. Around midnight, the calls started again, louder than ever, cutting through the storm. All our voices at once. "Help, we're hurt, in the woods!" Screaming now, pained cries. Emily's voice sobbing, "It hurts so bad, please come get us." Mom broke first. She was sobbing, grabbing her raincoat. What if it's real? What if something happened? Dad held her back, but he was shaking. I was frozen, heart pounding. We called the police again. They sent a car, searched the woods in the rain. Nothing. The next morning, we reviewed the trail cams. Horror doesn't even describe it. Multiple cams caught the figure again, this time closer, almost at the edge of the yard. Tall, thin, limbs too long, moving unnaturally fast between frames. And on one audio clip, clear as day, all 4 of our voices layered over each other, laughing maniacally, then cutting to dead silence. We moved out 2 days later. Packed essentials, stayed in a hotel in town, then rented an apartment 50 miles away. Sold the house cheap to some flippers who thought it was a steal. Never went back for the rest of our stuff. But here's the part that still haunts me to this day. Years later, about a month after we left, I got an anonymous email. No subject, just an audio attachment. I almost deleted it, but curiosity won. It was 30 seconds long, faint at first, then clear. My own voice, from inside the recording, saying, "Come back home. Alex, we're waiting in the woods." I deleted it. Blocked the sender, which was a random string of numbers. Changed emails. But sometimes, late at night in my new place, far from any woods, I swear I hear faint calls outside the window. My family's voices. Pleading. If you've ever experienced something imitating voices, creepy woods encounters, or real paranormal horror, share in the comments. But seriously, if you live near dense forest and hear a loved one calling from the trees, don't answer. Just don't. This is my true scary story. Thanks for reading if you made it this far. Stay safe out there. I heard strange noises coming from inside my walls at night. Then I discovered someone had been living there the whole time. True terrifying home intruder horror story. Hey everyone, if you're here for true scary stories, real-life horror experiences, creepy home invasion tales, or those chilling frogging encounters where strangers secretly live in your house, the kind that make you check your attic basement and crawl spaces twice before bed, then this is the story for you. This happened to me in the fall of 2022 when I was 28 years old, living alone in an old fixer-upper house in a quiet suburban neighborhood in Ohio. It's one of those real paranormal feeling horror stories that sounds like it could be from a movie, but I swear every detail is true. The slow-building dread, the paranoia, the absolute terror of realizing you're not alone in your own home. It still keeps me up at night. If you love creepy stalker stories, hidden intruder horrors, or true crime-inspired scary tales that hit way too close to home, grab some headphones, turn off the lights, and listen carefully, because this one is long detailed and packed with the kind of realistic terror that could happen to anyone. Let me set the scene properly, because the build-up is what made this so insanely frightening. My name is Jordan, changed for privacy. You'll understand why soon. I'd just gone through a rough breakup and decided to start fresh by buying my first house. It was a 1940s bungalow-style home. Cute from the outside, with a big yard, white picket fence vibes, but inside it needed work. Creaky hardwood floors, outdated kitchen, and a weird layout with a full basement, a small attic crawl. Space accessible through a ceiling panel in the hallway closet and these narrow wall cavities that the inspector said were typical for older builds. The house was cheap because it had sat empty for a year after the previous owner. An elderly woman passed away in a nursing home. No foul play or anything, just old age. Or so I thought. I moved in during early September. The first few weeks were blissful. I was unpacking boxes, painting walls, making it my own. The weirdness started subtly around mid-October. I began noticing small things going missing. First, it was food. The bag of chips I'd left on the counter would be half empty the next morning, but I chalked it up to late-night snacking and forgetting. Then a carton of milk seemed lower than I remembered. Again, easy to dismiss. Maybe I was pouring bigger bowls of cereal than I thought. But then non-food items. A hoodie from my laundry basket vanished, only to reappear days later, folded neatly in a different drawer. I live alone. No pets. No visitors overnight. I started second-guessing myself. Am I losing it? Stress from the move? Around the same time, the noises began. At first, they were faint, soft scratching sounds from inside the walls, like nails on drywall. It would happen late at night, around 2 to 3 a.m., when I was in bed scrolling on my phone or trying to sleep. I'd freeze, heart racing, and listen. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Pause. Then again. I'd get up, flashlight in hand, and press my ear to the bedroom wall. Nothing, or sometimes a faint shuffle, like fabric rustling. I told myself it was mice. Old houses get rodents, right? I set traps in the basement and attic crawl space. Caught nothing. Called an exterminator. He poked around, said no signs of infestation. Probably just the house settling or tree branches scraping, he shrugged. But the branches were nowhere near the walls. By November, the paranoia was creeping in. I'd come home from grocery runs and swear things had been moved. My coffee mug on the drying rack would be in a different spot. The shower curtain pulled a little farther closed than I'd left it. Once, I found my bedroom door ajar when I knew I'd declosed it tightly. I have this habit from growing up in a big family, always shutting doors. I installed a cheap security camera in the living room and hallway, the kind that sends motion alerts to your phone. Nothing triggered it. No footage of anyone. But the noises got louder. Now it wasn't just scratching thumps, like someone shifting weight. Muffled coughs that sounded almost human. I'd bang on the wall yelling, "Hello?" and it would stop instantly. Dead silence. Thanksgiving came and went. I had family over for dinner. First time anyone else had been in the house for more than an hour. My sister commented on how echoey it felt, and my mom said she heard scrabbling in the walls while using the bathroom. They laughed it off as rats, but I could see the unease in their eyes. That night, after they left, the noises were worse than ever. It sounded like pacing, slow footsteps inside the walls, from the bedroom to the hallway, back and forth. I barely slept, lying there with a baseball bat under the bed, texting friends at 4 a.m. about how I was freaking out. I started researching online true scary home intruder stories. Frogging cases. That's the term for people secretly living in others' homes. Like frogs jumping from lily pad to lily pad. Creepy attic dweller tales. There were so many. The Japanese student found in a woman's chest ceiling after she noticed food missing. The family in Pennsylvania who discovered a man in their basement. That viral story of the guy living in a kid's closet for months. All real. All terrifying. I read Reddit threads late into the night. Our let's not meet, our home intruders. And the symptoms matched. Missing food, moved items, noises from walls or attic. People advising to check crawl spaces, set more cameras, call police preemptively. I bought more cameras, one in the kitchen, one pointed at the attic access panel in the closet, one in the basement. Also nanny cams hidden in bookshelves. For a week, nothing. Then, jackpot or nightmare fuel. One night, the hallway camera caught it. The closet door creaking open slightly at 3:17 a.m. No one visible, but the attic pull-down ladder shifted just a fraction, like weight was applied. Motion alert woke me up. I bolted out of bed, grabbed my phone and bat, and yelled, "Who's there?" Silence. I pulled the ladder down myself, shone a light up. Dusty insulation, cobwebs, nothing. But footprints in the dust, fresh ones. Not mine, bigger, deeper. My heart was pounding so hard I thought I'd pass out. I called the non-emergency police line right then. 2 officers came, searched the attic crawl space, basement, every closet. Found nothing. No person, no belongings. But one cop noticed something off. In the crawl space under the house, accessible from the basement, there were drag marks in the dirt and a small pile of wrappers, candy bars, chip bags, the kind I'd been missing. Could be raccoons getting in, he said, but he looked skeptical. They suggested boarding up any external vents and left. I didn't sleep for days. Boarded the vents myself, nailed the attic panel shut temporarily. But the noises continued fainter now, like from deeper inside the walls. Whispers? No, probably imagination. Then the smells started. Faint body odor in certain rooms, like unwashed clothes. Food gone bad. I'd open windows, burn candles, but it lingered. December hit, and the terror peaked. I was losing weight from stress, jumping at every creak. Friends stopped believing me. You're just lonely in a new house. Get a dog. But I knew better. One freezing night, power flickered during a storm. I was in the living room when I heard it clear as day. Breathing. Heavy, raspy breathing from behind the kitchen wall. Not wind. Human. I whispered, "I know you're there," and it stopped. Then a low chuckle. Male. Guttural. I'd barricaded myself in the bedroom. Called police again. This time they came faster, with dogs. Searched thoroughly. In the crawl space, they found him. Curled up in a nest of my stolen blankets and clothes, surrounded by trash, empty water bottles from my recycling, and Polaroids. Photos of me sleeping, working, showering. Taken from vents and peepholes he drilled in walls. He'd been there for months, entering through a loose foundation vent I'd never noticed. He was a homeless man in his 40s. Quiet, no violent history. But the intrusion. The watching. Police said he'd been frogging for years, picking empty-looking houses. The previous owner had died alone. Maybe he'd started then. He knew my routines better than I did. Watched me unpack on day 1. They arrested him. No resistance. Just stared at me with hollow eyes as they let him out. I sold the house immediately, moved to an apartment on the 5th floor. No crawl spaces, no attics. Therapy helped, but the paranoia lingers. I check vents obsessively, install cameras everywhere. And sometimes in new places I swear I hear scratching. If you've experienced creepy home intruders, strange noises in walls, frogging horrors, or real stalker stories, share below. But seriously, if food goes missing or you hear thumps inside your walls, investigate thoroughly. You might not be as alone as you think. This is my true scary story, one I'll never forget. Stay safe, lock everything, and trust your gut. Thanks for reading this far if you did. Sweet dreams. Or not. I worked the graveyard shift at a remote highway gas station in the middle of nowhere. The regulars who only came after midnight terrified me. True disturbing night shift horror story. Hey everyone! If you're into true scary stories, real creepy night shift experiences, disturbing gas station encounters, isolated highway horrors, strange customer tales that sound too insane to be real, Or those absolutely chilling something off about this person stories that make you think twice about stopping at remote places late at night, then this is the story you've then been searching for. This happened to me back in the summer of 2021, when I was 24 years old, desperate for any job after getting laid off during the pandemic. I ended up taking the graveyard shift at a rundown gas station off a lonely stretch of interstate in rural Nevada, the kind of place that is hours from any real town surrounded by endless desert tumbleweeds and star-filled skies that feel more oppressive than beautiful. If you love true horror stories about creepy jobs, night shift workers' nightmares, eerie roadside encounters, or real-life stalker-like customers that build slow-burning dread, then settle in with the lights on, because this one is extremely long, packed with every realistic detail I can remember, and the terror still follows me years later. I'll tell it step by step, exactly how it unfolded, because the gradual escalation is what made it so paralyzingly frightening. First, some background to set the atmosphere properly. Old gas stations like this are creepy enough on their own. The place was called Desert Stop Fuel and Mart, a single-building outpost built in the 1970s. With flickering fluorescent lights, faded pumps outside, a small convenience store inside stocked with stale snacks, lottery tickets, and basic groceries. There was a garage bay that hadn't been used in years, locked up with rusty chains. The nearest town was 50 miles east, the next gas station 30 miles west. Truckers, road trippers, and locals from scattered ranches were the main customers. Days were busy-ish, but nights? Dead quiet, except for the occasional semi rumbling through or coyotes howling in the distance. The owner, an older guy named Hank, who lived in a trailer out back, hired me on the spot. Graveyard's yours, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., 5 nights a week. Pays cash under the table. Just keep the place clean, pump gas if needed, and don't fall asleep. He warned me the shift was hard to fill. Previous workers quit without notice. I didn't ask why. Needed the money. My first few weeks were boring, almost relaxing. I'd stock shelves, mop floors, watch crappy late-night TV on the ancient set behind the counter. Customers were rare, maybe 10 to 15 per shift. Mostly tired truckers grabbing coffee, energy drinks, and smokes. A few weary families on cross-country drives. Nothing weird. The isolation grew on me, blasting music, scrolling Reddit horror threads. Ironic now. Stargazing through the big front windows when it was slow. The desert night air was cool, crisp, carrying scents of sagebrush and dust. I'd step outside to smoke breaks, listening to the hum of the pumps and distant highway traffic fading into silence. The oddities started subtly around week 4. It was a Tuesday night, maybe 1 a.m., dead slow. A beat-up old pickup truck pulls up to the pumps. Rusty Ford from the 80s, no plates visible in the dark. Guy gets out, tall, lanky, wearing a flannel shirt despite the summer heat, baseball cap pulled low. He pumps gas slowly, staring at the store the whole time. Doesn't come inside right away, just stands there, rocking slightly. Finally enters, grabs a pack of gum, pays cash, exact change, no words except a mumbled, "Thanks." But his eyes, they linger too long, scanning me up and down. Not threatening, just empty, like he was memorizing me. I shrugged it off, weirdos on night shifts, right? A couple nights later, same truck, same guy. This time around 2:30 a.m., pumps gas, comes in for a soda. Again, stares. Asks in a raspy voice, "You new here?" I say yeah. He nods slowly, says good. Others didn't last. Then leaves without another word. Uneasy vibe, but I told myself he was a local eccentric. Reported it to Hank next morning. He grunted, "That's just old Ray. Harmless. Comes around sometimes." Didn't elaborate. By midsummer, the regulars emerged. Customers who only showed up after midnight. Always the same few in a pattern that started feeling deliberate. There was old Ray, now coming 2-3 times a week. Always the same routine. Pump full tank, even if he was just there days ago. Buy something small, stare, make cryptic comments. "Quiet tonight," he'd say, or "Watch the roads, things wander." His truck never seemed to have anywhere to go. No dust from off-road, no luggage. Then there was the woman in the white sedan. Mid-40s, pale, long, dark hair. Always in a sundress, no matter the temperature dropping to 50s at night. First time, pulls up around 3 a.m., doesn't pump gas. Just sits in her car for 20 minutes, engine running, headlights off. I watch on the security cams, grainy black and white feeds from the 90s. Finally comes in, Buys nothing, just asks for the bathroom key. Lingers in there forever, 30 minutes. Comes out, hands me the key, whispers, "Thank you for being here." Eyes bloodshot like she hadn't slept in days. Next time, same thing. But she starts asking personal questions. Do you live alone? Family nearby? I lie, say yeah, big family close. She smiles oddly. That's nice. Someone to miss you. Third regular. A young couple in a black SUV. Early 20s, always holding hands tightly. Dressed in dark clothes. They'd come around 4 a.m., buy energy drinks and snacks, but eat them in the parking lot watching the store. Once the guy came in alone. Your shift ends at 6, right? Sunrise is pretty here. How'd he know my hours? I played dumb. Girl, the next time. We drive this road a lot. Seen you through the window. You look kind. Creepy compliments, intense stares. I started documenting everything in a notebook, times, descriptions, what they said. Paranoia creeping in. Noises outside at night. Footsteps crunching gravel when no cars pulled up. Shadows moving past windows too fast for animals. Once, the bathroom door slammed shut on its own after the pale woman left, but Cam showed no wind. Hank brushed it off when I mentioned the regulars. Night shift attracts oddballs. Lock the door if they freak you. Got a shotgun under the counter. He showed me loaded 12 gauge, made me feel worse. Escalation hit in August, during a heat wave. Days 110 degrees Fahrenheit. Nights still warm. One shift, Old Ray comes in twice. Once at 1 a.m., again at 4. Second time he's sweaty, agitated. Seen anything strange out back? He asks. I say no. He leans close, garage bay. Don't go in there alone. Leaves abruptly. That night, after he left, power flickers, generator kicks in. Cam's glitch. I hear banging from the garage. Metal on metal, rhythmic. Grab the shotgun flashlight. Peek through the side door. Dark inside, smells like oil and something rotten. Banging stops, nothing visible. But footprints in the dust, fresh, leading to a corner piled with old tires. Next week's. Regulars more frequent, bolder. Pale woman starts leaving notes under the windshield wiper of my car, parked out back. Simple stuff. You're safe here, or we appreciate you. Couple takes photos of the store. Me visible in some, through the window. Old Ray brings gifts. A rusty knife one time, said. For protection. I installed my own dash cam in the store, pointing outside. Caught things. The SUV circling the lot multiple times without stopping. A figure standing at the tree line. No trees, really, just scrubbed for hours, unmoving. Peak terror. Late August. Full moon night, no clouds. Slow shift till 2 a.m. Then all 3 regulars show up within an hour. Old Ray first. Buys nothing, just stands inside staring. Then the woman lingers by magazines, humming. Couple last, whispering to each other, glancing at me. Around 3:30 a.m., they all leave separately. But cams show their vehicles parking down the highway, lights off. I lock the door early, heart racing. Then knocking, front door, insistent. Old Ray's voice. Forgot something. Ignore. Knocking side door. Woman's voice. Help, car trouble. Then back couple. Bathroom emergency. All at once, voices overlapping, pleading. Phone lines dead. Happened in storms. But clear night. Cell service spotty. No bars. Harimahan counter. Shotgun ready. Banging intensifies. Windows rattle. Hear scratching on walls outside. Then silence. Hours pass. Dawn approaches 5:30 a.m. Light creeping. Check cams. Vehicles gone. But outside. Footprints circling the building. Dozens. Handprints on windows smeared. And in the gravel. Arranged rocks forming words. Join you soon. Quit that day. Told Hank everything. He looked scared, paid me out. Said, smart choice. Others. Didn't listen. Drove straight home. Never looked back. But months later, anonymous calls. Heavy breathing whispers. Miss you at the station. Years on. Avoid rural highways at night. If you work graveyard, especially isolated, watch the regulars. Some are passing through. If you've had creepy gas station encounters, disturbing night shift customers, true roadside horrors, or real stalker experiences, share in the comments. But seriously, if weird people only show after dark, don't engage. Just don't. This is my true scary night shift story, one that still makes me check parking lots twice. Thanks for reading all the way. Stay safe on the roads, especially alone. I worked alone on a remote offshore oil rig in the Gulf of Mexico. The sounds coming from beneath the platform drove the entire crew insane, true terrifying deep-sea horror story. Hey everyone! If you're searching for true scary stories, real deep-sea horror experiences, creepy offshore oil rig encounters, disturbing night shift tales from isolated jobs, unexplained ocean mysteries, thalassophobia-inducing stories, or those absolutely bone-chilling something's in the water below, narratives that make you never want to step foot near the ocean again, then this is the ultimate story for you. This is my own first-hand account from back in 2019 to 2020. When I was 26 years old and took a high-paying contract job as a roustabout on one of the most remote oil platforms in the Gulf of Mexico. We're talking hundreds of miles from shore, no land in sight, just endless dark water in every direction, massive waves during storms, and an eerie silence broken only by the hum of machinery and the constant slap of the sea against the legs of the rig. If you love true horror stories about isolated workplaces, creepy deep ocean phenomena, strange knocking sounds from the abyss, crew members going missing or mad, or real-life accounts that blend psychological terror with the unknown horrors of the deep, then turn off the lights. Put on headphones and prepare yourself, because this one is insanely long, loaded with every vivid, realistic detail I can recall, and the lingering trauma still affects me to this day. I'll lay it all out chronologically, with the slow-building dread that made it so inescapably terrifying, because rushing through it wouldn't do justice to how gradually it unraveled everyone's sanity. Let me paint the full picture first, because the isolation is key to why this was so petrifying. The platform was called Deep Horizon Alpha. Name changed for obvious reasons. NDAs and all that, plus I don't want to deal with any fallout. It was an older semi-submersible rig, built in the 80s, anchored in water over 5,000 feet deep. The structure itself was massive, 4 huge columnar legs plunging into the blackness below, a main deck with helipad, cranes, drilling equipment, living quarters for up to 80 crew, a galley, gym, rec room. Everything self-contained because resupply helicopters only came every 2 weeks, weather permitting. No boats docked regularly. Everything was airlifted, cell service, spotty at best, satellite phones for emergencies. Internet was slow and monitored. You were cut off from the world. I signed on after losing my onshore job in the oil slump. Pay was triple what I'd made before. Hazard bonuses, overtime, no expenses. Crew was mostly roughnecks. Tough guys from Texas, Louisiana, a few internationals. Shifts were 12 hours on, 12 off, 2 weeks on, 2 off rotation, but storms could trap you longer. My role: general labor, painting to prevent rust, cleaning decks, assisting drills, maintenance. Nights were quietest, especially on graveyard shift. First few hitches, that's what we call the 2-week tours, were standard. Gorgeous sunsets over infinite water, dolphins playing around the legs, flying fish skimming waves. But the depth, man, it hits you. Standing on the lower decks, looking down into that inky void, no bottom visible, just darkness swallowing your flashlight beam after 50 feet. Bioluminescence at night. Glowing plankton stirred by waves, making the water shimmer like stars below. Creepy, but beautiful. Crew stories around the galley table. Old-timers talking superstitions. Doon't whistle on the rig, attracts bad luck. Or the Gulf has things down there older than the rigs. Laughed it off as hazing the newbie. The weirdness crept in during my third hitch, late 2019. It started with sounds. Subtle at first. During quiet nights, around 2 to 3 a.m. when drilling paused for maintenance. A faint knocking, not mechanical. The rig had constant groans from waves, creaks from metal expanding, pumps thumping rhythmically. This was different. Tap, tap, tap. Pause, tap, tap. Coming from below the main deck like against the underside of the platform or the legs themselves. I'd lean over the railing, shine a light. Nothing but black water churning. Reported it to the supervisor. Probably fish bumping the legs or debris. Big fish do that sometimes, sharks, grouper, but the pattern felt too deliberate. By the next hitch others heard it, not just me. During a safety meeting, one driller mentioned, knocking keeping him up. Laughter at first. Ghosts wanting overtime? But more reports trickled in. Always at night, always from below. Stronger during calm seas when ambient noise was low. We'd gather on the lower deck, a group of us with flashlights and GoPros, against rules, but whatever. Knocking would respond. If you banged on the railing 3 times, it'd echo back 3 taps from the depths. Clear as day. Recorded it once. Audio showed the return knocks deeper, muffled through water, but timed perfectly. Crew unease grew. Jokes turned nervous. The old-timers got quiet, sharing hushed stories over coffee. Happened on my last rig in the 90s. Knocking started, then divers found scratches on the legs, deep gouges like claws. Crew quit en masse. Or tales of mermaid legends from Cajun roughnecks. Not pretty sirens, but pale things with teeth that lure men overboard. Dismissed as bullshit, but the knocking persisted, escalated. Winter 2019-2020. Hitch. A bad storm hit. Category 2 hurricane remnants. Waves 30 feet, rig rocking like a cork. Evac most crew by chopper, but skeleton team stayed for shutdown procedures. Me and 12 others. Power flickered, generators roaring. That's when the knocking went insane, not taps pounding. Boom boom against the legs, vibrating through the entire structure. Felt it in your chest. We suited up, went to the dive control room, monitored underwater ROV cameras. Feed showed bubbles rising frantically around the legs, like something massive thrashing below. Then shadows, huge, elongated forms darting just out of light range. One glimpse. Pale skin? Or bioluminescent flesh flashing. ROV cable snagged, yanked hard, controls jerked from the operator's hands. Cable snapped, lost the $100,000 robot. After storm cleared, divers inspected damage. Found bends and cross braces, gouges in metal, not storm damage, too precise like talons raking upward, handprints. Smudges that looked like webbed fingers pressed against the legs, 20 feet below surface. Samples scraped. Organic residue, not marine growth. Lab results leaked later. Unidentified proteins not matching any known species. Paranoia set in. Sleep deprived, knocking never stopped now, day or night. Crew argued. Hallucinations from fumes? Infrasound causing anxiety? Company sent a psychologist via chopper. Mass hysteria, common in isolated environments. Bullshit. We knew. Personal encounters ramped up. One night, solo on deck watch. Fog rolled in thick, visibility 0. Knocking close, directly below my feet. Then a voice. Muffled, bubbly, but words. My name. Jake. Come down. Fake name. Whispered through the grates like spoken underwater. Froze, radioed control. No response. Backed away slow. Heard splashing. Something climbing. Ran upstairs. Barricaded. Others worse. A motorman swore he saw eyes reflecting in the water. Dozens, glowing green, staring up from 50 feet down during a moonlight shift. Another. Fishing off the lower deck. Forbiddance. Line tugged violently. Reeled up a chunk of flesh. Pale and rubbery, with suckers. Threw it back, vomited. Peak horror. Final hitch before I quit. Early 2020. Full crew, but morale shattered. Fights. Heavy drinking. One night, alarms blared. Pressure drop in a riser pipe. Divers sent down emergency patch. 2 guys, experienced, suited with comms. Descended to 200 feet. Live feed in control room. Routine at first. Then knocking loud over their mics. Diver 1, what the hell is that? Shadows swarmed. Comms garbled, screaming, it's grabbing me. Pull up, winch engaged, but cable thrashed wildly. One diver surfaced, hyperventilating, mask cracked, suit torn with parallel slashes. Babbling, they pulled him down, pale faces. Mouths too wide, wanted us to join. Other diver. Gone, cable severed clean, like bitten, search, nothing, body never recovered. Official report, equipment failure, shark attack. We knew better. Crew mutiny, half demanded evac. Company flew us out early, paid hush money and DAs. Rig decommissioned shortly after, officially uneconomical. But the aftermath. I live inland now, therapy for PTSD. Nightmares of endless black water, knocking on my bedroom floor. Sometimes in pools or baths, I swear I hear it below. Faint taps. Anonymous reports from other Gulf rigs since, similar knocking, disappearances. Covered up. If you've experienced creepy deep-sea encounters, strange ocean sounds, isolated rig horrors, or true underwater mysteries, share in comments. But advice. The ocean is deep, dark, and old. Something's down there. Notice us up here. This is my true scary deep-sea story, the one that ended my career and peace of mind. Thanks for reading this massive account if you made it through. Stay on dry land, folks. The abyss stares back. and sometimes it knocks. I worked the night shift alone in the basement morgue of a major city hospital. The autopsies revealed things that weren't human, true disturbing mortuary horror story. Hey everyone, if you're here for true scary stories, real hospital horror experiences, creepy morgue encounters, disturbing night shift tales from medical workers, unexplained body anomalies, chilling autopsy revelations, or those absolutely nightmare-inducing something's wrong with the dead stories that make you question everything you thought you knew about death, then this is the deepest, darkest one yet. This is my personal true account from 2017 to 2019 when I was in my late 20s and working as a morgue attendant on the graveyard shift in the basement of one of the oldest and busiest hospitals in Chicago. We're talking a massive urban facility built in the 1920s with labyrinthine underground corridors, connecting the pathology labs and the morgue, cold sterile rooms, lined with stainless steel drawers, autopsy tables, and refrigeration units humming constantly in the dim fluorescent light. If you love true horror stories about creepy jobs and hospitals' night shift workers, terrifying experiences, eerie mortuary incidents, real autopsy horrors, bodies that move or show impossible, signs of life or medical mysteries that border on the paranormal, then dim the lights, grab a blanket, and listen close because this story is extraordinarily long, filled with every visceral, realistic detail that still haunts my dreams and the slow-building dread that eroded my sanity piece by piece. I'll recount it exactly as it happened, day by day and shift by shift, because the gradual unraveling is what made it so profoundly terrifying. Some context to immerse you fully, since the setting amplifies the horror tenfold. My name is Taylor, changed for privacy. You'll see why. I'd always been fascinated by forensics after watching too many crime shows in college. So after getting an associate's degree in mortuary science, I landed this entry-level job at St. Mary's General Hospital. The morgue was in the sub-basement, 2 levels below ground, accessible only by a creaky service elevator or a long staircase that echoed with every footstep. The air down there was always freezing, around 38 degrees Fahrenheit, to preserve bodies. Thick with the metallic tang of formaldehyde, bleach, and that underlying sweet rot smell no amount of ventilation could fully mask. My duties on the 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift: receive bodies from the coroner's office, log them in, prepare for autopsies, washing, photographing, basic prep, assist pathologists if they worked late, clean up after procedures, and monitor the coolers. Mostly alone, maybe a security guard patrolling upstairs or a janitor occasionally. No windows, just buzzing lights, surveillance cams in hallways, but not inside the cooler rooms for privacy, and the constant low drone of refrigeration compressors. First few months were routine, almost mundane. Bodies came in from accidents, overdoses, natural causes, elderly folks mostly. I'd wheel them in on gurneys, unzip the bags, note tattoos, scars, personal effects. Tag the toe, slide into a drawer. Autopsies during day shifts. I'd observe or assist, learning how pathologists made Y incisions, weighed organs, dictated findings. Creepy at first, the crack of the skull saw, the wet sounds of removal, but you desensitize quick. Nights were quiet, filing paperwork, restocking supplies, studying for certification. I'd listen to podcasts to stay awake, the echoes making voices sound distant, otherworldly. The unease started creeping in around month 5, winter 2018, subtle things. Bodies arriving with odd details, eyes not fully closed, like they were staring through lids. Rigor mortis setting in weird patterns, limbs positioned unnaturally as if posed post-mortem. One elderly woman from a nursing home came in with fresh scratches on her arms, defensive wounds per the report, but she died of heart failure alone in bed, chalked it to delirium, but her mouth, slightly open like mid-scream. Then the sounds began. Faint at first, during dead hours around 3 a.m., scraping from inside the drawers, like fingernails on metal. I check. Nothing. Temperature fluctuations? Bodies shift as gases build. Logical. But one night, clear as anything, a muffled thump from drawer 12. New arrival, car crash victim, young male. I opened it. Body still, but sheet displaced, arm hanging off the tray slightly. I fixed it, heart racing. Told myself livor mortis shifting. Reports to supervisor. Newbie nerves. Others nodded. More workers share stories. Toe tags rattling. Drawers sliding open a crack. Hazing? Or real? By spring 2018, personal encounters. Assisting a late autopsy on a drowning victim, river pool, bloated, pale. Pathologist notes unusual lung foam, Then something in the stomach. Not water vegetation, but fibers, like hair. Human hair, long strands not matching the victim. Swabbed, sent to lab. Results later. No DNA match in system. Contamination, they said. Nights alone escalated. Cam's glitching static when I walked past cooler doors. Once, reviewing footage for inventory. Shadow moving in an empty autopsy room. Tall, humanoid, but distorted. Reported, light reflection. Summer brought heat waves upstairs, but basement stayed icy. Bodies decomposing faster than normal, unusual bloating, skin slippage premature. One overdose case. John Doe, mid-30s. During intake, noticed eyes, pupils dilated hugely, even in death. Mouth, black residue inside cheeks. Talk screen, standard opioids but something unidentified. Autopsy, organs darkened abnormally, like ink spread through veins. That night, alone, heard whispering. Not Vent's words, faint, cold, so cold. From the cooler, froze, listened. Then banging, drawer handles rattling in sequence, like dominoes. Grabbed the log, all bodies accounted, doors secure. Radioed security, check basement, guard came, searched, nothing. But he looked spooked, felt watched down here. Fall 28 and turning point. Multiple bodies from a mass incident. Bus crash, 8 DOAs. Overloaded coolers, some on gurneys in hallway. One victim, child, traumatic injuries. Prepping for family viewing, rare at night. Noticed hand twitch. Gas release, but fingers curled deliberately. Told pathologist next day. Post-mortem spasm, but eyes opened briefly under my light, milky but focused. On me. Paranoia set in. Avoided eye contact with bodies. Started noticing patterns. Many arrivals with similar anomalies. Unexplained bruises around necks, not cause of death. Abdomens distended with unknown fluids. Lab delays on tests. Winter 2018 to 2019. Peak isolation, flu season overload. Bodies stacking. One night, power flicker. Backup lights red, eerie. Heard footsteps in the adjoining tunnel. Old service corridor disused. Slow dragging, radio silent. Investigated with flashlight. Wet prints leading to a bricked up door. Prints barefoot, too large, toes elongated. Back in morgue. Drawer 5 open slightly. Inside. Suicide by gunshot. But body repositioned. Head turned toward door. As if watching for me. Escalation horrifying. Assisting autopsy on unidentified female found in alley. External. No obvious trauma. Incision. Organs misplaced? Heart on wrong side. Situs inversus, rare but possible. But liver. Duplicated lobes, abnormal. Then during cranial, brain showed lesions, parasitic, forms? No. Tendrils, fibrous, moving slightly in formalin. Pathologist paused, never seen this. Samples rushed. Results classified. I got shut out. That shift, alone cleaning. Heard crying infant? From vents? Hospital had NICU upstairs but sound wrong, guttural. Then all drawers rattled simultaneously. Vibration through floor. Final straws, spring 2019. Series of bodies from natural causes, but all with eyes removed post-mortem. Clean surgical, no suspects. One body, homeless man, came in with fresh incisions, abdomen sewn crudely, as if autopsied elsewhere then dumped. One midnight, new arrival, bagged tightly. Unzipping. Face. Wrong. Skin stretched, features elongated, mouth sewn shut with wire. Not in report. Screamed, dropped bag. Security rushed. Body normal when they arrived? Gaslight? But I photographed. Images later corrupted. Last shift. Storm raging above. Basement flooded slightly. Alone with 20 bodies. Lights dimmed. Then voices multiple overlapping. Names of the dead calling mine. Join us. See what we saw. Drawers opening one by one. Bodies sitting up. Shadows, but movement. Ran to elevator, stuck. Stairs. Footsteps following. Resigned next day. Move states, new career. But lingering. Anonymous packages. Photos of bodies with my face superimposed. Or calls, heavy breathing. Then, we waited for you. Other workers quit similarly. Hospital wing renovated, morgue relocated. If you've experienced creepy morgue incidents, strange autopsy findings, hospital basement horrors, or true medical paranormal, share below. But warning, death isn't always final. Some things linger. This is my true scary morgue story, the one that stole my sleep forever. Thanks for reading this far. Sweet dreams, if you can. I was a certified cave diver exploring one of the deepest underwater cave systems in the world. What we encountered in the unmapped depths made us question everything. True, absolutely terrifying cave diving horror story. Hey everyone. If you're searching for true scary cave diving stories, real claustrophobic horror experiences, chilling underwater cave encounters, disturbing deep diving accidents, terrifying silt-out nightmares, or those heart-pounding something's in the water with you, tales that trigger intense thalassophobia and make you swear off ever going near a cave again, then this is the most intense, detailed story you'll hear. This is my own first-hand true horror account from the summer of 2018, when I was 29 years old and at the peak of my cave diving career. Part of a small team pushing the limits in one of the most dangerous and beautiful underwater cave systems on the planet. A vast, labyrinthine network in the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico, known for its crystal-clear cenotes plunging into miles of unexplored passages. If you love true horror stories about extreme diving gone wrong, real cave diving fatalities, creepy underwater discoveries, the psychological terror of zero-visibility panic attacks deep underground, or accounts that blend real-world dangers with inexplicable eerie phenomena, then turn down the lights. Put on headphones and brace yourself, because this one is excruciatingly long, packed with every sensory detail, realistic technical aspect, and slow-building dread that still triggers full-blown panic attacks for me years later. I'll tell it exactly as it unfolded, minute by minute in the depths, because the relentless escalation of fear is what turned a routine expedition into an unforgettable nightmare. Let me immerse you completely in the world of cave diving first, because without understanding the stakes, the terror doesn't hit the same. My name is Casey, changed for privacy. The diving community is small, and some details could identify the site. I grew up in Florida, obsessed with the ocean from childhood snorkeling trips. By my early 20s, I progressed from open water scuba to technical diving, then full cave certification through rigorous training with agencies like NSCDS. Cave diving isn't like ocean diving, no surfacing quickly if something goes wrong. You're in an overhead environment, flooded tunnels, no natural light after the entrance, reliant on guideline reels, multiple redundant tanks, lights, and strict rules to avoid disaster. One mistake, kicking up silt, losing the line, gas miscalculation, and you're dead. Statistically, it's one of the most dangerous sports. Dozens die every year in places like Eagle's Nest in Florida or the cenotes in Mexico. But the allure? Pristine beauty, formations untouched for millennia, stalactites like cathedral spires, water so clear it feels like flying. By 2018, I'd logged over 300 cave dives, including deep penetrations. I joined a semi-professional exploration team. 4 of us, me, my dive buddy Alex, experienced instructor, Elena, geologist mapping systems, and Marco, photographer-videographer. We had permits for a restricted cenote system called Abyss Gate, name altered, known for depths exceeding 300 feet and side passages barely surveyed. The goal: push a promising lead from a previous dive, a restriction at 2,500 feet penetration leading to potential virgin cave. Equipment was top tier, side mount tanks for tight spots, dry suits against the cold deeper water, around 77 degrees Fahrenheit, but chilling over hours, triple redundant lights, primary 2 backups, scooters for propulsion, reels of line, stage tanks for decompression, helium mixes to combat nitrogen narcosis at depth. The day started perfectly. June heat above ground, but descending the cenote entrance. A 60-foot open sinkhole with sunlight piercing turquoise water felt magical. We kitted up on the surface platform, fins, masks, regulators checked triple times. Rule of thirds, 1/3 gas in, 1/3 out, 1/3 reserve. Decompression obligations planned meticulously on dive computers. GoPro rolling for documentation. Dropped in at noon, negative entry to avoid stirring silt. First 1,000 feet. Breathtaking. Visibility infinite. Halocline layers shimmering like oil on water where fresh meets salt. Formations glowed under our lights. Flowstone draperies, columns thicker than cars. Scooters humming, we tied off secondary lines at jumps, following the permanent gold line installed by prior explorers. Chatted via hand signals, thumbs up, everything nominal. Past the first restriction, a low bedding plane crawl, belly to silt, careful finning to avoid clouds. At 1,800 feet penetration, depth 120 feet. The mood shifted subtly. Water cooled, lights cutting through increasing darkness. Narcosis tingles, like mild drunkenness, making thoughts fuzzy. We staged extra tanks here for the push ahead. The known line ended at a tight squeeze. 18 inches high, jagged limestone, requiring removing tanks to push through side mount. One by one, Alex first, laying new line. I followed, heart steady but adrenaline up. The squeeze, claustrophobia hits hard, rock scraping suit, helmet light bouncing off walls inches from face. Breathing controlled, slow to conserve gas. Emerged into a dome room, massive, cathedral-like, untouched. Excitement peaked, virgin cave. Pristine helictites twisting like coral, soda straws delicate as glass. We explored cautiously, scooters off to avoid silt. Marco filming, Elena noting formations. Then the lead, a downward shaft, visibility dropping as fine clay particles hung. Depth 200 feet now, narcosis stronger, colors dulling, euphoria creeping. Tied off descended carefully. At 2,800 feet penetration, 260 feet depth, the passage narrowed dramatically. A chimney drop into blackness. Lights barely penetrating 50 feet. Air checks. Still good, but decompression building, hours of stops on exit. Decision point, push or turn. Team vote, thumbs up, continue conservatively. Dropped into the chimney, free fall slow, buoyancy perfect. Walls smooth from ancient flow. Bottomed at 300 feet, a floor of white silt, untouched. New chamber, vast but eerie. No formations, just barren rock like scoured clean. Strange, usually more decorated deeper than the first wrongness. Marco signals, look, in the silt, impressions. Not ours, older, disturbed but not recent. Human, boot prints? Impossible, no prior exploration here. We hovered, light scanning. Prints leading into a side tunnel, narrow fissure. Curiosity 1. Alex laid line into the fissure. Tight single file, tanks clipped close. Visibility degrading from our bubbles, stirring particulates. 3,000 feet penetration now. The silt out hit suddenly. Elena, behind, fin kicked too strong, cloud exploded. Zero visibility instantly. World gone. Pitch black except faint glow of nearby lights diffused in murk. Panic protocol. Hold line, thumb it back to known, but chaos. Bubbles roaring in ears. Regulators hissing. Disorientation immediate. No up down in 0 wees. Narcosis amplifying fear. Heart pounding. Thoughts racing, this is it. Alex signaling frantically. Line tangled? No worse. The new line snapped? No taut, but direction unknown. We grouped by feel, hands on buddies. Then the touch. Something brushed my leg. Not buddy, deliberate, cold, like fingers trailing. Jerked away, light swinging wildly in silt soup. Nothing visible. Elena panicking, hyperventilating, gas guzzling. Signals out of air soon? Calculations off from stress. Minutes stretched eternal. Thumbed line slowly but wrong way. Penetration increasing. Dive computers beeping warnings. Deco obligation skyrocketing. Breakthrough. Weiss cleared slightly in a pocket. Found main line? No, still new passage. Deeper. Discovery and partial clearing. The body. Wedged in a restriction ahead. Diver suit decomposed but gear modern, double tanks similar to ours. Helmet cracked, mask off. Face skeletal but eyes gone. Sockets dark. How? No record of anyone here. Marco filming instinctively. Then movement. Impossible. Body shifted. Hand twitched. Gas release. But deliberate. Head turned toward us. Terror exploded. Turn dive immediate. But line... where? Something else. Sounds. Through water conduction. Tapping on tanks. Rhythmic, like communication. Not ours. Swam blind. Following line by feel. Touched again. Arm this time, grip. Pulled free. Elena lost contact. Screams? No, divers silent, but frantic signals. I found exit restriction. Pushed through, tanks scraping. Alex behind? Marco? Surfaced in dome room eventually. We's better, but alone first. Waited, lights flashing. Alex emerged, then Marco. Elena? No. Searched back, but gas low. Deco mandatory. Heartbreaking turn. Emergency ascent protocol, but fatal at depth. Called surface support via underwater comes, rare, but we had rescue. Impossible deep. Decompressed endless hours. Hanging in blue entrance, mind replaying. The body touches taps. Elena never found. Body either. Vanished on recovery attempts later. Aftermath. Investigation, no missing diver matching. Gear serials, erased corrosion. But worse. Survivors affected. Nightmares identical. Tapping in darkness. Cold hands pulling down. I quit diving, but sometimes in pools or showers. Feel brushes. Hear taps and pipes. And anonymous messages. Photos from deep, our team, but 5 figures. Extra one behind. If you've experienced true scary cave diving incidents, claustrophobic underwater horrors, lost in cave stories, or real diving paranormal, share in comments. But seriously, caves take. They don't give back. Stay in open water. This is my true terrifying cave diving horror story, the one that ended my passion and started the fear. Thanks for reading this far if you survived the dread. Breathe easy. On the surface, I was a 911 dispatcher answering calls in a quiet suburban town. The voices on the line from numbers that didn't exist broke me. True disturbing emergency operator horror story. Hey everyone, if you're here for true scary stories, real 911 dispatcher horror experiences, creepy emergency call encounters, disturbing phone call tailies from the night shift, unexplained paranormal calls, chilling voices from the other side, or those absolutely gut-wrenching the caller is already dead. Stories that make you never want to answer an unknown number again, then this is the one that will stick with you forever. This is my own deeply personal true account from 2020 to 2024 when I was in my mid-30s and working as a 911 dispatcher in a mid-sized suburban town in the Midwest. Kind of place where crime was low, calls were mostly medical emergencies, domestic disputes, or drunk drivers, and shifts could drag on with hours of silence broken only by the hum of computers and the occasional radio chatter from officers on patrol. If you love true horror stories about creepy job experiences, night shift dispatchers' nightmares, eerie phone calls that defy explanation, real-life paranormal emergency incidents, calls from impossible locations, or psychological terror that builds slowly until you're questioning reality itself, then grab your headphones, turn off the lights, and listen very carefully, because this story is massively long, overflowing with every realistic detail, sensory memory, and escalating dread that still causes me to screen every call to this day. I'll tell it chronologically, call by call, shift by shift, because the way the horror crept in gradually, starting as glitches and building to something undeniably wrong, is what shattered my sense of safety completely. A little background to fully set the terrifying atmosphere, because dispatch centers are isolating in a unique way. My name is Morgan, changed for obvious reasons, privacy and lingering fear. After a decade in customer service, I switched careers to public safety, getting certified as an emergency dispatcher. The job paid decently, with good benefits, and I liked the idea of helping people in crisis. Our center was in the basement of the police station, windowless, fluorescent-lit room with rows of workstations, multiple screens showing maps, call logs, CAD, computer-aided dispatch systems, and headsets that piped calls directly into your ears. Shifts were 12 hours. Days, swings, or graves, 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. I preferred graves, quieter, fewer supervisors micromanaging. The room held 4 to 6 dispatchers per shift, but on slow nights, sometimes just 2. Protocol was strict. Answer within 3 rings. Verify location via A&E Ali. Automatic number, location info. Assess emergency, dispatch units, stay online if needed. Calls came from landlines, cells, even VoIP. We had tracing tech for most, but glitches happened, bad signal, burner phones. Early years were standard. Heart attacks, car accidents, welfare checks on elderly. Emotional calls, suicides in progress, child abuse reports, domestics with screaming in background. You train to stay calm, de-escalate, multitask, typing notes while talking, pinging locations. Burnout is real, secondary trauma builds. But nothing supernatural. Just human misery. The weirdness started innocently in late 2020, during COVID lockdowns when calls dropped overall. One grave shift, around 2 a.m., dead quiet. Just me and one other dispatcher dozing at her station. Call comes in. Open line, heavy static, faint breathing. Ani Ailey shows a landline address. Abandoned house on the edge of town, foreclosed years ago, power cut. I announce, 911, what is your emergency? Breathing intensifies, then a whisper. Child's voice. Help. Trapped. Location confirmed via system. Definitely the empty house. No cell tower bounce. I dispatch officers for welfare check. They arrive. House boarded. No entry signs. Dust thick inside. No one there. Call logged as prank or misdial. But the voice... Too young, too scared. A week later, similar. Same time, open line, crying, adult female this time. He's coming, please, address. Another vacant property, old farm burned partially in a fire years back. Officers check. Nothing. System glitch? Texts say no. By 2021, patterns emerged. Calls always graves, always from disconnected or demolished numbers, addresses. Voices distressed, pleading for help, describing intruders, fires, accidents, but locations impossible. 1. Male voice choking, can't breathe. Basement flooding. Address? Demolished for a highway expansion 2 years prior. GPS pinged the empty lot. Officers found standing water from rain, but no basement. No person. I started noting them in a personal log. Dates, transcripts, addresses. Colleagues noticed too. Veteran dispatcher, Lisa, 20 years in. Pocket dials from ghosts. Laughed nervously. But more came. Voices knew details. Callers using names of former residents who died. 1. Elderly woman. It's cold. The furnace stopped again. Address. Her old home. She'd passed in a nursing facility months earlier. Number disconnected post-death. Escalation mid-2022. Calls interactive. I'd ask questions. What's your name? Location? Responses. Clear. Direct. Child. Mommy said not to talk to strangers. But he's in the closet. No background noise, dead silence except voice. Traces. Always impossible spots. Cemeteries, raised buildings, even underwater. Old reservoir flooded decades ago. One night peaked early terror. 3 a.m. Call. Frantic woman screaming, fire. The kids! Smoke alarms beeping faintly. Address. Exact site of a fatal house fire 10 years prior. Family of 4 perished. I dispatched fire anyway. Protocol. They arrived. Overgrown lot, no structure. But online, crackling sounds now, like flames. Woman sobbing names of the real victims. I stayed calm. Ma'am, units en route. She whispered my name. Morgan. Why didn't you save us? How? Caller ID blank. No way to know me. Heart racing, I muted. Checked records. That fire predated my hiring. No connection. Supervisor reviewed. Hallucination? Fatigue? Mandatory psych eval cleared. But calls personalized. Voices describing my life. Saw you at the grocery today. Red coat. Accurate. Or your cat's waiting at home. Lonely. Paranoia set in. Changed routines, checked for tails. Installed home cameras, nothing. 2023. Worse. Calls from my own past. 1. Voice like my deceased grandmother. Honey, it's dark here. Come get me. Number. Her old landline, disconnected after funeral. Another. Ex-boyfriend, died in car crash years ago. Why didn't you pick up last time? Accident. Hurts. Traces. Grave sites, crash locations. Crew affected. One dispatcher quit after call from her stillborn child's voice, cooing, then crying. Peak 2024. Slow grave, storm outside, power flickering, backups humming. Series of calls. Rapid. First. Child from earlier abandoned house. He's here now, knocking. Second. Woman from fire. Burning again. Third. New male. Calm. You know we're not pranks, Morgan. We need passage. Asked. Who is this? Response, chorus. Multiple voices overlapping prior callers. Stuck between. Your line connects. Then silence. But headsets. Static rising to screams, all past voices layered. Ripped off headset, room spinning. Colleague heard too, same channel. System crash, all logs of weird calls corrupted that night. Final straw. Last shift. Midnight. Call from my home number. I was at work. Apartment empty. Voice. My own. Morgan. Help. Someone's inside. Watching. Traced. My address. Real time. Panicked. Called neighbor. Checked apartment. Door unlocked. I always lock, but empty. Nothing missing. But camera footage. Shadow moving in hallway. No one visible. Quit immediately. Move cities, new number, no forwarding. But lingering. Occasional calls from unknown, hang-ups with breathing. Or voicemails, faint whispers, familiar voices. Other dispatchers report similar nationwide hushed up. If you've experienced creepy 911 calls, disturbing dispatcher incidents, paranormal phone horrors, or true emergency operator stories, share in comments. But advice, if a call feels wrong, maybe don't answer. Some lines reach farther than we know. This is my true scary dispatcher horror story, the one that silenced me forever. Thanks for reading this far if you dared. Stay safe and screen your calls. I was a long-haul truck driver hauling freight across America's loneliest highways at night. The CB radio voices from drivers long dead and the figures on the road forced me to quit forever. True terrifying trucker horror story. Hey everyone, if you're into true scary stories, real long-haul trucker horror experiences, creepy CB radio encounters, disturbing night driving tailies on deserted highways, unexplained shadows and figures on the road, paranormal activity while trucking alone, or those absolutely chilling, something's following your rig in the dark. Stories that make you reconsider ever driving alone at night on remote interstates. Then this is the one that will keep you checking your rearview mirrors for weeks. This is my personal true account from 2018 to 2022 when I was in my early 30s and working as an over-the-road truck driver, logging thousands of miles a week hauling dry goods and refrigerated loads across the United States, from the foggy coasts of California to the endless flatlands of Texas, up through the snowy Midwest and down the isolated stretches of Route 66 remnants. We're talking 70-plus hours a week behind the wheel of an 18-wheeler, mostly night runs to avoid traffic with just me, my Kenworth T680. Sleeper cab, a thermos of coffee satellite radio when it worked and the constant hum of diesel engine and tires on asphalt, under endless star-filled or storm-clouded skies. If you love true horror stories about creepy trucking jobs, overnight highway drivers' nightmares, eerie CB radio conversations with impossible voices, real paranormal encounters on the road, vanishing hitchhikers or shadow people sightings while driving, or slow-building psychological terror that turns a routine haul into pure dread, then buckle up, dim the lights and keep an eye on the dark outside your window, because this story is massively long loaded with every realistic detail from logbooks, mile markers, and sensory memories that still cause me to avoid interstates after dark. I'll tell it chronologically, run by run and mile by mile, because the way the horror escalated so slowly from static glitches to full-on conversations with the impossible is what broke me and made me park the rig for good. A bit of background to set the lonely, oppressive scene that all truckers know too well. My name is Dale, changed for privacy. The trucking community's tight-knit, and some folks might recognize this. I got my CDL right out of the army, drawn to the freedom of the open road. No boss breathing down your neck. Just you, the load, and the deadline. Pay was solid with per-mile rates and bonuses for night hauls. My rig was comfortable. Bunk with mattress, mini fridge, CB radio for chatter with other drivers, dash cam for insurance, and Qualcomm satellite for dispatch updates. Nights on the road meant pulling into truck stops like Pilot or Love's for fuel, showers, and bag coffee, or boondocking at rest areas when hours ran low, 11-hour driving limit per dot rules. Highways at night? Eerie beauty. Headlights cutting through fog, deer eyes glowing on shoulders, occasional convoy with other rigs flashing lights and greeting. CB Channel 19 buzzing with banter, road conditions, speed traps, lot lizards warnings. But vast stretches with no signal, no other vehicles for hours, just black asphalt, white lines, and whatever's in the darkness beyond the high beams. First couple years were standard grind. Cross-country runs. California produced to East Coast, Amazon loads back west. Weird stuff happens, near misses with drowsy four-wheelers, breakdowns in nowhere, shady characters at stops. But nothing supernatural. I chat on CB with handles like Big Bear or Road Queen, sharing smokes at fuel islands, swapping stories of close calls. The oddities crept in during a 2020 run pandemic era when highways were emptier than ever. Hauling reefer load of meat from Nebraska to Arizona, night driving through Kansas flats. Around 2 a.m. CB crackles. Weak signal, but clear voice. Older guy, gravelly. Anybody westbound on 70? Got a blown tire near mile marker 312? I key up. Yeah, Dale here eastbound actually, but what's your 20? Silence then. Appreciate it, partner. Name's Harlan. Been running this route since 78. Friendly chatter, weather, fuel prices. He mentions a wreck years back near Salina. Signal fades. Next day, curious, I ask at a truck stop. Anyone know Harlan Old-Timer Laughs? Harlan Jenkins? Died in a pileup on 70 back in 85. Jackknifed in ice. Legend on Channel 19. Chalked it to coincidence. Handles repeat. Stories get passed. But it happened again weeks later. Night haul through Nevada desert on I-80. Dead quiet. CB female voice, soft. Eastbounders watch for elk near Winmucca. Respond. Copy, thanks. Who's this? Lydia, running solo. Talked 20 minutes. She complained about dispatcher, shared route tips. Voice warm, familiar somehow. Faded out. At next stop, mentioned Lydia. Driver goes pale. Lydia Morales? Missing since 92. Vanished from a rest area on 80. Rig found abandoned. No trace. Uneasy, but rationalized. Prankster using old names. By 2021, pattern solidified. Voices only at night on lonely stretches. Deserts, mountains, prairies. Always older drivers, referencing outdated tech. No mention of ELDs or apps, talking past events like recent. Signals strong in no coverage zones. Conversations personal. One knew my army unit, another my hometown. Logged them mentally. Dashcam caught static bursts coinciding, but no visuals. Escalation summer 2021, hauling through Texas Panhandle on I-40, thunderstorm raging, wipers max. CB, panicked male. Mayday, jackknife ahead, chains required, but clear night in my logs? No, storm real. Responded, warned others. Voice, thanks kid. Name's Roy, oh yeah. Chatted till signal lost. Researched later, Roy Fitzgerald, died in chain reaction wreck on 40 during 99 ice storm. Exact details matched his description. Paranoia started. Avoided CB, but voices broke through anyway, bleeding into AM radio sometimes. Personal turns, voices addressing me by name, not handle. Dale, slow down at marker 150 bad curve. Heated once, avoided deer herd. But creepy. Dale, check your trailer seals. Something's loose, pulled over, nothing. But mud on doors, handprints? Wiped clean by rain. 2022 peak isolation, running teamless after partner quit. Cross Midwest run, I-80 through Iowa cornfields. Fog thick. CB swarm. Multiple voices, overlapping old chatter. Lottery numbers from 80s. Warnings about long-gone construction. Then clear. Child's voice. Mister, where's mommy? It's dark in here. Heart stopped, trailer empty, sealed. Keyed. Who is this? Laughter, adult male. Just playing, driver. Keep on truckin'. Pulled over, inspected trailer with flashlight. Nothing. But temperature drop inside. Breath visible. That run. Shadows on road. High beams catching figures standing on shoulder. Tall, thin, waving thumbs like hitchhikers. Approach. Gone. Or pacing alongside rig at 70 miles per hour. Visible in mirrors. Pale faces pressed to glass. Blinked. Nothing. Rest stops worse. Parking among idling rigs, but cams showing extras, silhouettes between trucks, watching. One night Arizona desert, I-10. Broke down, waiting roadside assistance. CB, chorus, voices I'd talked to. Join us, Dale, no more lonely miles, engine roared itself, no dead battery. Towed, quit soon after. But aftermath, still hear static in cars, voices whispering routes. Anonymous CB clips sent online. My conversations but with dead drivers. Other truckers report similar ghost convoy on Channel 19. If you've experienced creepy trucking encounters, strange CB radio horrors, night highway paranormal, or true driver stories, share below. But advice. Night roads are long, dark, and old. Some voices aren't on this side anymore. This is my true scary trucker story. The one that grounded me forever. Thanks for reading this far. Drive safe. And maybe turn off the CB. I was the overnight security guard at a closed-down amusement park in the Midwest. The rides that turned on by themselves and the figures riding them after dark still haunt me. True terrifying abandoned amusement park horror story. Hey everyone, if you're here for true scary stories, real creepy night shift security guard experiences, disturbing abandoned amusement park encounters, chilling carnival horrors from closed theme parks, unexplained ride activations at night, eerie figures on security cams in deserted fairgrounds, paranormal activity in shut-down attractions, Or those absolutely nightmare fuel. Something's moving in the dark when the park is empty. Tales that make you never want to visit an old carnival or fair again, even during the day. Then this is the story that will leave you checking the shadows in every empty playground or midway. This is my own first-hand true horror account from the summer of 2017. When I was 23 years old and fresh out of community college with no real job prospects. So I took the overnight security position at one of the oldest and most iconic but now seasonally closed and deteriorating amusement parks in the Midwest United States. We're talking a sprawling 100-acre site built in the 1950s with classic wooden roller coasters, a giant Ferris wheel, rusty bumper cars, haunted house, fun rides, carousel with faded painted horses, game booths lined along a dusty midway, and kiddie areas that hadn't seen laughter in years except during brief summer openings. If you love true horror stories about creepy abandoned places, night watchman nightmares, and deserted theme parks, eerie carnival ghost encounters, real paranormal activity, caught on patrol rides, starting up alone in the darkness shadow, people on coasters, or the slow-building psychological terror of being completely alone in a place designed for joy, but now rotting in silence. Then turn off the lights. Put on headphones and imagine the distant creak of metal in the wind, because this one is extremely long, filled with every realistic detail from patrol logs, weather, conditions, and visceral memories that still trigger panic attacks whenever I hear calliope music or smell funnel cake grease. I'll recount it exactly how it happened, night by night and patrol by patrol, because the gradual escalation from old park quirks to undeniable terror is what forced me to quit and never look back. Let me fully immerse you in the eerie, forgotten atmosphere first, because abandoned amusement parks have a unique kind of dread that's hard to shake. The park was called Riverview Fun Park, name changed. It's real, but I don't want attention from owners or urban explorers. Opened in 1952, it was a regional landmark with peaks in the 70s and 80s, families flocking for coasters like the Thunderbolt, a classic wooden screamer, the Skyheel Ferris, dark rides like the Ghost Train, and seasonal events. But declining attendance, safety issues, and corporate buyouts led to shorter seasons until it only operated weekends in summer and closed entirely off-season. By 2017, the owners kept a skeleton crew for maintenance and security to prevent vandalism, fires, or squatters. My job: 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., 5 nights a week, solo patrol in a golf cart or on foot, monitoring gates, checking buildings, responding to motion sensors, and logging anything unusual. Gear was basic: flashlight, radio, spotty signal, master keys for gates and some attractions, a cheap body cam for incidents, and a .38 revolver, park policy for wildlife or intruders. Coyotes and teens were common. The place was massive. Overgrown weeds cracking pavement, paint peeling on booths, rust bleeding down coaster tracks, stagnant water in log flume channels smelling like algae and decay. Nights were pitch black except for security floods on timers, crickets deafening, distant highway hummed, the only reminder of civilization. Wind rattled loose tin on roofs, chains clinked on swings, and the whole park groaned like it was alive but in pain. First few weeks were monotonous, almost therapeutic in a weird way. I'd clock in at the guard shack by the main gate, a trailer with monitors linked to outdated cams covering key areas, entrances, midway, coaster stations, parking lot. Drive the cart around perimeter fence, check locks, shine light into dark ride entrances for signs of break-ins. Urban explorers were the biggest issue. Kids sneaking in for pics. Found beer cans, graffiti, once a sleeping bag in the funhouse. Reported it, cleaned up. Animals too, raccoons and trash, deer on tracks. Noises? Plenty. Settling metal, branches scraping, echoes carrying far and empty space. I'd park the cart, sit on a bench by the carousel, drink Red Bull, listen to podcasts. Smells. Faded cotton candy sweetness mixed with rust and mold. Beautiful in a melancholic way. Stars over the silent Ferris wheel, moon lighting faded cloud murals. The strangeness began creeping in around mid-June, during a heat wave that made the air thick and buzzing with mosquitoes. One night around 2 a.m., midway patrol on foot for better coverage. I heard music. Faint, tinny calliope tune, like from the carousel. But power was off to rides. Breakers locked in the maintenance shed. Figured wind chimes or imagination. Shone light. Horses still, mirrors dusty. Logged as possible animal disturbance. But next patrol, same tune, clearer. Entry of the gladiators or something Circus Y. Checked shed. Breakers untouched. Chems later. No motion triggered. A few nights later, motion alert from the Thunderbolt coaster station. Drove over fast cart bouncing on cracked pavement. Station empty, gates chained, but chains. Loose like recently moved, footprints in dust, small, bare, kids probably. Tightened chains, logged. But on camera view, grainy night vision. Shadow at the top of the lift hill, humanoid, standing still. Zoomed, glitch, maybe tree branch. By July, patterns emerged. Music sporadic, always carousel or bumper car speakers crackling old tunes. Lights flickering in attractions, quick bursts like power surges, but grid isolated. Footsteps echoing in tunnels of dark rides when I was outside. Once, in Ghost Train, heard laughter, children's giggles, high-pitched, bouncing off animatronic walls. Radioed owner, asleep. Probably recordings on loop from vandals, but no power. Guests? None, park closed. But reports of figures on cams. Midway booths, someone ducking behind games. Or on rides, silhouette in a coaster car, visible one frame, gone next. Personal encounters started. Late July storm, thunder, rain-pounding tin roofs. Shelter in bumper car pavilion. Heard engines? Bumping sounds, metal clashing like cars activated. Lights inside flickered on off. Peered, cars jerking slightly, as if nudged. Wind? But enclosed. Radio static, then voice. Distorted like old PA, play a game? Heart slammed. Ran out, checked fuses, off. August heat brutal, humidity making everything sweat rust. Peak weirdness. 1 midnight, full moon, clear skies. Ferris wheel lights on, full glow, wheels slowly turning. Impossible, main power disconnected for safety. Drove there frantic, wheel creaking, empty gondolas swaying. From distance, figures in some cars? Shadows, couple sitting. Approached, lights died, wheels stopped. Cams, malfunctioned during event. That night, calls on park intercom, internal only. Child's voice, higher daddy, push me, from swing area. Investigated, swings moving in perfect arcs, no wind. Escalation horrifying. Maintenance shed break-in. No, the tools moved, ride panels opened. Found fresh cotton candy in a booth. Sticky, pink, smelling sweet. No one entered gates. One patrol. Carousel spinning slow, music blaring, pop goes the weasel. Horse's eyes, following me. Stopped when I approached, music cutting mid-note. Peak terror, late August last week. Fog rolled in thick from nearby river, visibility 20 feet. Motion alerts everywhere. Cascading. Started at kiddie area, laughter chorus. Then coaster, screeching wheels like train descending. Drove. Thunderbolt cars moving down track, empty but restraints down. Radio dead. Body cam rolling. Midway, figures everywhere, pale, in outdated clothes, riding bumper cars, activated, crashing gently. Playing games, balls dropping in skee-ball. Faces, wrong, smiling too wide. Ferris. Full silhouettes waving. Ran to shack. Barricaded. Heard footsteps. Hundreds carnival crowds. PA. Announcements. Enjoy the rides, folks. Dawn. Everything off. Silent. Cams corrupted. Quit immediately. Owners. Vandalism with generators. But no evidence. Aftermath. Nightmares of endless rides, figures beckoning. Avoid parks, carnivals. Anonymous reports from other guards. Similar, ongoing. If you've experienced creepy abandoned amusement park encounters, strange ride activations, carnival ghost stories, or true night security horrors, share in comments. But seriously, some places, the fun never ends. This is my true scary abandoned park story, the one that stole my innocence. Thanks for reading this far. Stay away from the midway after dark. I was one of the last remaining crew members at a remote Antarctic research station during the deepest polar winter. What we found frozen in the ice wasn't dead, and it started replacing us one by one. True terrifying Antarctic isolation. Horror story. The year was 2018, and I was 34 years old when I signed the contract for a 14-month posting at Vostok Substation Delta, a small auxiliary research outpost buried in the East Antarctic ice sheet, 800 miles from the nearest permanent base. There were only 8 of us. Me, glaciologist, the station commander Elena, 2 meteorologists, a mechanic, a comms officer, a physician, and a biologist named Marcus, who was obsessed with ancient ice cores. We arrived in late February, just as the last supply plane left, and we knew we wouldn't see another human face until November. 9 months of total darkness, temperatures dropping to minus 90 degrees Fahrenheit, winds that could flay skin in minutes, and the constant creak of 2 million square miles of ice shifting under us. The station was a cluster of buried modules connected by insulated tunnels. Living quarters, lab generator room storage, and the drill shed where Marcus spent most of his time pulling up cores from a borehole that went down nearly 2 miles. The routine was brutal but predictable: monitor equipment, log data, conserve power, cook freeze-dried meals, play cards to stay sane. The polar night hit in May, and that's when the sun vanished completely. No dawn, no dusk, just black sky 24 hours a day. The auroras are only light show, green and purple curtains dancing like something alive. At first, the weirdness was subtle, easy to blame on cabin fever. Cum started getting static bursts voices that weren't from McMurdo or Amundsen Scott, speaking in languages none of us recognized, low and guttural, like throat singing mixed with whale song. The physician, Dr. Patel, said it was auditory hallucinations from lack of sleep. We all laughed it off. Then Marcus pulled up a core unlike any before: clear ice at the top, cloudy lower down, and at 1.8 miles depth, something dark embedded inside. He brought it into the lab under red light to prevent melting, and we crowded around. It looked organic. A shape elongated, maybe 6 feet long, curled like a fetus but with too many joints. Limbs folded against a torso that wasn't quite symmetrical. The ice around it was fractured in perfect radial patterns, as if something had exploded outward from within, then refrozen. Marcus was ecstatic. This could be the oldest multicellular life ever found, preserved from a subglacial lake system millions of years old. We photographed it, took samples, sealed it in a minus 40 freezer. That night, the generator surged. Lights flickered, and the temperature in the lab dropped 10 degrees in minutes. When we checked, the freezer door was ajar. The core was still there, but the shape inside, the ice looked thinner, almost translucent in places. Marcus swore he hadn't touched it. The next week, people started getting sick. Not flu sick, something stranger. The mechanic, Jorge, complained of joint pain, said his fingers felt too long. We laughed. He was always cracking jokes about frostbite. But when he took off his gloves, his nails were blackened, thickened, curving slightly. Dr. Patel took blood, elevated white cells, unknown proteins. Then the comms officer, Liam, began sleepwalking. We'd find him in the drill shed at 3 a.m., staring at the borehole, muttering about hearing friends down there. One morning, Elena didn't show for breakfast. We found her in the lab, standing over the freezer in just her thermal shirt, skin blue from cold. She was pressing her bare palms to the glass, whispering, "It's lonely. It just wants company." Her eyes were wrong pupils dilated huge, irises almost colorless. We dragged her back to quarters, sedated her. That night, the auroras went berserk blood red, pulsing like a heartbeat across the sky. Marcus disappeared 2 days later. We searched every module, every tunnel. Found his parka in the drill shed, neatly folded, but no footprints leading away in the snow. The borehole cap was open. Down the shaft, 1.8 miles of black ice. His headlamp was still shining, a tiny star in the abyss. We winched it up. The lamp was cracked, lens smeared with something viscous that froze solid on contact with air. Then Jorge changed overnight. We woke to screams. Liam's. Jorge was in the commons, naked. Skin mottled gray and stretched tight over bones that didn't look right anymore. Joints bending backward, fingers elongated, nails like obsidian claws. It tilted its head at impossible angles, mimicking Jorge's voice perfectly. "Guys, help me. It hurts so much." But the mouth didn't match the words. Dr. Patel tried to sedate it. It moved too fast, pinned him against the wall, and we heard bones crack. We barricaded ourselves in the sleeping module, listening to it scrape along the tunnels, calling our names and voices of the dead. Elena joined it next. We found her body in the lab, but empty skin deflated like a shed cocoon, face frozen in a smile. Whatever wore her shape now walked upright but wrong, limbs too long, joints cracking with every step. Only 4 of us left. We burned the lab, torched the core, watched the thing inside thrash as flames melted the ice, revealing something with too many eyes opening all at once. But the fire spread too fast in the confined space. Smoke filled the tunnels. We suited up for surface evac, praying for a weather window to radio rescue. On the ice, minus 85 degrees Fahrenheit, wind screaming. We saw them shapes emerging from snowdrifts, wearing the faces of our crew but stretched, wrong, waving with arms that bent in too many places. They herded us back toward the station, voices carried on the wind. Stay. It's warm inside. We're all together now. The radio finally broke through static during a brief calm. Rescue plane came 3 days later. They found only me, half frozen, babbling about replacements. The station was burned to the foundation, bodies unrecoverable in the crevasse that opened beneath it, like the ice itself swallowed what was left. They debriefed me stateside, diagnosed extreme hypothermia psychosis, but I know what I saw. And sometimes in winter, when the wind howls just right against the windows, I hear them calling from under the floorboards, patient, waiting for the next long dark. If you've ever experienced true polar isolation horror, strange Antarctic discoveries, crew members changing overnight, or real expedition nightmares, share in the comments. But take my advice. Some things should stay frozen. Forever. This is my true terrifying Antarctic Research Station horror story, the one that still has me checking reflections to make sure it's really me looking back. Thanks for listening this far. Stay warm. And stay human. I served aboard a nuclear submarine on a classified mission to the ocean's deepest trench. The entity that boarded us from the abyss is still hunting the survivors. True terrifying deep-sea submarine horror story. The year was 2022, and I was 29 years old when I got orders for a classified deployment aboard the USS Nemesis, a Virginia-class attack submarine retrofitted for extreme-depth operations. There were 132 of us crammed into that steel tube officers. Enlisted, scientists from a black-budget program nobody talked about. Official mission, test new sonar arrays in the Mariana Trench. Unofficial, map an anomaly detected by satellite acoustic signatures from depths no sub had ever reached safely. Crush depth was classified higher than our hull rating, but the brass assured us the titanium reinforcements would hold. We left Pearl Harbor in August, submerged off Guam, and began the long, silent run south. Life on a sub is claustrophobic by design. Red lights at night to preserve vision. Bunks stacked 3 high in torpedo room berthing. Hot racking where you sleep in shifts. Recycled air tasting metallic, constant hum of pumps and reactors. Meals with the highlight Midrat sandwiches at midnight. Movie nights in the mess with old war films. First week was routine. Dove to 20,000 feet for tests. Pressure groaning against the hull like a living thing. Bioluminescence streaked past the periscope in bursts, jellyfish, squid flashing warnings. Then the anomaly appeared on passive array. Low-frequency pulses, rhythmic, almost patterned. Not geological, not a whale. The scientists got excited, called it the singer. Recorded hours of it, analyzed in the lab aft of control. Depth trials began in earnest. 25,000 feet. Hull popped and creaked, temperature dropping as we sank. Air got thicker, everyone quieter. At 28,000 deeper than any manned sub before the singer changed. No longer pulses, voices, faint, overlapping, speaking English, names of crew members. My name first. Petty Officer Harlan. Come closer, clear through headphones, but not on speakers. I reported it, Exo said interference from experimental gear. But others heard too. The cook swore he heard his dead mother's voice calling from the galley vent. We bottomed out at 35,800 feet Challenger Deep's unexplored ridge. Sat there silent, running quiet. External cams showed blackness absolute, sediment drifting like snow. Then scraping. Metal on metal, slow drags along the hull. Not debris deliberate. Captain ordered periscope up. Nothing but dark. But the dragging circled us, patient. That night, first casualty. Ends. Park on watch and sonar found unresponsive. Headphones fused to his ears somehow. Skin blistered like burned. Revived him, babbling about them, inviting us out to play. Eyes wrong, pupils blown, reflecting light like animals. Voices escalated. Over intercom now, bypassing systems. Personal secrets, affairs, crimes, fears whispered to individuals in berthing. One sailor confessed to stealing from the slush fund after hearing his victim's voice accusing him. Fights broke out. Commander locked down weapons. External lights on. Cams caught glimpses. Shapes outside pale, humanoid but elongated. Limbs jointed wrong. Faces pressed to viewports. No suits, no subs. Skin shimmering like oil, mouths moving in sync with voices inside. Pressure anomalies. Depth gauge fluctuating, though we were stationary. Hull temperature rising externally impossible in 34 degrees Fahrenheit water. The entity or entities started influencing systems. Lights strobing Morse code none of us knew, translating later to coordinates deeper non-existent. Reactors scrammed twice without cause. Flooding alarms in unoccupied compartments. Crew fractured. Some worshipped it gathered in torpedo room, chanting along with voices. Others barricaded. I stayed in control with Captain and EXO, watching helpless as bulkheads buckled inward slightly, like something testing strength. Breakthrough night, hull breach forward. Not explosive slow oozing. Water black, viscous, carrying things that moved against current. Sealed the compartment, sacrificed 3 men trapped there. Their screams over comes turned to laughter, then singing the singer's tune. We emergency blue ballast, surfaced in panic protocol be damned. Storm topside, waves 40 feet, but better than below. Radio distress. Picked up by carrier group, debriefed, separated. Official, hull fatigue, mass psychosis from depth. But survivors, only 47 of us, know better. Some didn't make it back human. Changes subtle at first. Skin paling, eyes reflecting, craving darkness. Years later, anonymous messages from crew still at depth, coordinates to return. Storms now. Here scraping on house roof, voices in pipes. Subs decommissioned, records sealed. But charts show new soundings deeper than before. If you've experienced true deep-sea submarine horrors, strange voices from the abyss, crew members changing in isolation, or real naval nightmares, share in comments. But remember, the ocean is older than us. Some doors, once opened, don't close. This is my true terrifying nuclear submarine horror story. The one that taught me the surface is mercy, not safety. Thanks for listening this far. Stay in shallow water. The deep remembers names. I spent an entire summer alone in a remote fire lookout tower deep in the wilderness. The figures I spotted through the binoculars were signaling me to come down and join them. True terrifying fire lookout isolation. Horror story, it was the summer of 2022, and I was 28 years old when I took the job as a seasonal fire lookout for the Forest Service in one of the most isolated sections of the Bitterroot National Forest in Montana. The first few weeks were exactly what I expected. I'd wake at dawn in the small cab at the top 14 by 14 feet, wraparound windows offering 360-degree views of jagged peaks, glacial valleys, and forests stretching to every horizon. Brew coffee on the propane stove, take azimuth readings with the Osborne firefinder, scan for smokes. Days were long and golden, elk grazing in meadows below, hawks circling thermals, thunderstorms building over distant ranges like slow-motion explosions. Nights were cold even in summer, stars so thick you felt you could touch them, the Milky Way a river across the sky. I'd radio dispatch twice daily, Osprey lookout, all quiet, visibility unlimited. They'd reply with fire weather forecasts, maybe chat about bears sighted lower down. Sleep came easy with the wind rocking the tower gently. The first oddity came in late June, during a dry spell when fire dangers spiked to extreme. I spotted a smoke column thin, gray, rising straight up about 8 miles northeast in a drainage I'd mapped as Lightning Creek. Logged the coordinates, radioed it in. Dispatch confirmed no lightning strikes, no campers registered there, illegal to camp off-trail anyway. Helicopter recon later. Nothing, no heat signature, plume gone by arrival. Probably dust devil or inversion layer, they said. I shrugged optics play tricks at altitude. But it happened again 3 days later. Same drainage, same thin plume at the same time late afternoon. This time it lasted longer, twisting slightly like a signal. Binoculars showed no visible fire, just smoke rising from heavy timber. Radioed again. Crew hiked in overnight. Nothing, not even char. Dispatch joked about ghost fires. I laughed, but that night, lying in the bunk with windows open for air, I heard something new faint popping like distant gunfire or branches snapping in heat, carried on wind from that direction. July brought heat waves, humidity dropping to single digits, forest tinder dry. Smokes became daily, always thin, controlled, never spreading. Always in remote drainages, no trails touched. Dispatch sent ground crews repeatedly, always nothing. I started photographing them with the digital camera for logs plumes perfectly vertical, no convection like real wildfires. One afternoon, zooming binoculars on a new one, I saw movement at the base figures. Dark silhouettes against green, too far for details, but human-shaped, standing in a loose circle around the smoke source. They didn't move like firefighters or hikers still, heads tilted upward toward my tower. Counted 5, maybe 6. Radioed unusual activity. Crew found trampled grass in a perfect ring, charred center but no fuel. Rocks arranged in a spiral pattern. Unease settled in. Nights grew restless. The popping sounds closer sometimes, echoing off ridges. Radio static increased bursts of what sounded like voices, low murmurs in no language, cutting into weather broadcasts. Cranked the volume. Nothing recordable. Told myself altitude sickness or dehydration, drank more water. Mid-July storm front moved in dry lightning, no rain. Real fires sparked everywhere. I called in 3 legitimate ones, crews contained them fast. But amid chaos, the ghost smokes continued, almost mocking. One evening, during red sunset, a plume rose closer only 4 miles away. On a ridge I could almost see details without glass. Binoculars. The circle clearer now. Figures in ragged clothing, faces pale, arms raised toward me. Not waving, pointing. Smoke between them shaped deliberately, curling into arrows aiming at the tower. That night, thunder boomed, lightning forked across peaks. Power flickered on the solar batteries. Radio check-in. Dispatch worried, winds shifting, possible spot fires near my peak. Then the knocking started below the cab, on the steel legs. Metal pings, rhythmic climbing. Flashlight downstairs. Nothing visible in storm dark. Barricaded the trapdoor anyway, heart pounding. Morning after storm. Clear skies, but fresh scratches on lower platform railing, deep gouges, like claws or tools, spiraling up. No bare marks, too uniform. Reported. Vandalism impossible. No access. Dispatch sent helicopter supply drop early extra food, batteries, and a satellite phone for emergencies. Pilot circled. All clear below, no tracks in mud. But the figures returned. Daily now, closer each time. Through binoculars. Details horrifying. Skin grayish, hair matted long, clothes old-fashioned flannel, overalls like 1930s loggers. Faces gaunt, eyes dark hollows, mouths open as if chanting. Always in circles, building small fires that smoked, but never burned hot. Always facing the tower, arms raised in unison. August heat peaked. Fire ban statewide. My smokes were the only ones deliberate, taunting. One afternoon, closest yet 2 miles, on a meadow visible naked eye. Circle of 8 now. Zoomed, they were building something, a structure of branches, effigy-like, shaped like a tower. Miniature me inside? Tiny figure at top. Radioed panic. Unauthorized persons on ridge. Possible arson. Dispatch, helicopter en route. But storm blew in sudden freak cell, visibility 0. Chopper turned back. That night, worst yet. Winds howled 60 miles per hour, tower swaying violently designed for it, but terrifying. Knocking everywhere, legs, stairs, even windows. Voices clear now, carried on gusts or through radio. My name repeated. Come down. Safe with us. The fire's warm, in chorus, male and female, accents old Montana drawl. Lightning illuminated. Figures on slope below, climbing in storm, soaked but undeterred, faces upturned, smiling. Barricaded, armed with bear spray and flare gun. Hatch rattled pressure from below like pushing up. Dawn. Storm cleared. Slope empty, but cairns leading up rock piles marking trail to tower base. At summit. Circle around foundation, charred center with bones animal. Human small? Helicopter finally came. Evacuated me, medical reasons, dehydration, they said. Tower decommissioned end of season. But winter's now. Smell smoke in house sometimes. Binoculars by window spot distant plumes on horizons that shouldn't exist. Anonymous letters. Photos of tower from below, figures circling, one waving with my face. If you've experienced true fire lookout isolation horrors, strange figures in wilderness, signaling smokes or remote job nightmares, share in comments. But heed this. Some peaks aren't meant for watching alone. The forest watches back. This is my true terrifying fire lookout horror story, the one that made me fear heights and open flames forever. Thanks for listening this far. Stay safe in the wild. Some invitations. Aren't rescuable. I was a flight attendant on an almost empty red-eye transatlantic flight with only 12 passengers. By morning, none of them were human anymore, and they wouldn't let the pilots land the plane. true terrifying airplane horror story. It was a cold October night in 2023 when I clocked in for flight U at 2371, a red-eye from JFK to Heathrow. I was 30 years old with 8 years under my belt as a senior flight attendant for a major airline, and these overnight transatlantic runs were my bread and butter. Quiet low passenger count, mostly business travelers sleeping the whole way. This one was unusually light, only 12 passengers booked, all in economy except for 2 in first class. The manifest listed standard names, nothing flagged, mostly solo travelers. No groups, no unaccompanied minors, no special needs. Captain Harris, a veteran with 25 years, briefed us in the galley. Clear skies forecast over the Atlantic, smooth flight expected, arrival at 8 a.m. local. The crew was small, me as lead, 2 juniors in economy, co-pilot and captain up front. We boarded at 11:30 p.m., doors armed, and pushed back on schedule. The passengers trickled in slowly, bundled in coats against the chill. First class, an older businessman in a sharp suit, reading a newspaper, and a young woman with headphones, staring out the window. Economy, scattered, a family of 3, parents and teenage son. A couple in their 40s, 4 solo men looking like sales reps, and 2 women traveling alone, all polite, no red flags. One guy in 22A joked about needing extra blankets for the cold flight. I laughed, handed him 2. Safety demo done, lights dimmed for takeoff, and we climbed into the black sky over the ocean. Cabin quiet except for the hum of engines and occasional cough. First service was quick drinks, snacks, then dim the lights fully for sleep mode. I walked the aisle checking seatbelts, offering pillows. The businessman in first was already asleep, mouth open, newspaper folded on his lap. The young woman hadn't moved, still staring at the window even though there was nothing but darkness outside. In economy, most had eye masks or were watching movies on seatbacks. The teenage boy played a game on his tablet, glow reflecting on his face. All normal. Settled in the galley with coffee, chatting quietly with Sarah, one of the juniors, about holiday schedules. Around 2 a.m. New York time, 4 hours in, over the middle of the Atlantic, no land below for hundreds of miles. The first weird thing happened. The call bell from 15C dinged. One of the solo women, mid-50s, gray hair, asked for water. Her voice was hoarse, like she'd been crying. Gave her a bottle. She clutched it but didn't drink, eyes wide, whispering, "They're not sleeping. They're waiting." I asked if she was okay. Motion sickness? She shook her head. "Just watch them." Brushed it off as anxiety. Long flights do that to people. Offered melatonin from the kit. She declined. Hour later, turbulence hit unexpected, moderate but bumpy. Captain announced it over PA. "Folks, minor chop, should clear soon. Lights on low." I did a walkthrough to check. That's when I noticed the businessman in first still in the same position but newspaper now on the floor, and his head tilted at an odd angle, like too far back. Thought he shifted in sleep. But his eyes were open, staring at the ceiling, unblinking. Heart skipped, checked pulse discreetly. Strong, breathing steady. Asleep with eyes open? Rare but happens. Moved on. In economy, the family. Parents asleep, but the boy awake. Tablet off, staring straight ahead. Asked if he needed anything, no response. Tapped his shoulder, jerked like startled, smiled weirdly. "I'm fine, miss." Just listening. To what? Engines? He pointed to his headphones, but they were around his neck, no music playing. Back in galley, told Sarah. She laughed nervously. Creepy kid. But then another called bell, multiple now, scattered. Passengers wanting blankets, water, all at once. Unusual for sleep time. Served them. Faces pale in dim light, eyes reflecting oddly, like animals in headlights. One man in 28B grabbed my wrist when I handed coffee, grip cold, strong. "Stay with us," he whispered. Pulled away politely. "Sir, please release." He did, smiling apologetically. By 4 a.m., cabin felt wrong. Temperature dropped noticeably, thermostat read normal, but breath visible. Passengers all awake now, sitting upright, not talking, just staring forward or at windows. No one watching movies, no reading lights. Call bells stopped. Dead silence except engines. Reported to cockpit via intercom. Captain said pack malfunction. Adjusting. But air tasted stale, metallic. Walked aisle again. The young woman in first, now facing backward in her seat. Head turned 180 degrees somehow, watching the cabin. Impossible, neck not broken. But wrong. Froze, shone flashlight. She turned forward normally when light hit, smiled. "Can't sleep." Heart pounding, backed away. The couple in economy, holding hands across aisle, but fingers interlaced too tightly, knuckles white, skin mottled gray. The teenage boy standing in aisle now, blocking path, swaying with turbulence. Miss, do you hear them too? Hear what? The voices. Telling us to wait for landing. No voices, intercom silent. Told him sit down for safety. He did slowly, eyes never leaving mine. Crew huddled in galley. Sarah whispering she'd seen the businessman stand, walk to lavatory, but not return seat empty now. Checked. Yes, empty, newspaper still on floor. But manifest showed him booked. First class has privacy curtains, maybe sleeping on floor? No. Turbulence worse and severe now, seatbelt sign on permanent. Captain, folks rough air remained seated, but passengers ignored. Some unbuckling, walking aisles slowly, gathering mid-cabin, forming a group, standing close, murmuring low. Words indistinguishable, chant-like. Panic rising. Radioed cockpit. Captain, passengers acting strange, possible mass hypoxia or contamination. Response. Static, then captain's voice strained. We're diverting to Iceland, but instruments failing. Something interfering. Then lights failed, total darkness. Emergency strips glowing red. Screams? No silence from cabin. Flashlights on. Passengers all facing galley door, eyes shining in beams, smiles uniform, too wide, moving forward slowly, in unison. Barricaded galley door with cart. Sarah crying, Junior Mark hyperventilating. Heard scratching on door, whispers through, our names. Join the flight, eternal. No landing needed. Cockpit call, co-pilot screaming. They're in here! How cut off? Plane dropped suddenly, freefall seconds, stomachs lurching, then leveled. Oxygen masks deployed automatically. Through cracking door, passengers seated again, but wrong heads tilted same angle, hands folded identically. Hours blurred. Divert attempts failed, fuel burning, but no airports responding, radio jammed with chanting matching cabin. Dawn approached, light creeping through windows. Passengers, changed. Skin translucent, veins dark, eyes black fully. One stood, walked to window, pressed face to glass, pointing down at ocean. Captain lost transmission. Mayday, entity on board. Not passengers anymore. Advise shoot down if we approach land. Plane landed Heathrow somehow on time. Ground crew boarded. Found us 3 crew alive, locked in galley, passengers gone, seats empty. No trace, manifest erased digitally. Investigation, mass delusion from fume leak. But black box. Chanting recorded, voices not human. We resigned, NDAs signed, but nights. Hear engines in sleep, feel turbulence. Windows frost with handprints from outside. Survivors meet anonymously. All hear invitations to reboard. If you've experienced true scary airplane horror, strange passenger incidents on flights, red-eye paranormal, or flight attendant nightmares, share in comments. But warning, some flights never really land. This is my true terrifying red-eye flight horror story, the one that grounded me forever. Thanks for listening this far. Fly safe. Or don't fly at all. The last shift on Briarwood Road, the rain started at exactly 2:17 a.m. Thin at first, like fingers tapping on glass, then heavier, louder, until it drowned out the hum of the streetlights outside the security booth. I remember the time because the digital clock above the monitors flickered when the thunder rolled, and for a split second, every camera feed went black. When they came back on, something was wrong. Briarwood Road was empty. It was always empty at night. That was the point. A 2-mile stretch of newly developed suburbia that never sold the way the brochures promised. Identical houses, identical mailboxes, identical driveways, all perfectly aligned like a model town that forgot to include people. I worked private security, overnight shifts, watching 32 cameras from a booth that smelled like burnt coffee and old plastic. My job was to watch for trespassers, vandals, teenagers looking for a place to drink. But at 2:17 a.m., Briarwood Road wasn't just empty. It was still no rain on the pavement. No wind in the trees. No motion at all. Camera 12 faced the cul-de-sac at the far end of the road. That was where I saw him. A man stood in the middle of the street, perfectly centered in the frame. He wasn't holding an umbrella. He wasn't reacting to the storm. The rain passed through him without disturbing his clothes, like the camera was glitching around his outline. I leaned closer to the monitor. He was tall, thin, wearing what looked like a dark maintenance uniform. His head was tilted slightly to the side, as if he were listening to something I couldn't hear. His face was turned away from the camera. I checked the timestamp. Live feed. My radio crackled. Static. Then silence. Hello? I said, even though no one ever answered at this hour. The man moved. Not walking. Not running. He rotated smoothly, unnaturally, until he was facing the camera. His face was wrong, not blurred, not shadowed. Wrong in a way that made my stomach tighten. His eyes were too far apart. His mouth hung open, stretched vertically instead of wide, like it had been pulled downward by gravity. When he smiled, his teeth showed, too many of them, layered behind each other like rows of broken porcelain. Camera 12 cut out. I stood up so fast my chair slammed into the wall behind me. My heart pounded hard enough to make my vision pulse. I told myself it was a prank, a costume, a trick of the light. Briarwood had been unfinished for years. Weird stuff happened. Animals tripped sensors. Cameras glitched in storms. Then camera 7 turned red. Motion detected. Camera 7 watched the front of house 14, the only house on the road that had ever been occupied. The family moved in 6 months ago. The Thompsons. Husband, wife, little girl. I remember because the kid waved at the booth every morning on the way to school. The man stood at the end of their driveway. He was closer now. Close enough that I could see details the other camera missed. His uniform was soaked with old stains darker than the rain. His hands hung too low, fingers brushing his knees. His head jerked upward in sharp insect-like movements. He raised one hand and knocked on the Thompsons' front door, once, twice, 3 times. The porch light flicked on. I grabbed the radio. Unit 2, do you copy? I have a possible intruder on Briarwood, house 14. Static answered me. Then a low sound, almost like breathing. The front door opened. Mrs. Thompson stepped out onto the porch, wrapped in a robe. She leaned forward, squinting into the rain, clearly annoyed. I tried to shout through the glass, as if she could hear me. Don't open the door. Go back inside. Call the police. The man lifted his head slowly and looked at her. Even through the camera, I saw her freeze. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. She stepped backward, one hand reaching behind her into the house. The man stepped forward in one smooth glide and crossed the threshold. The door closed behind them. Camera 7 went black. Every other camera lit up red at once. Motion detected. Motion detected. Motion detected. I spun in place, watching feeds cycle automatically as the system struggled to process what it was seeing. The man was everywhere, standing at the end of driveways, between houses, in backyards, inches from sliding glass doors, always facing the camera, always smiling. And then, one by one, the houses began to light up, porch lights, bedroom lights, kitchen lights flicking on as people woke to the sound of knocking. I slammed my fist against the desk. Stop opening the doors, I whispered, my throat tight. Camera 7 flickered back on. The Thompsons' living room was visible through the front window now. Mrs. Thompson lay on the floor, her body bent at an angle that made my skin crawl. Mr. Thompson stood near the hallway, frozen, his face pale. The man stood between them, his head brushing the ceiling. The little girl stepped into frame. She was holding her stuffed rabbit, dragging it by one ear. She looked up at the man and smiled. He bent down. The camera cut out again. Something banged against the door of the security booth behind me. I jumped, nearly tripping over the chair. The knocking came again, louder this time, heavy and deliberate. I didn't move. The monitors changed. Every camera now showed the same image. The inside of the booth. Me, standing in the center of the room, staring at the screens in confusion. The angle was wrong, like the camera was mounted too high, looking down at the top of my head. My radio crackled to life. You shouldn't watch, a voice said. It sounded layered, like multiple people speaking at once. Men, women, children, all overlapping slightly out of sync. It makes it harder. The knocking stopped. The booth door handle turned. I backed away until my shoulders hit the wall. You're not real, I said. You're not real. The door opened. He had to duck to fit inside. Up close, the details were worse. His skin looked stretched thin over sharp angles, veins visible and unmoving. His eyes were glossy and black, reflecting my face back at me in warped fragments. The smell that came with him was damp and sweet and rotten, like wet leaves left too long in the dark. He smiled. You watch, he said, and his mouth opened wider than it should have, wider than a human jaw could open without breaking. You let us in. I didn't open any doors, I said, my voice shaking. He stepped closer. The lights flickered. The monitors behind him showed Briarwood Road again, empty and quiet, as if nothing had ever happened. "You see us," he said. "That's enough." His hand closed around my wrist. His grip was cold and impossibly strong. The room tilted, the walls stretching outward, the sound of rain growing louder until it drowned out my screaming. When the morning shift arrived, the booth was empty. No sign of a struggle. No broken locks. The monitors played live feeds of Briarwood Road, clean and normal. House 14 was vacant again. The Thompsons were never found. The developers blamed another failed sale, another family scared off by rumors and bad luck. They hired a new guard, installed new cameras, upgraded the system. Sometimes, just before dawn when the rain starts falling a little too evenly, the new guard swears he sees a man standing at the end of the road, waiting patiently, staring straight into the camera, smiling. The new guard's name was Ethan Cole, and he hated the quiet more than anything else. He'd worked night shifts before warehouses, parking garages, an abandoned hospital once, but Briarwood Road was different. Silence there wasn't the absence of sound, it was pressure. Like the air itself was holding its breath. His first night passed without incident. Cameras clear. Sensors idle. Rain fell normally, splashing against asphalt, bending tree branches the way it should. He almost relaxed. On the second night, at 2:16 a.m., every clock in the booth lagged for exactly 1 second. Ethan noticed because he was staring straight at them. Digital clocks were supposed to be precise. They didn't hesitate, they didn't stutter. The rain outside slowed. Not stopped. Slowed. Droplets stretched as they fell, like they were sinking through something thicker than air. Then 2:17 a.m. appeared on the display. Camera 12 blinked. Ethan leaned forward. "No," he whispered, already knowing. A man stood at the center of the cul-de-sac. Same posture. Same maintenance uniform, same unnatural stillness. Except this time, the man was closer to the camera. Too close. His head nearly filled the frame, tilted at an impossible angle, eyes staring directly into the lens. Ethan's stomach dropped. "I'm not opening anything," he said aloud, voice echoing inside the booth. "I'm not watching." "I don't see you." The man smiled. Camera 12 shut off. Motion alerts cascaded across the screen, alarms chirping over one another until Ethan slammed his palm onto the console to mute them. Feeds switched rapidly, faster than the system should allow, as if something else had taken control. Every house on Briarwood Road was occupied now. That wasn't right. Sales records said only 3 families had moved in since the Thompsons disappeared. Yet every driveway held a car. Every window glowed softly from within. Ethan watched as doors opened, not from knocking, from inside. Men, women, children stepped out onto their porches in pajamas and bare feet, faces slack, eyes unfocused. They moved in unison, turning their heads toward the street, toward him. Camera 7 zoomed in on House 14, the Thompsons' house. The front door swung open slowly. Mrs. Thompson stood there, upright, uninjured, hair neatly brushed. Her neck bent slightly to the side, resting at an angle no living person could hold for long. Behind her stood Mr. Thompson, smiling too widely. The little girl clutched her rabbit, its head now missing, seams frayed and dark. Ethan staggered back. "You're dead," he said. "You're all dead." The radio crackled. "We're home." Dozens of voices replied at once. The monitors changed again. They showed Ethan, not from above this time. From behind him. He turned, heart slamming against his ribs. The booth was empty. No one stood there. But on the screen, the man in the uniform loomed inches from Ethan's back. His mouth opening, jaw stretching downward, skin tearing silently at the corners. Cold breath brushed Ethan's ear. "You stayed," the man said. "That means you're learning." Ethan spun around. Nothing. The booth lights flickered, dimming to a sickly yellow. The rain outside reversed direction, droplets rising from the ground back into the sky. On the screens, Briarwood Road began to change. The houses decayed in fast jerking increments. Paint peeled away to reveal rotting wood. Windows clouded with grime. Roofs sagged. Lawns withered into patchy, dead grass. Cars rusted where they sat. People still stood outside. They didn't decay. Their smiles widened. Ethan backed toward the door. "I quit," he said. "I don't care about the paycheck. I don't care about the rules. I'm leaving." The booth door wouldn't open. Hands pressed against the glass from the outside. Dozens of them. Fingers bent backward, joints inverted, nails scraping softly. Faces followed, emerging from the darkness beyond the lights. Not knocking. Waiting. You watch the doors, the man said from everywhere and nowhere. You see who opens them. You help us choose. I didn't choose anything, Ethan shouted. The screens flared white. Images flooded them, other roads, other neighborhoods, other guards in other booths. All staring into cameras, all frozen in fear. Different uniforms. Different years. Same man. Same smile. You don't have to open doors, the voice said gently. You just have to see. The glass of the booth began to fog from the outside inward, as if the cold were coming from them. Ethan slid down the wall, clutching his head. Stop, he sobbed. Please. The little girl from House 14 appeared on the center monitor. She looked directly at him. Daddy says you'll keep us safe now, she said. Her eyes were completely black. The power went out at 2:18 a.m. When maintenance arrived the next morning, they found the booth intact. Door locked. Systems offline. No sign of damage. Ethan Cole was gone. A new listing appeared online that afternoon. Briarwood Road. Affordable homes, quiet neighborhood, night security provided, and somewhere, just beyond the reach of the cameras, something waited for the next pair of eyes willing to watch. The third guard never learned the names of the families. Her name was Mara Lewis, and she made that mistake on purpose. She'd read the incident reports. 2 disappearances. No bodies. No forced entry. No explanation. Corporate called it coincidence wrapped in stress and understaffing. Mara called it a bad place. And bad places, she knew, didn't care whether you believed in them or not. Her rule was simple. Don't look longer than you have to. The booth had been renovated again. New glass. New cameras. New clocks synced to an atomic server downtown. The company promised redundancy, safety, control. Mara brought her own precautions. She taped over camera 12. She covered the reflection-prone surfaces with cloth. And when 2:17 a.m. approached on her first night, she turned her chair away from the monitors. She watched the wall instead. The rain came anyway. She heard it before she saw anything wrong, the way it stopped sounding like rain and started sounding like fingertips. Soft, curious, patient. Her radio clicked on by itself. Silence. Then breathing. Mara didn't respond. The clocks hesitated. She closed her eyes. Behind her, monitors flickered. She didn't turn. You learned, the voice said, close now, too close. That's disappointing. Cold spread across the room, crawling up her spine, sinking into her bones. She felt something lean over her shoulder, felt the weight of its attention pressing down on her skull. You don't want to see, it whispered. But you already do. Mara opened her eyes. The wall in front of her wasn't a wall anymore, it was glass. She was looking out at Briarwood Road from the inside of a house. House 14. She stood in the living room. The furniture was back, clean and arranged. Family photos lined the mantel, but every face in every frame had been scratched out, leaving only white gouges. Behind her, something breathed. She didn't turn. I'm not yours, Mara said. Her voice shook, but it didn't break. I didn't open anything. No, the man agreed. You closed your eyes. Hands rested on her shoulders. She felt fingers, not gripping, just resting, like a promise. You think this is about doors, he said. It isn't. Doors are just habits. The real opening is attention. The lights flicked on. The Thompsons stood around her in a loose circle. Mr. Thompson's smile was too tight. Mrs. Thompson's head hung at the same broken angle. The little girl hugged her rabbit's headless body, rocking gently on her heels. You keep the road quiet, the man continued. You keep people from looking too closely. You keep the watching orderly. I won't, Mara said. The man stepped into her line of sight. Up close, his face kept rearranging itself, features sliding subtly, never settling on something human for more than a second. You already are. The living room walls dissolved. Mara was back in the booth. She stood not sat hands resting on the console, fingers moving with practiced ease. The monitors glowed calmly. Briarwood Road looked perfect. Clean. Empty. Safe. A car drove past the entrance and didn't slow down. She felt relief. That frightened her more than anything else. A knock echoed faintly, not on the booth. On a door somewhere down the road, camera 7 blinked red. Mara's hand hovered over the controls. Don't look. She looked. A young couple stood in the driveway of House 9, arguing quietly, rain soaking their clothes. The man raised his hand to knock. Mara opened her mouth to scream. Nothing came out. The man in the uniform appeared beside her, reflected faintly in the dark glass of the monitor. "Shh," he said. "You'll scare them." The knock landed. Once. Twice. Mara felt her face stretch into a smile she didn't choose. Her hand moved. She zoomed the camera in. Far away, in another city, a recruiter finalized paperwork for a new overnight security hire. Easy shift. Quiet neighborhood, good pay. At 2:17 a.m., the rain would start again. And Briarwood Road would remain exactly what it needed to be. Watched.